We've reached the halfway point of this first ever Triton Poker Series Cash Game Invitational. Hello everyone and welcome to another edition as Day 4 is upon us from Maestral Resort and Casino in gorgeous Montenegro. Andi Nejad alongside Randy Liu, so happy to have you with us, and we've got 4 2-hour frames of 500K minimum buy-in 2-card on tap. 250 big blinds apiece as we play 1K, 2K with a 5K big blind ante. There's a look at your lineup, Randy, to start things off. First face that we didn't see yesterday, that of El Conquistador, the Spaniard. Adrian Mateos, known for his tournament exploits, here trying his hand in the cash game streets. And Tony G, Mr. On Your Bike, back in the mix.
That's going to be a lot of fun to see. You know, Adrian Mateos is one of those guys known for his tournament experience, like you just said, but to step in $500,000 buy-in is a big ask, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Now, I understand that we're supposed to regard poker as one big long game. And if that's the case, then Elton Tsang is certainly not looking at things as though he's even, because he had a massive loss during Day 3, 7 figures.
Over $1 million, 1.1, 1.2 or so.
Here he is.
Maybe more.
Limping in with Queen 9. Performing well against Tony G's
Everybody
Jack
afraid of
9.
Elton anyway to raise. Oh.
Slips in with Queen 7 suited. Ace King suited for Esti Wang, who really has dominated every single time he's been out there.
He's won over $1 million yesterday. He won the Day 1 and Day 2. He is up a lot of money. It's Elton, Xuan, and Esti that's really just been playing all of the big pots these past few days.
Yep.
And they're here today on the same table.
King 10-8. All the ingredients are present and accounted for big pot action. And in terms of this hand, plenty of ingredients for Esti. Top pair and the nut flush draw. Just a gut shot for Elton with backdoor Queen of Spades. Note that he hung in there for the extra 13,000 pre-flop, Randy, and I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. But the limp with the Queen 9, plus call an extra 13,000 when Esti shot it up to 15 with a hand such as that, granted we're in position, makes me feel as though he's still chasing yesterday's result. Would you agree?
Yes, and this is all, but it's also in line with Elton's style, liking to play a lot of pots. But I do agree with you that he's still chasing a bit.
There is a look at Adrian Mateos. Such a familiar face on feature, and for that matter, final tables at the Triton Super High Roller Series, which is our tournament series. I confess, I wasn't aware that he had an appetite for nosebleed cash.
I did not know either, but I suppose when you get invited to an invitational like this, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So time to parlay those tournament winnings into perhaps more.
Things don't go your way, you can mess around, cut your life short out here at these stakes too. Pocket nines, Esti picking up where he left off.
You know, Andi Ni had a pretty good Day 3 as well. Good to see him back at these high stakes.
Yeah, not to be overlooked, his performance.
I noticed that he's seated to the one guy who can speak Spanish with him. I mean,
that's true.
Yeah, Mateos.
Okay.
I wonder whether or not they were familiar with one another. You know, the Spanish poker playing community is a big one.
I'm happy like this.
I kind of don't think so. It's my read. Just because I haven't really seen Andi besides on our Triton tour.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like Tony G's the lone wolf at this table.
Elton Throws the straddle on in hand number 2, by the way. Esti wins.
You're winning this trip? Yeah.
Yet again.
Not gonna help a friend out? I'm happy. It's okay. It's not like this round. Don't need help. You're too good. You're too good. Oh, the game is good. I like the game. The way it's a big game.
啥意思啊？
就是他不抓，要抓你抓，就这个意思。
Straddle next time. Maybe next time.
今天是不抓了。
Tony's reluctance to put the straddle out there. Not something overlooked by the boys.
Outstraddle you guys. I cannot outstraddle you guys.
Really? I thought you're the king of the straddler. You're the head of
Mystery
the
card time.
I know.
Block out Tan's hand here as he makes it 7,000 to go.
You're the king of the straddler. Tony.
Mateos.
Back down to the
Ace
straddle.
king.
Oh, okay.
3 bets all the way up to 32.
You represent that. You're the leader of the bunnies.
Yeah, well, I'm happy. That's why I'm happy to not straddle.
We all learn from you.
Yeah.
We all look up to We you, it Tony. over and over is that Xuan's got an appetite
The game is nice.
for deep stacks.
game
He's
is
got
nice.
position here.
By the way, we didn't talk about his result during day 3. He might be carrying some trauma. Was kind of steady up at a $500,000 win for the bulk of the first 3 frames, and then all of a sudden, a bit of a tailspin. Ended up stuck. I think he finished slightly in the green.
Slightly in the green.
But, you know, tilted for sure, steamy
He
about
wa-
not having booked the big W.
He definitely was.
10 high board as he digs in for 32 in position, 71,000 in the middle. This was not the texture Adrian had in mind, and I'm not sure how often he's been tasked with tussling with the likes of a Tan Xuan. But it hasn't left him bashful about a C-bet of 40,000.
You know, this type of board is actually all in Tan Xuan's range. He can even have 2 pair.
There'll be action.
You know, Tan performs oh so well in these spots. We talked about his appetite for picking on deep stacks so that he can play big pots post-flop, in particular with the betting lead and position. And this kind of spot where a lot of times he'll assign you 2 big cards and become doubtful of whether or not you've got it, he does pretty well, and he likes to float, he likes to peel. He doesn't like, however, the ace of hearts on the turn. If he had you on the big stuff, like ace-king, ace-queen.
Of course, that ace is very favorable to Adrian Mateos, the pre-flop 3-better. Doesn't need just ace-king, could easily have ace-queen, ace-jack.
Rule for bunnies is to straddle only.
He's gonna bet again. This makes sense. You got top pair, top kicker.
Bunny, wait. That's the key for bunny. The bunny, the first rule for bunnies. Correct. When stuck, keep
It's
straddling.
really hard to put Tan Xuan on a
When
hand
winning,
right
you
now,
have to
but
enjoy, because you last longer.
it is safe to say he doesn't like to see that ace. But if he does have a big hand, like a flop set, he would want to continue to
rule
slow
number
play
one,
this
straddle
one
only when
in
losing.
case his
Write
opponent
down all the
is
rules.
bluffing.
90,000 into 151, being mulled over.
Bunny doesn't even think about that. Bunny's just surviving, don't forget. Bunny's just surviving, eating grass. There is the big boss. The bunny's here. We're teaching the rules for straddling.
Tan makes the call, and by the way, a lot of his posture
2 big bunnies.
suggests ace-king is performing very, very well.
Fresh.
And it's
You went for a run.
doing a little bit better here on the river.
Would be very confident fat ace king now, because now you got top 2 pair. Sure, maybe you're up against a 2 pair at some point, but now you're feeling good. This has got to be value time.
赢了那个 Handz 啊？多少钱？这边。
10万吧。他开我把对开我大把。
我今天网上看了个
Exactly
我靠他
one
推最狠了
SPR.
Yeah, I was just about to say
应该
that.
很多机的。
他很多届的。
我看了一个视频，100万的 pot， 他拿了一个 block 推别人网赢。别人 K 花 for 不掉靠了。你跟他打过的？
哪里视频？我好像没有，都是这里的。在美国。
哈斯了。
像视频就有的看到。
啊。
I think Adrian was comfortable enough with the ace-king given what he was observing across the way on the turn from Tan, but even more cozy with aces up. He fires 168,000.
So he's betting half the pot.
说什么 ？SK SK
Bingo.
Only
Wow, how do you make that statement? Ace queen, ace king didn't go all in.
all in all in.
He said
All
all
in.
in.
He said all in.
He said all in.
He said all in.
He said all in. He said all in.
All in.
Oh, this is awkward.
He said all in. All in. Now you can.
You can
think,
decide.
You can fold, you can call.
Yeah.
It's a nice hand. It's qualified.
He said all in. Yeah. Everybody heard all in.
At least you have a nice hand. Qualified hand.
He did say all in, yeah, pretty sure.
He just wanted to show his hand is qualified.
How?
I heard all in as well, Randy, but
too.
apparently the dealer did not. He announced call in. This is why Adrian's on his back. His ace-king is face up, but granted that his is the only action that remains, it isn't quite as big a deal as it could have otherwise been. But now there's a little bit of meta because you got Tan over there. He knows you have ace-king. He's saying you can fold, you can call.
I know, right?
And a lot of live reads might go into this decision now. Queen-Jack is obviously what's being represented by Tan.
I mean, Tan's repping a set too, right? And the whole table sees you have ace king here and you're contemplating folding. This is a lot going on. This
So a
doesn't
set
feel
on the
good.
flop is what? Now the call does get made, and Tan did have top set. What a brutal run out for Adrian as he polishes off the first bullet inside of the first orbit.
没有死抓头，不然早就干光了。
How about asking? You got ace queen, ace king?
没
I'm
有
all
，Adrian
in.
说死抓了一圈，然后他说不愿意。
Wow. How do you think Adrian feels about this? First time playing a big high stakes cash game, $500,000 gone just like
Yeah.
that.
I know you don't speak Spanish, Randy, but I think you'll appreciate my response as I
The worst
deliver
thing
it
is having ace king out of
in
position
Adrian's native tongue.
with big stacks.
I think he feels
When you
no
qualify.
bueno.
哦，他我说 all in，他直接
那个有
秀牌，我以为他
Yeah.
大指的秀牌。
I would check fold. River.
因为老外就是有这个
Yeah.
习惯嘛，比如说他
Yeah,
纳指了，
yeah.
别人 all in 他就直接开嘛，我是纳指，你
Buddy is scared to
Fold.
play ace king.
Yeah.
That's
Bunny always.
我搞晕了，
I
我
play
说
careful.
狗逼的。
With big stacks you can. It's okay.
I confess a
Not the
lot
worst.
I also lost one
If
stack.
it's very
with
deep,
ace king.
ace
of
king
that
is not so
posturing
strong.
on the turn from Tan. I fell for
I
big
think. If
time.
it's very deep.
I didn't think
Very
ace
committed,
king,
but
If it's
and
very
nor
deep,
did
ace king
you,
is so strong.
had anything to worry about based on the way he behaved before he
Give
called
a
the
speech and then
90,000.
all in.
Yeah.
True. You really just
It was bad news.
can't read into his body
会
language.
点演绎啊。
That's exactly what boss Paul
It's
Phua
bad news.
is just taking a seat to the right of Tan.
I said the rule to straddle is the bunnies have to be losing.
Was pointing
When
out.
bunnies are losing, they can straddle. Never straddle when winning.
No, they can ask for one round. You can refuse.
Yeah.
One guy refuse and then no straighter.
哎，
All right, so the Spaniard in for $1 million.
And in for 6,000 on the button with Queen 7.
喝
Elton,
一喝咖啡了，
Ace Jack.
上咖啡了。
去上咖啡
You。could have an
我
opinion
昨天就
here.
没喝过一口咖啡，我跟你说，妈的，中间没牌，
And he renders it to the tune of 26,000.
Reload and get 3-bet.
给我拉出来之后，我他妈的
出去晒太阳了，晒到了，哎呀，是了。
赢70-80，倒数70-80，还好他又把我救回来，真是好兄弟。
最后什么？
没什么输赢了，输10几20。
Adrian conceding. Well, whether you're on the Triton Poker Plus app, YouTube, or
老五
Twitch,
的股份
I'm sure
医生不要
that you're quite pleased that you didn't have to wait long to see the fireworks here
看他打牌，
on day 4 of our cash game.
昨天也把牌打得好鱼。
Pleased to have you guys with us. Randy and I are very much keeping an eye on the YouTube chat specifically. Apologies to the folks over on Twitch.
But we know you. We see you still.
I don't see them.
Okay,
Randy,
I see you through
proverbial
my...
see. Yeah, maybe. But in spite of the fact that we're not out there in the Twitch chat streets, we obviously love having you aboard. And if you love being along for the ride, show us that love by clicking like, follow, or subscribe across the platforms. Give us a follow on Twitter. Give us a follow on Instagram. All of this engagement is what helps us to continue to deliver the finest in streaming poker entertainment to you free of charge. Now, Ace-Jack once more for Elton. On the button, 3-betting, and uncontested, he will take it down once more. Esti, the opener and folder on this occasion.
Make some action. Would be good for TV. 10 million viewers.
10 million.
Imagine.
They broadcast in China, maybe.
Yeah.
China one, last time we streamed through this Panda. It's like 20 over million views. I think it's 90% is fake one.
It's broadcast, this one.
No more China.
No more.
Illegal.
Illegal, yeah.
Don't do illegal things.
Very smart.
Pocket jacks for ST.
Before
A
not
legal
illegal,
raise
now
under the gun to 7,000. Elton. A legal flat with Ace-10. Ton likes to do illegal things. I don't know that closing the action is that felonious, but
He's in there.
7-5 off. Turns into bottom pair and the open ender. He's going to stay curious. ST doesn't like the texture.
Don't blame him.
Especially when you got Ton and Elton.
That's their board.
You. And that is not the kind of turn, ironically enough, even though you're the pre-flop raiser that ST he's a huge fan of. Hence the second check.
Could see Elton betting here, especially with the 3 connectedness. Interesting here for Tan Xuan because he rarely is best, but he has a lot of outs. I feel like if he wants to continue, he's better off check raising than check calling, just because maybe he can blast through a weak ace.
Elton bets top pair. 21K. And you know, Tan could take a passive line and just check call and try to realize. Maybe keep an eye on some bluffs. But note the effectiveness of the check raise because the Ace-10 really doesn't have a lot of places to go.
Cancelled.
That is the kind of board and the kind of opponent, by the way. You can't count on a check on the river once you call.
Yeah, that was a really nice play by him because Tan Xuan's range was uncapped, given the check through by Elton and Esti on the flop. This is why you don't want to play a deep stack against a guy like Tan Xuan. You give him just 20 blinds, he can't make moves like that. But this deep, you can check raise, and like you mentioned, you got to worry about that river bet, and it usually comes in big.
Sure does.
Mateos has got the upper hand here, Ace-Jack versus Ace-10, and notice that Elton is 3-betting Mateos again.
That's the worst of it, and
I'm the chip leader.
deepening.
Chip leader. Yeah?
Losing chip leader.
Worst of it. Given that Tan is woken up with Ace-King in the small.
These two were fighting so much late last night.
Yeah, you could put like
Continues here today.
Wow.
Remember the other day, Tan Xuan was 4-betting to 100K with 5 deuce suited. So he can get action more often than not.
On more than one occasion, by the way. Gets it through here.
有人咖啡喝上头了。
哇，3打又不行的。4打有没有料？
Okay.
KK. Yeah.
Tan washing down the early profit.
Usually you take a sip when things don't go your way, but he's ready for a long one.
And so are we. By the way, chat, would love to know whether or not there are any of you out there who have soaked up all 3 of our cash game events so far here on a 7-event docket. From front to back, whether you streamed us live or whether or not you just caught up after the archives were posted. Those of you that have, obviously, will be able to appreciate today's action that much more because you'll have all the context in terms of subplots and storylines. Meanwhile, Ace-King for Tony
15.
G. He's facing a king-high flush draw as he c-bets 15,000 over the top of the 6K open, or on the back of the 6K open, rather. Andy, of course, will check call. Will not improve, however. Tony still best, picks up the wheel draw.
Hard for Tony to know he's got the best hand, though. But look at this. Andi Ni now taking the lead on the 3 of diamonds. That's a big bet.
And it's a bet that's insulated from being raised more often than not. And that's precisely why Andy feels comfortable making it.
And Tony lays down the best hand.
Nice bet.
Acknowledging the line was nice from Andy.
It's been fun watching Andy play. He really just brings in his own style, and it just works.
It's very sound and tidy, though, if I'm being honest. This isn't a guy who's
You stuck
out of line.
I mean, he does get
I'm
out
wrong.
of line, but he doesn't. He's not out of line
I'll let
all
you
the
know
time
that.
like some of the other players at this table.
Let me
It's
know.
a different kind of out of line.
Yeah.
Let me enjoy.
You know, it isn't just
Just enjoying your positive
RBF.
energy and atmosphere all the time.
random
RBF is
berserk factor.
yeah. It's the one thing I've learned this week. RBF.
Oh, I've
6,000.
learned that my suspicions about never wanting to have to play poker against Tan Xuan are absolutely
Confirmed.
I definitely do not. Ace-Queen suited. Tony G back at it. Boss with Ace-10, sensing the VPIP is a little bit higher than maybe it should be. Decides to play this one as a 3-bet. Dominated, but with the betting lead and position. 44K in the middle. Jack 8 deuce. All spades.
Both players in the spade check.
红色的
With the flush
骚
draw.
气十足啊！
Paul's contemplating putting in the bet. Should work, even though it's just 10K.
No
Nice.
spade. Ah,
No
no
spade for
spade.
Paul
Oh,
either.
well.
Shout out to Metzger Beats, RL from Chatsville,
Chatsville.
Daniel Saez, James Grant, Stretch Russell, Sid,
Nice.
Ray 110, all of whom weigh in and say, yeah,
Your friend that one?
we've seen all 3
9.
Yeah.
of our streams
Yeah, bring it.
so
Yeah,
far.
Yeah.
So they've been
Dave
with us
Capico
One
also.
more now.
the whole time.
He should be coming. One more.
Oh, this is Miguel.
This one. This one.
I see that little smile on your face, Ollie. It's just that
Big punt on
we got
spade.
people here to
Slots.
going through the all the content with us this whole week.
Slots. Very good player. Slots.
Slots got good, got pro.
Not pro. Not pro.
Oh, it's not
Like
big
good.
slots.
I mean, nearly pro. Semi-pro. Play a very small disadvantage. Point.
I'm proud of our chat community. I think by and large, especially our regulars, are. I'll put them up
Kill me.
against most any chat out there. I don't know how often you've been down the YouTube
They
streets
play
as we
on
play
the
the mystery
jackpots,
card
mini
game once
jackpots.
more here, but
They only play
it
then.
can be a little bit disheartening, let's call
I
it,
didn't know.
We keep the trolls at bay. We got some of the best mods in the business, I want to say, as well.
Round 2 coming here.
Ghost of M, shout out
Yeah,
to you.
you know, because the
Ace
jackpot
Queen,
is closed.
Ton,
they play
top
on the
pair.
day, you know? That's it.
Backdoor nut
They
hearts.
put
10
950
dimes.
accounts, more. They calculate.
Mateos flatted from the small blind, which condenses his range a bit.
Really?
Does make the check call. Have to imagine that
No,
10
no, he
Xuan is
plays.
usually best.
Lots
The
to play.
10 on the turn really changes
loves to
things,
play,
as
but
this
he loves to
usually
play
improves
alone.
Mateos' range more so than 10.
Yeah, not sure how many 10x
One more.
combos Mateos has
Big one.
as a flat for
Lion,
7K
lion.
pre-flop. There are some, without question. Ton plays pot control, checking back. Now a jack on the river.
Interesting card, as obviously Ace-King is not in Mateos' range from the small blind flat, especially having seen him 3-bet it earlier. He is going to come out betting 26,000. You can see that Tan Xuan is not very pleased about this, namely worried about the 10. And also holding that ace of hearts means that there's less busted hearts that you're trying to pick off.
Would the 10 check call lead on a card such as this?
What do you mean check call lead? Sorry, it wouldn't check on the turn.
Oh, one check. Forgive me, that's right. So the activation could very well be attached to trips.
Looks like he's thinking about paying this one off.
This is the part where Teddy KGB says, after all, I'm paying you with your own money, I believe. Given that most of the chips in front of Ton once belonged to Mateos. He's not looking to give him back easy, though.
Yeah, between call or fold. He's going to lay it down. Wow, Mateos.
Busted hearts. Vindicated. And I confess, I was looking at the chat a little bit during that pot, and everybody thinks that the mystery hand is always the nuts. Not only on this occasion was it not, but also Andi Ni, to the left of that image there. He had a massive check jam yesterday, trying to push Esti off of the nut flush, and all he had was Queen 10 for 2 pair. On that note, we remind you to pay a visit over to the folks at GG Poker and get yourself signed up so you can get involved in today's free roll. On Fridays, you can play Russian Cash. There's even satellites to work your way into a Triton Super High Roller Series. Use sign-up code Triton_2024. Get yourself a deposit bonus and a Global Millions ticket at the world's largest online poker.
Yeah,
I don't.
I don't even use time bank.
我
有2个红心的，
赢他买花，
买花赢 K 圈，
反水啦，赌场的进来钱之后要反点水。看没牌赢算球，
一圈没牌赢啊，
赢买花了
2万多啊。
2万多，对啊。
里面4万多。
这个是 TV table， 这个跟昨天一样的。
Another premium ace for Tony
这个要
G.
付
Blind versus
这个我
blind.
肯定不付了。
8 becomes 32.
这个要付1点以后付。1点之前肯定是不付的。
这个面子要搞住。
Elton getting in there with Queen 10.
And flopping trips. This board is fantastic for his purposes. Just the club dangler and a swift c-bet from Tony.
Can't blame Tony to bet this flop. Oftentimes Elton will be check folding.
I say
Quarter pot follow through.
flash draw.
Quick call.
Wow. The check raised to 50, an extra 30 plunked in there by Tony, and a problematic turn as he hits the king.
他只要你玩3条。
他觉得有10。
This is a great card for Elton because Tony often does have ace king when he check
那
raise
你
very
只是
small
输
on the
10
flop.
跟输顺子吧？
全购还有。
宣购，那你花那么多副嘛？几十副花，那是小忙的。
75K. Bet and called. Another 150 into this one, and that 8 of hearts presents no concerns to Tony G, whose ace-king is going to turn into a bluff catcher shortly, under the presumption that Elton is going to barrel.
Elton is definitely going to barrel. Does want Tony G to check back. And he's got that image where, you know, the other day, it didn't go so well for me, so time to get some money back. Might even just jam it.
I mean, the line is polarized as it is, so jamming does further support the I either got it or I don't. And you see Tony hates to see this.
It's understandable he's uncomfortable here. His opponent is repping the 10 to check raise, flop, bet, turn, and jam river.
Here's the thing, it's not just any opponent, Randy, it's Elton Tsang.
Elton Tsang can show up with way worse than a 10.
Absolute gunslinger, fearless, and a part of some of the biggest cash game pots ever recorded. And those record-breaking pots, by the way, it wasn't all aces, kings pre-flop. It was all manner of holdings.
This is a very tough spot for Tony.
Call.
He calls.
Call.
Wow.
Oh. Too good. Okay, give me 500 more.
Good night, first bullet. Hello, 900K pot.
Good day for Elton.
No need to go counting chickens just yet.
But
a lot of action still left in this hen house.
2 players already felt it so early. Mateos and Tony G now.
By the way, each time someone's felt it and the refill comes in, the game gets bigger, more chips on the table.
That's true. 2 players with $1 million stacks.
More initiative for stuck players to lobby for straddles. All things come together.
Too good.
Aces? 所以我相信艾特。啊？我知道你昨天是 TB。王导师。啊？我昨天，我说我知道你是顶对顶 T 奖啊，我相信你。
Andi Ni gonna 3-bet queens against 10 Xuan.
K8。K8嘛。
Tony's not pleased.
Bet turn, bet river.
Yeah.
Another 3-bet pot incoming. As Tan Xuan makes the call.
Andi in a good way with these 2 queens against the Jack-9 suited until Jack-9 deuce rolls off. Top 2 against the overpair. 56K out there already.
And he's in a world of hurt, especially against Tan Xuan, who is known to make big plays, but when Tan Xuan makes big hands, he can really get paid off. It wouldn't surprise me if Tan goes for a check raise now. He can represent some spades, some straight draws. Really get paid off if his opponent does have an overpair like this.
21K so far. Damp texture.
You do tend to see more check raises when you flop big hands when you're playing this deep. He's grabbing a ton of whites. Oh my god, he's just made it $200,000.
This is so uncomfortable because you know that Tan can just have the draw. He can be putting you on some kind of ace-king, ace-queen and looking to check raise an amount that you can't continue in. Andi jams and Tan beats him into the pot.
你先开。
你欧赢的叫我先开，你真的是。
哇，
我装买花打你一下。
哎
Well, we flirted with the 7-figure barrier earlier. And now we've breached it. 2 times they negotiate. The first board goes to Tan. The second counterfeits his Jack-9 on the turn. And Andi escapes a felting.
运气很好啊，每次都这样。你运气好啊，你中了2对，你运气好。你如果单单中一条高，那 A 扣的。A 勾我就直接丢了，刚跟 Esti 一样。咖啡馆的人还搞。
This tends to be where we, in retrospect, tell the dealer, no, I said once.
还2次，赢钱还2次。
赢钱才
1 time。
我们是打技术的，又不是打运气的，要把东西拉长的。
Hong Kong Macau never 2 time. Buy insurance.
You know, I don't remember Tan being a run it twice kind of guy. I think he might just be open to what Andi wanted to do there.
I think so.
And obviously, as the guy who was behind, Andi was more inclined to want to run it twice.
Well, Andy's all smiles as he got half of that pot. 10 could have been up a cool million already. How long has it been? I mean, we've only been playing for 30 minutes or so. We've already had multiple all-ins.
有这样想嘛？你感觉这个第2次那个嘛？
This is good action.
第1次那个
2次欧赢都是被
Queen
你
Jack 3.
3次也是。
Middle pair follow through here. Easy check fold for Tan's King 6.
5个，8个，13个，26、30多的胜率了有。30多嘛？可能35。
我这里后面。
我说你是副牌。
哦。
35差不多了有。
哦。
33、37。哎，看一下。
打开扣钱了。
老
板，他用 GTO 了，老板。
不是 GTO 那个，
你有没有用都不行吧？你有牌吧？规则照跑吧，不能讲你就有特别的规则。
不是，我说能不能看那个胜率
啊？你扔了牌，你可以慢慢去看。
Mateos
那当然肯定的呢。
showing us
20%。
he can play all parts.
He's getting out there early position.
And Elton showing us that he's willing to take all approaches, flatting the king queen suited.
Didn't really expect that.
Tan also flatting with the 8s. Ace Jack 6 with a couple of clubs. Esti came along in the big and has flopped himself the only flush draw.
赢2次，大哥，你第2次增加
8 is actually
哦，你说
best.
是2次啊？我因为对，那是的。
Elton back to the spades. Broadway gutter, a round of checks. A second ace now on the turn.
ST going to try to represent that ace.
10K into 29, third pot sizing.
Elton might be tempted. Does have the nut high card in case he's up against a draw himself. Nice call by Elton.
And that's going to make it a lot easier on Tan, who sometimes gets...
Well, 10 had the best hand, actually.
Yeah. Would have been counterfeited on this river, which does deliver the club to ST. However, the double-paired board, and you could see Elton having a lot of Jack X as played.
Agree with that.
A flatter pre-flop, a checker post, and then a flat caller on this turn. He might think he's got showdown here. And hence the check back. ST is going to show him the bad news.
招来的嘛，这种我这样打，我还不懂你，回去专门研究一下你。9多2是吧？好，噔噔噔，
多少？
噔噔噔噔，哇操，裂开！
31啊，
拿去了，给你了。
多少？我要看多少？
28点
我
多。
就算是27、8嘛。
啊，他这个跟短牌很差很远呢。
所以我真的不知道这个。
放错颜色应该会白色。
因为这个是。
Suited connector for Elton Tsang.
他这个后门顺没屌用啊。
不是加多1、2个点了。
Goes to work. This is a sort of hand composition that we see so often.
What's that?
Really liking
Export?
to inflate pots pre.
Huh?
Okay.
7K is taken upstairs by boss.
借钱生子是吧？
这个你的嘛。
Ace Jack making it
比
21.
如说啊，说 A 勾对 K 圈是多少，我都不知道。
Table's very 3-bet happy at the moment.
只要 A 勾好是吧？
Here comes the call.
肯定这是好，但好多少其实我不知道，因为短牌打多了，我真的搞得不清楚。
30多嘛，
只有30多啊，不是46，是
不到40。
不到40，可能3。
Ace King 7.
还有那个
This is an all Paul
你这个 A 勾
board texture.
你肯定会只有分数。
Yeah, he should be coming with a bet. Can easily get called by worse.
其实我这个也平衡的，我
Not so much by the 9-8 suited.
但对买花也是这样。
我最近买花，你买这套最后挺大，我手上很大。
See bet and take it.
Straddle, yeah. Time to straddle.
VIP request later. One round.
Funny,
You don't want.
funny rule number 1. No straddle when you're winning. 什么东西啊？
都能继续养就是。Okay, after you start the round.
No straddle. No problem.
No, can.
Of course you have to start. You asked me to start? You have to start, Tony.
Winning. You go win.
Even Tony has to appreciate
Relax.
the hypocritical shamelessness of asking for the straddle. I'm not even sure that
No
he
longer fun when the bunny's
that he meant it.
It's no longer fun when the bunny's got the gun.
You're bunny. You're bread.
Raise and take for Don.
Yeah, Tony loves to use that term bunny.
Okay, 1 round, 1. Okay.
He's the only person that I know
抓就抓吧。
to do so, by the way, in reference
没
to
到你啊。
what we like to call VIPs here.
没到啊。
不给他们 strader。妈的，我的 strader 没用了。我们 double strader，我的 strader 都沒用了。不可以 double strader。
I think Paul was worried about straddling, having Ten Xuan double straddling on him.
double strader 你们自己 strader， 我不玩。double strader no good for my strader。double strader 可以我先说话，然後再你說。
Si no, ¿qué hago a esta vez? Dice, si no, que no tiene sentido.
By the way, Boss has a bit of a tough assignment in terms of the seat draw, at least for this frame. For those who are unaware, every 2 hours we will be redrawing for seats. And I gotta say, I think all the players truly appreciate that because it means that you don't end up suffering through an entire session of poker
Like just no double straddle.
in a
but just 1, 2,
disadvantageous
4.
position.
Just keep it 1, 2, 4.
我无所谓，我都可以啊。Change.
But no double
Again,
straddle.
this is bigger.
But no double straddle allowed. That's fair, right?
That's fine. Let's do that. Done.
Alright, so no double
Done?
straddles
Okay,
allowed.
everybody agree? 1, 2, 4. No double straddle allowed. Okay, I think that's very fair.
Game's increased, my friend.
That didn't take long, did it?
Permanent 1, 2, 4.
You don't let him win back, oh, win back again, Chen back.
By the way,
No
that
going back, Tony. No
1, 2, 4.
downsizing. Okay?
No downsizing.
No downsizing.
Elton's happy.
1, 2, 4
No
with the
upsizing, no downsizing.
5K
Let's just
big
keep
blind
it like
ante
this for
still.
the rest of the night.
For the rest of the night.
Tons nines.
It's not easy to get Tony stuck, huh?
Early 2.5x. Here at what is officially now 1K, 2K, 4K, 3 blind game. Bottom pair for Paul after defending. Checks over.
送给你。
呀，送了个6。
六。
6。
Kings up on the turn as a spade rolls in, and I don't know how proud of nines Tom's going to be
算了。
after he got check called on the flop, hence the quick check back now.
又没有 A， 5000块，来冒。
Working through things. Out loud, by the way.
Yeah, he's saying you don't,
You don't
have an ace.
Yeah.
大你不来，打1万。
10K it is.
16啊，500中了是吧
57的，
5-7 that is.
给的，我很好。
1万块也不给啊！
不来啊！
妈的！你看看3、
3、4、3、4方片
，1万块也不给我，要打5000块。
Ton speculating it was 3s and 4s.
There's so much table chat
我也
already.
不来，我跟你说。
Mid hand.
勾结的，
没有，这久了。
来冒了吗？
Big blind versus straddle. Limp pot. King 7-7. Queen high is best. 2 quick checks. Jack hits ton for the lead. Still no betting.
Improvement.
中什么？中8是中勾，
Luego por la noche.
是投机。
Sí, sí. No, y luego por la noche
Bet 6.
cambia de noche. Con la
怎么？A 嗨啊？
luz.
你看到没有？半海。
Queen high。
Queen high.
You
Not
know,
gonna pay off.
We saw a queen high call that left us breathless
支付我也
by
没
Andi Ni.
知道。
I don't remember if it was day 2 or day 3.
It was yesterday against Paul.
I mean, it was a spectacular. Just had his man in spite of blocking the inside straight
And it was
draw.
a very connected board. Unpaired.
Just read him stone right. That was absolutely the move of the night. $10,000, says Andy with the 6s. Elton playing the ace-10 as a flat. Suited 2-gapper for boss. He comes in there now. Pocket 8s for Tan. He'll flat. Sometimes we'll see him get a little squeezy, but I think early winner here. Still plenty of poker left to play. He doesn't have that sense of urgency and mischief that we might see later on. And no mischief here for boss. He's got the queen high clubs. Elton lurking with the ace of clubs. And note that Andi Ni has middle set. Buckle up.
And notice that it's the one with the worst piece of it, betting 10 Xuan with the 2 8s. And it's a very small lead, 10K into 49. Andy calling with the set. There's a chance Elton even raises right now, expecting this small bet and call to be weak, but he calls. Feels like Paul's got a check raise here. He's got 3 opponents. They're putting in 10K apiece. Kind of want to build that pot and protect and charge the ace high of ace of clubs.
Tend to agree with you, Randy.
Just calls though.
This is curious. I think he's a bit leery of
A bigger
the fact
flush.
that so many players came along, and now on the turn, the board pairs, and Andy fills up. And if it wasn't a bigger flush, maybe boss feels as though this board pairing is problematic for him, but you don't think Jack 6, Jack 4 is lurking about. Sure, pocket 4s, pocket 6s.
But it's Tan that's still reaching for the chips despite getting called in 3 spots. Betting 35,000.
The awakening is going to be rude.
Andy, does he want to slow play or raise it up? I kind of like calling more just because if your opponent's behind you or have a jack, you kind of want them to stick around. I do like this call. Elton still got that ace of clubs, which is often live, not this time. This
35K flatted by Andy, and Elton calls with this nut flush draw. Not concerned about drawing dead, understandably. This is a little tricky from Andy, by the way, because again, he doesn't think 6 is full or no good, right? He's not worried about Jack's full.
He wants more action. I mean, how often do you see it go 4 ways on the flop and still 4 ways?
Very, very seldom, especially at this size. Another 140,000 into the middle, and now the 4th club. Boss hates this card.
Yeah, I don't think Boss is looking to put in any more chips if there's any action. He's just going to go and check shutdown mode. Tan made a flush. He bet the flop. He bet the turn. He's gotta know he's behind.
Cooked. He's all done with this one.
But Elton, I mean, he makes the flush. Ace high, paired board, 4 ways.
Here's the trouble for me, Randy. If 4 players are willing to call 35,000, you think 1, maybe 2 of them have a jack. One should maybe have that ace of clubs, if not the flush already. Where does that put the 4th participant?
Perhaps the pair that we see, the full house. I mean, Andy has got to be thinking, someone here has the ace of clubs. What price can I get them to pay? And he's coming out with 180,000. This has got to be a gross spot for Elton because he still has 2 players back behind him. All of a sudden, Andy is betting 180,000, but he's got the ace of clubs. It's not like Andy, he can't have it if you're holding it.
All weighing on Elton's mind. He certainly didn't call the turn with the intention of folding if a club showed up, but all of a sudden, Andy comes out swinging.
If you really break this one down, though, it's hard to think that Elton is ahead.
Couldn't agree more. And by the way, he's got 2 other guys left to act behind him. I'm not sure how troubling he finds that, but
a little bit concerned. It is possible.
It looked for a second like maybe he was ready to find the fold. Now all of a sudden he grabs chips and puts the call out there.
Well, this Queen 9 of clubs is definitely no good.
Yeah. Boss knows it.
Dan's laughing.
By the way, he started this mess.
扔牌你得了，乱打了，给你害死。
那边 A 花，你啥？你勾
我花了3路没大，不敢大。
3路就花了，
还好没大，大裂开啊，
大裂开了，
就你啊，
大不是一样，输多一枪。
怎么一样？你
那起对我不要了吧？
一起的就不要了。
那个怎么样啊？两个人 Elton 大多数也 Elton 也可能是失势了。
Well, Boss giving Don an earful, I suspect, in part just because he's burning chips. That said, he's the big winner on the day where 5 of 7 players are in the black, and you would think we were in the 3rd or 4th frame to get to the sort of figures we're staring at right now, but this is just partway through the first one.
Yeah, we're only an hour in, and so much damage and carnage has been done.
First bullet polish offs for Tony G and Mateos, the only 2 players in the red.
你跟我就有一点怕，我怕你大花。
King high flush 啊
Queen
这个牌如果大起来，这个牌就
打得好
就退了。我3张牌我就不管我就退了。
我大了就对我很难受的嘛。
对，这个牌很难受，因为我用什么牌跟啊？
对啊，
你第5张牌发打了哈。
A 花不要了嘛 ，A 花。
嗯
，A 花不要了。重视胆子。
没有，这个我已经没有。
我还以为他是播 A， 他 A 花，你 A 花他就没有 A 花，这就负了咯。
你有一个葫芦了。
有勾也很难转机了。
对。
我试试也是这样的。
Esti limping an ace. Andi shooting it up from the 3rd blind to 24,000. It's listed as the straddle and will continue to be, but it is mandatory as negotiated by the players. 10-6-5.
K 花可以考虑，还有一个圈花。
Ace high against king high. 2 overs in the backdoor diamonds. Plus position for Andi. Fresh off that massive pot.
Decent board
我也在
texture
买
to
葫
see that
芦
with for Andi.
哦 A 勾啊。
Lots of favorable turn cards. The king of diamonds is nice.
双一下 K 斗2嘛。
有可能
30,000.
他已经成花了，山路。
Take it, sir.
有一点点。
啊。
Andi's had a good day.
这个第4张很不好，第4张真的很不好。第4张有花的那个葫芦的
成花的河不会扣的嘛，对不对嘛？他成花了，他不会扣的嘛，河牌。肯定是 A 花嘛，或者是
就是 A 花嘛。
对呀。
开出来就花了嘛。
开出来天花。
不要 A 花吧。
没有。
应该是天花，没天花思路应该不去的，还在播嘛？
对，
还在播嘛？你不播到可能
有道理，可能对，
成花了，2个天花，你呀，
有可能 A 勾的嘛？什么？你也天花？
超个天花，
我感觉
他屁都没有，
你有天花。
我感觉谭老板
不是天花就是 A 勾啦。
你是44，我说你手上可能有44，还是
Jack suited.
高6，我说高6就完蛋了，送给你的这个牌，打过来。
Doing well against Paul's king 9 suited.
你拿2个6。
Nice boss. Not the first time he's been 3-betting Tony. Despite being dominated, takes us to 33,000.
Also, don't expect this to be the last time he 3-bets Tony. Tony going to defend once again.
跟。
如果在这种个
Problems on the horizon for Boss as he flops top pair here.
不一样了。
我也在
Backdoor
买
diamonds and the 9 dangler working.
我还不花了，我还不是花了，我河牌花了嘛。
啊，一直打，这思路还敢打。
Casually check calls the 25K.
气氛组。
Queen on the turn. Presenting some opportunities to Boss, who checks back, and there is a board pairing 7, which leaves him chopping if he chooses to call this 100,000.
It's not a comfortable call here because he does lose to King Queen 7x.
讲话忘记打了，是他吗？ 8, 9, 8, 10. 7.
你天花没有？
买出来死了，这不想去买出来敲他妈的，啊
It does feel more like 100 to win 114.
Maybe chop.
Maybe
King.
chop. We do chop.
King what?
Jack.
Chop. I need hope for
Then it
chop.
did 100 for a shot at all 228. So relieved will be
Maybe
boss.
chop.
Got lucky there.
I'm good.
It's got to be disappointing for Tony.
I'm running good.
Yes.
Thank you.
No doubt.
你知道吧？你勾啊？你刚才勾啊？没有勾你也打。
捞气氛的嘛，跟他说。
Paul's still talking about that hand.
He's
where he had
all
queen
over
nine of
Todd.
clubs. He was like
没有勾也打。
asking 10, you had
没有
a jack, right?
没有。
No jack.
没有。
What are you doing then?
哪懂他？
My favorite is the way that Todd laughed on the river
不送钱的嘛。
after boss folded,
家不是蓝条。
knowing what he had done.
Yeah, it's almost like
但
that
我们都没白。
money he put in was worth just watching people
Right?
go nuts.
张张
Make him squirm.
每家都跟住你，还第
有钩都不敢打。
哎，那个
无论我出我都打死你。
怎么打？你99、88、77。
Ace queen suited for Tony. Problem though is that Elton straddle's got pocket kings and he's not going to be able to stay in there with just 11k.
给你嘛，送给你嘛，这个有什么办法？摆碰起来。
By the way, the first bullet was polished off by Elton, so this rates to be round 2.
你拨两
Oh,
张。
wait a minute.
Jacks.
We've got interference in the form of jacks.
Just calls, though.
Yeah, Andy flatting.
That actually gets Tony in trouble still, I feel, once Elton puts in the 3-bet.
两张120，一赔18，3万5赔70多万。
3 premium hands. I can't really see how Tony could fold this. Did raise in the new UTG. Oh, he does lay it down correctly. Nice, Tony. But Andy, I just can't see a world where he folds this right now.
You know, with Andy having flatted, I thought perhaps Tony would identify this from Elton as more of a broader range, looking to maybe squeeze.
I hear you.
With what seems like a dead 11,000 up for grabs. But instead, he does find the fold. His ace was live, of course.
Andy's thinking about folding this one, isn't he?
Yeah.
This would be a big fold, albeit correct.
I don't know. I don't think that's...
You think he's thinking about the back raise? I think that would be quite insane. Call we go.
And this is the kind of board that keeps jacks interested.
Look at Tony looking down for a second because he had ace queen of hearts. Jacks are often best on this board texture, especially against a player like Elton. 3 bets, a wide variety of holdings. He is in trouble here. Check call is the default.
Eight on the turn. Doesn't really present problems.
Yeah, the board hasn't changed too much. It does bring another flush draw, which is problematic for Andi Ni because Elton, when he likely bets the turn, could have more things he can bluff with.
155,000 now. 3/4 pot. Andi leaning over for a look at how much Elton has behind. This would be 1 SPR on the river if Andi were to click call. And a lot of times, I don't know about you, Randy, but when we see someone set themselves up with that sort of stack to pot ratio on the river, it feels a lot more to me like it's with designs on barreling it on the end.
Yeah, I hear you. It actually would be less than 1 SPR if he does make the call, as Andy's chips would bring it up.
Right.
But I see where you're coming from. 75% pot is a big bet. It is something you need to keep in mind that, well, am I willing to call off another 367,000 if I call here? You might even be thinking of jamming. You might even be thinking of folding. Looks like he will be making the call, and there's 518 in the middle. If it doesn't come scary, these jacks might get stacked.
Hearts get there. You see Tony breathless given the size of this pot and a sense that there isn't any boats lurking.
Yeah, Tony would have made the flush. It's a little bit of a scary spot for Elton because it's not unreasonable for Andi to have like an ace-high flush himself. But we know Elton loves to go for value. If he thinks Andi has something to call, then he might just go for it. But you gotta remember, he probably doesn't put Andi on like queens, given the flat pre.
Yeah,
Jacks,
queens plus don't feel like they're out there, and the hearts don't really feel like they're out there either.
I hear you. It kind of seems like he's often going to jam. And you gotta remember, some hearts, if they're on the weaker spectrum, they're not going to call big turn bet. He is going to jam.
You see him wincing a little bit when he does it, trying to fade the snap call, which he has.
Yes.
Now a pure bluff catcher for Andi, who covers, already having invested so much in this one.
The way Andy's played his hand looks like 9s, 10s, and jacks. The flat pre, check call, check call. He's got to ask the questions, why is Elton still jamming despite the hearts coming in? So a 75% turn bet often contains some big combo draws in case they were semi-bluffing, and holding that jack of diamonds blocks some of that. And like a jack 10 of diamonds that Elton might be barreling. No heart in hand doesn't block flushes that would definitely be value jamming on the river. So that's not ideal. He's not really holding the perfect hand to call down a triple barrel. But then when you throw in the Elton factor, it could really just be something going hard.
Andi has performed so well across the first 3 days in situations such as this. Will he continue to do so, or will he pay off? The table, deeply invested in this outcome, respectfully silent as they await the decision, and Elton gets paid.
I folded ace queen. Hearts.
Ouch.
They're running good. Yeah. 55k, I don't know.
60.
Maybe I should call. Made it 55 pre-flop.
咋打的？
$1.25 million pot.
Ah, okay.
Sick.
他是不是翻钱？
Oh,
But then you
三打很重啊，
unless you go in on
55000是吧？
you bet you risk.
Elton's image
eh,
gets paid off.
Absolutely staggering
oh,
exchanges here. As you see Andy immediately asking for another $500,000.
对9的牌，
对9对10。
Refill time.
对9了，对10可能还要3打。
And in some ways,
圈红星啊
Elton dragging that one as a form of a refill, considering that he was emptying his coffers yesterday.
有位置。
serious. Stupid.
It's
Quitting.
Thank you. Thank you, Tony. You're my best friend.
You're welcome.
I love you forever.
I'm dying.
我他妈我拿他那个牌，你也是我的好朋友了，我操！
Ace Queen of Hearts.
我包就。
At least you did make a good full pre-flop. I mean, I was way ahead of you.
Tony getting slightly mocked for having laid
Oh,
down
I'm
so
dying.
much hand.
I quit.
Yeah, Tony's steaming.
Oh.
No doubt.
Folded that ace queen of hearts. Elton thanking him as he would have got stacked.
破不掉，破不掉。
It's a new day. It's a tournament of events for Elton.
That it is.
就刚才另外那个人就破不掉，对吧？就破不掉了。
King, Queen, 9 rainbow here. ST, the opener, follows through.
Gonna win it.
Yeah, second pair, gutter, easy breezy.
之前又送你一把，
啊？
拿回一点点。
You know, Andy's still in pretty
浪费哪
good
过去？
spirits despite
我
losing
都是
that
白送的嘛，我
$1.25 million
买出来
pot.
3万多，
啊，
哦，还买的，买的不去了嘛。
然后后面3万我还买出来，再输了
哇
68万。 是买的，肯定是买的。
没有赢牌的，
啊，
没有赢的牌的。
没有赢的牌了，我是这个是白送0%的白送，
啊，
对吗？
我现在相信昨天的对于你会 call 的了。
对啊，你现在
昨天你应该不是乱说的。
我不是乱说啊，我不是 call， 我就告诉你，我就打，我就直接 all in 了嘛，我还管。啊，没有你们想的这么仔细啊。
All right, so Andy,
Probably full turn anyway.
3 betting.
Yeah. If you are in the pot, you bet big.
Yeah.
Ace,
Unless you
Queen,
press block.
getting picked on. But the King,
Okay,
Queen
you know,
suited
block.
as 11
Yeah, I
becomes
guess really
42.
expensive, because you call, he call.
160 in the pot.
I might raise. I don't know.
ST will be coming in.
Turn already
also-
pair up, right?
Also have in the back of his mind that Andy just got
It's like
felted.
no one's gonna have it.
He can have full house.
Maybe, yeah. He's the only one. Must have had like 10 in my hand.
Yeah, maybe
Heads
you
up to a
open
9-7-4 board. No connections in either camp. Andy, by the way, might be reading like he's a little bit bruised from losing the pot to Elton. I don't think he's really a candidate in terms of the rest of the table's perception for being steamy or going off or having the lug nuts come loose, especially not after just a single pot that doesn't go his way. But, you know, these things are just
So
natural,
not so bad now.
instinctual
Maybe you lose more.
reactions, I think.
Yes, you're definitely right about that. Check through on the flop.
打得很好。
Turn doesn't help either party. ST checking once more. 4-liner now. It's the King Queen. Never put any more out there.
拿这个拖的
ST
钱都是
could
很
bet
容易
this river if he wants to. He really has that kind of board. The flop checkbacks often have ace highs, ace kings. Ace queen does have some showdown value, so he doesn't necessarily need to bet it. But it looks like he's going to try and rep it to move his opponent off of similar type hand. Andy's in the tank.
He doesn't expect ace high to be betting as played, but nevertheless, king queen would have been a deeply ambitious call. But he is the man, as we mentioned earlier, that found the call with queen high against Boss, who had just 7 high and a busted inside straight draw earlier in this invitational week.
I see a top up from Tony G.
Yep.
That's
like 200K.
200K, 4 whites, a stack of blues.
I would have 380 behind us.
Yeah.
Easier to fold. You cannot fold.
Yeah, I think you go in the flop. Okay.
Yeah, it's 11,000. Cool.
很烫，
慢慢来。
很想扔掉，很想扔掉。
觉得有烫的时候，
被冻。
Elton is the cleaner.
用我的心里烫。
那个弄不到，弄不到。
你如果红桃 A， 你会这样打我。
And he's ace queen suited, picks up Mateos, who's got pocket 3s, and no further interest in this board texture. Top 2 for Andy.
And a top 2 that is wary of the 3 heart board. Might come in with a bet here, just to deny from a pocket pair that might be holding a heart.
Bet and take it.
没有发红桃我会扔掉。
没有发红桃可以弄掉。
对，没有发红桃我会扔掉。像你那发红桃有投机的牌就被堵起来了嘛。
啊，其实也弄不掉了。一个牌钱不多，一个底的钱。
已经45万了，底子已经差不多40。
对啊，你那个牌肯定掉不了的。
啊，应该第4站。
总共才40到50万的 pot 嘛。嗯。一个牌就该赌的牌就是该赌的。
对，不扔。嗯。放在你的旁边那个，我马上就扔掉。
我。
Queen Jack takes it up. Mateos, ace 2 suited. Hangs in there. Heads up.
打得好。
Round 2.
有牌啊，很容易打得好。你爸爸给我 AAKK， 我爸爸打得好。
Backdoor clubs for Adrian.
对不对？
Performing better than this queen high with 34,000 in the middle.
红桃丢掉也是有点夸张。
对，那个才是打得最好。那个5万我打跑那个一圈就是。
我也搞不懂到底是谁是 VIP。
但凡少5000就裂开。
嗯。
我不知道少5000打会不会扣。
9K man. Taking us to the turn, which pairs the board.
Pretty good turn card from Mateos.
一切都是命啊！
同花的应该 GTO 也是不丢的了。
我桌上应该只有他一个人会丢了。
Mateos often has a pocket pair or 10 in this spot. But it seems like Andy is going to bet again to try to blow out some ace highs that would float the smaller C bet that he did. It was a good card from Mateos on the turn, but the fact that your opponent is still betting into you when it's more favorable to you is quite scary when you're holding bottom pair. With no flush draw present, it's harder to put your opponents on bluffs in this spot.
37,000 gets through. Credit to Andy for finding that second barrel, by the way.
A tough find. Well done.
Especially on a turn card that isn't really supposed to do anything, you know. Once that call comes in from Adrian as a flatter pre-flop, you do feel like some of those middling pairs, maybe, you know,
but that's the thing is
the 4 and the 10.
Andy betting again on that card means he's representing a 10 plus.
Yep.
And for Mateos, if he's holding say nines and lower, it doesn't feel good knowing that it has very few outs.
You're right.
This is not a table where they just bet once and, you know, let you do your thing. You got to be wary of multiple barrels with these stacks and these players. A delight to watch.
来不了4仓。
现在我没有发红头，肯定破掉。
I see the bunny getting more chips. He's reloading once again.
来个红头7横3口。
Didn't get back to him. He's like, you know what? 200 wasn't enough. Not sure how much he's adding here as we move on to this flop.
Ace, queen, 5, and a couple of spades. Mystery card time. ST's big blind, that which we are blocking out. Bottom 2 here for Andy. So that's 5K.
Safe to say I'm liking Andy's hand in this blind versus straddle confrontation.
Now remember,
check raise.
ST did limp an ace big blind versus straddle earlier.
True.
So it is in range, and he check raises 5K up to 16. Andy's hand vulnerable.
It is vulnerable. It's nice holding bottom 2 just because your opponent more likely to be holding just a naked ace does get check raise and call. It's a pretty good turn card for Andy. Plus, when someone check raises you on this flop, they're representing a lot of 2-pair plus. You holding bottom 2 means, well, what was bottom 2 on the flop? You're blocking a lot of value. But ST is still betting 27,000. And I do think that ST's got some limp traps pre, so it's not unreasonable that ST could even check raise. Like an ace king, ace jack, ace 10, that was kind of going for a trap pre. Andy's going to juice it up. He knows his hand requires some protection.
$27K becomes 90, and all of a sudden, ST, who was the check raiser, on the flop.
From ST's point of view, when Andy calls a check raise on the flop and raises turn on this 3, Andy's representing the wheel. He's representing ace 3, 2-pair. He is still going to make this call. This pot is quite brewing. 226,000 in the middle, jack.
Quick check from ST.
It feels kind of close to bet this queen 5.
How much aces up is lurking?
In ST's range, I think there's a decent amount. Although, it's tricky because, like I said, holding queen 5, you block a lot of those aces up.
Yeah, and remember the limp pre, when I think Andy imagines more often than not, ace queen, even ace 5 would be played as a raise pre-flop. We start to question what's going on. We block the set of 5s. And Andy going for value, 160,000.
For Andy to raise the turn in position after calling the check raise and to still bet this river does imply strength. Ouch.
Check jam, and Andy once again placed into the blender by ST. And Andy knows he's not playing with kids. ST has been very sharky. What could this be? Randy, chat weigh in. Let us know. What does St. Wang have as played? Limp pre-flop, check back, big blind versus straddle.
If I was to guess, ST check raising flop, you could have deuce 4. It is reasonable. King 10 of spades. The only king 10 that would get there is the spade variety, though.
Yeah, specifically. But even king 10 of spades, we start to ask ourselves, how often would ST be limping that sort of hand? I mean, on balance, we know there's some frequency there.
That makes me think is deuce 4 a bit more in terms of pure value. He is going to fold in his top set, though. Ace is going for the trap pre.
不是开一张吗？
我没有玩，我说了。
放那。拎波啦。
You know, it's interesting. We really didn't consider the slow played aces much at all. As we tried to unpack things, I completely lost sight of the deuce 4.
Check raise flop, bet raise call turn.
Yeah. Check
Raise 哇，每一条仔都拎 pot， 厉害。
And for Andi,
it's been rough.
Things are coming apart in a hurry.
Raise turn.
Credit to him for not paying off, but
没有10K 了。
怎么办？这个
Holy
要烧再烧。
飞机来着的人有个鸟。
I'm telling you, just because they didn't raise pre doesn't mean you can just put them on a narrow range.
no, you can't remove parts of the deck as safely as you'd like
如果
to.
你欧出来，我要送给你的。我要送给你。
我怕我送给你了，兄弟啊！等一下你把我抓住了，我都给你了。送给我。
每盘都是跟我啊，奇怪。
怎么啊？立马。
You don't see that often. Limp check back, check, raise flop, lead, get raised turn, call, check, raise river. It was like a ping pong match of sorts. It really, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I hear you. It was ST showing strength, then it's Andi, and then all of a sudden, Andi looked like he was just going to see a call or fold on the river, then boom. Hold on, I'm going to slam it on you all of a sudden, even though the ball's at the edge of the wall.
Well, on the topic of boom, I'm slamming it on you.
4倍啊，很标准啊。
Boss's queen jack of spades is smothered here.
He's going to fold
Part
this one.
ways with the 20K open
6万。
properly. ST is surging.
That's not new, though, is it?
No, he's back to his old ways across the first 3 days of play.
Biggest winner so far.
肯定去
I'd
了。
imagine he's up about $2 million at
你
this
个牌
point.
你就等于不没牌出的啦，你就等于所有牌你都 fold 掉。
对子可以去。
这些牌，
这个牌比对子
位置好。
勾圈比对子。
等一下中一队又要敲多一枪。
你有可能中一队是大的嘛？
大。
可能中2队嘛，中顺有可能中花。
Tony, he's
我都没有
reloaded
一把
up to
four 的3B 的牌。
$863,000, has pocket tens under the gun. Makes it 11.
你不要拎就好了，大一万。
Ollie, 10
不要打我
Xuan
就好了
hasn't
嘛，我
released
拎很
7 deuce
长的
off.
牌。
What is he doing?
大哥，
哎呀，我万5就好。
Sorry. No. This is a mistake, right? Graphical error? He's 3-betting 7 deuce off the 42,000.
I think he wants to show Tony this 3-bet. For Tony's sake, I hope he's not able to because pocket tens is hanging in there.
Yeah, pocket tens has got a stranglehold.
Makes the call.
Tony's in great shape.
Yeah, 8-5-5 board. And for Tan, unfortunately, it's the kind of board texture where he looks over at Tony as an open raiser and then a flat caller of the 3-bet and thinks you're not anywhere in this neighborhood, and if you don't have the overpair, I can really steamroll you.
Exactly. So that's why he's going to c-bet here, hoping to take it down. But once Tony does come in with check call, he's got to be wary that Tony's playing some pairs. Some ace highs is definitely in Tony's range to check call here, like an ace queen.
Relatively normal sizing. Deuce hits Tan for 2 pair. And now he's performing well against ace high. You wonder whether or not it's enough for him to barrel again.
The deuce does have enough showdown value against ace queen, some ace jack suiteds that would check call flop. To bet this hand again, you kind of need intentions to fire a third. He is going to check it back.
He is not going to improve, however. And now, let's see if Tony chases value. No, he checks.
Yeah.
And Tan checks back.
No bluff, huh?
No bluff. I have pair.
Pair?
Yeah.
Like which pair?
7 deuce. You believe?
You know, unfortunately, yes. Yes, I do believe you. Tan,
You're the
I've
one
seen you do
person
it
I might
before.
believe. That check by Tony on the river was player dependent, by the way. Others, he probably would have bet himself, but knowing Tan's more likely to
You could have had
attack.
to call, and then go on and miss the river as well.
Yeah.
You know? It's not like you were ahead putting your money in.
Yeah. You hit ace, you don't win everything.
Three blind Paul.
Yeah. Doesn't matter. Enjoy.
If you think his big race is ace king, KK, then good for lah.
Considerably ahead of the 7 deuce that he 3-bet with a hand to go. Tan opens with pocket nines. Tony's involved once more, defending the big, and round 2. Queen 8-4 rainbow top pair for Tony, out flopping Tan. $11,000. Check called. Turn doesn't change much, and
That's
Tony
important.
leads out for
Yeah.
25.
That's very interesting. Tony looking to play his hand a little different to try to induce his opponent to give action. Can't see a way where nines would fold as played, especially with the price he's been given.
He does. Flat. Backdoor diamonds come in.
Not the ideal card for Tony. 2 nines has enough showdown to not need to turn into a bluff, I would imagine. Still beats 8x. Tony's on a spin up.
No bluff.
A little over 100K pot. As the river goes. Check, check. I think Tony proceeds with a lot of caution against Tan in particular. Randy, you can sense that he's not looking to end up in some of the uncomfortable spots he's watched develop.
It's also, it is a little bit of that where you don't want to bet and get raised, but it's also more value in checking to Tan Xuan is his strategy, getting Tan Xuan to kind of just stab.
But I think Tan senses
not-
that too. I think, you know what I mean? He's not just out there playing into your desires.
Exactly. And that's where the meta is that Tony thinks that Tan Xuan is probably over-bluffing in some spots, and Tan Xuan is recognizing that and, you know, not always pulling the trigger.
Yeah. Mild adjustments being made.
How much?
Now, Andy 10 to skate. Queen 10. Boss simply letting go of ace 9. Tan, though, wants to C3 with 7-3 offsuit.
It's connected, my friend. By thread. Top pair.
Yeah, and the bottom end of a gut shot. Performing far better than Andy's Queen 10. And this is not the kind of board texture that Andy is ever going to want to bet into a Tan straddle defense with. Does pick up the gutter on the turn to go with the 2 overs. Tan still not betting. 4-liner on board.
I do like this check back from Andy. Try to hit it. I think the 7 might hunt value against a 6 or 4 and ace high.
That it does. $22K bet. And remember, this is the guy who's 1 for 1 with Queen High call downs. I just don't know.
框在这里过不了。
Queen high speaks to him, right?
I mean,
他们这边有很多空间啊，
但是我框在这里。
啊，框在这里，哦。
Oh, he is reaching for calling chips.
我现在风水比较好。
he doesn't think ace high would bet.
送给你，送给你。
There we
It could
go.
be king high. He does pay off.
人家打
And
了过
these
这
are
个
the sorts
不
of
是吧？
calls
对对对对。
我都不相信打了过这个。
that Tan might get with higher frequency than
两
other
队哦。
players.
2 pair.
Good value from Tan.
The thing is, you might look up at the screen in a vacuum and think to yourself, oh, Andy, what a whale. But his gears are turning. There's context. He's looking at it and going, this must be a 0 showdown spot for Tan as played. Or obviously, repeat. The issue for me is some of that 0 showdown in Tan's mind might include king high.
I can see it. I hear you.
赢2队。
Then again,
好，
the other time he made a queen high call, there were some better queen highs that maybe took a shot at him, and he was right.
You're right.
You can't get it right all the time.
No, he's batting 500 now after missing on that occasion is Andy with queen highs on the week. Meanwhile, Jack for Adrian, taking us up. Queen 8 suited.
He hooked it
For
in one
Tony.
customer.
Queen 10-7 out flopping the jacks is Tony G. Mateos looking at that texture and thinking, okay, this could be a little bit troublesome. Plays it as a check, and now on the turn, queens and 8s for Tony. Gutter acquired for Mateos. Still not betting.
Yeah, it's bad news though because he's not looking to
Which
check
one's the
fold
side that
even
Rob
against
gets?
this pot size bet of
Sure.
Tony G. Tony's loving
41K.
this. He's hoping for a blank and just go for a really big bet.
Another 62 slides in, and that is as dry as it gets. A beautiful opportunity for Tony to fire, and fire big.
Yeah, I was thinking he was going to bet 100,000 exactly before he even put it out there.
Yeah.
It's just Tony's style of trying to rep nothing.
And he does it in such a hurry, too. And for Adrian, the awkwardness is surrounded by the fact that we block the straights with the 2 jacks. We don't think he's got 6-9. He did check back on the flop how much Queen X would he be betting full pot with, but he does settle on the appropriate
Bunny
check
needs to play
fold
small
there.
pots.
So credit to Adrian.
Okay.
Little heater for
He
Tony.
just played the support, yeah.
Only down 1 buy in.
Just have a bit of fun, a few hours. Need to qualify some hands.
Time to
One
enjoy
double up,
life.
yeah.
Fun.
Yeah, of course.
Don't look
Just
for value
closed.
always.
We just closed a huge deal with all the live dealer studios. So. Take logic, we sold it to Japanese. 107 million, 170 million.
And good. Time to enjoy life.
No, Segi Sami. They bought the Segi Sami from Japan. They're buying a lot of
Oh, I don't know. I'm retired.
retired. Good.
Don't know market.
Easier. Retired. He never retire. General can never retire. Retire for what?
Retire.
Ten.
Raise 10,000. Small blind.
Ace Queen for Tony. Well, apparently he's been doing well away from the felt on business, if we're to glean anything from the disclosure to boss moments ago. But it seems to be a big transaction.
Well, look, you need big money to play this game, so good on Tony.
10.
Not big money, but better than ace high. Is this 3-4 on the 10-7-3 board? Andy, defend it, check calls. And now makes 2 pair on the turn.
25.
And Tony,
80?
still proud.
80,000.
That's 25 and gets snap check raised to 80 in a fashion that normally is on display by him.
That's true. I wouldn't think this ace queen would want to continue against this check raise.
5 seconds.
It is just ace queen high.
Call.
Wow, he's bet calling this turn after using 2 time banks.
And I wonder whether or not he's got a plan here, Randy, to try to turn the hand into a bluff unimproved on the river.
Wow.
And what an awful, awful river it is for Tony. So we see Andy jamming in a call that comes in very briskly.
Instant 190K bet called. Andy takes that
That one
588K
was
pot.
very reminiscent, Randy, of the situation he found himself in on that 10-10-4 board against Elton early on when he polished off the first bullet. He got check raised, called with the ace-king, connected with the king, and then found himself kind of playing the guessing game. Maybe we get away from the ace-queen on the turn?
I would think, and that's what's steamy for Tony, is that he made a call. He made one of the best cards on a river, and then he got punished.
Right about
Sometimes it just compounds.
他连那个比赛的也算，
出场费没打遍。
Feels like the kettle's boiling a little bit.
Good thing there's not a whistle on the end of it, otherwise we'd all go deaf right now. Button plus ton plus ace equals 12. Jacks for ST, a healthy, almost 4xing, up to 46.
You never know what's going through Tan Xuan's mind. Ace-5 is supposed to hit the muck, but then maybe he comes in with 4-bet sometimes.
You're so right. He could fold flat or 4-bet this. And we know that ace-5 oftentimes is employed in that manner.
Usually it would be the suited one.
Yes.
I mean, hand on face, you can't be looking to
This
four-bet,
yeah,
are
this
you?
is so much body language.
But then
out of ton.
you read him incorrectly before, you know?
Yeah,
he
you're
was
right.
super strong when he had that set of 10s against Ace King of Mateos. I don't know why I feel like the 4-bet is incoming. Let's move those blues aside because we're going to grab whites. This guy's nasty.
It's an emotional roller coaster, and I'm not sure I'm good for it. You know, this is the ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough to watch Tan Xuan play cash. The jacks are plenty healthy enough to continue.
Yeah, it's a
for
good.
the extra 62.
It's the hand you want to call 4-bets with. We are playing about 850k deep. So we got 227 in there. Esti, big favorite at the moment. Tan Xuan's got the betting lead.
Ace 10-5. Xuan outflops the jacks. Having bloated this one up to 227, will he take his foot off the gas?
No, there's no chance he takes his foot off the gas. He wants to build this pot. You know he's just screaming to play for a big one. Plus, there's plenty of hands that ST would 3-bet, call 4-bet, and check call this flop, whether it be an ace, a 10, a gut shot in terms of broadways. Some kind of suited connector with clubs is possible. But this is where it gets scary for ST. Tan can easily have the hand he is representing, ace king, ace queen, that would 4-bet pre. But we know there's plenty of history. He knows that Tan Xuan has put in 4-bets of weak hands, and he does lay it down correctly with 2 jacks. Nice.
I'll tell you what.
像我这种应该多给一点。
Not because I'm rooting against Tan in any way.
看你想，
But I'm just rooting
都是鸡，必须要
多每次
for opportunities to see how maniacal he can be post-flop. I'm a little disheartened by the fact that the ace showed up.
每次
You
用最多是
want,
你
you。want the low ball board.
Right? Like, what do we do now?
就是为了你才把它搞起来。
7-4 deuce, he has a wheel gutter. Now what?
I'll tell you what.
我嘛，
Bet,
很多
bet,
投机
and
在
bet.
想很
Probably
多，
right.
怎么去投？
投机技术不好了，太慢了嘛。
那时候白水赢，你赢了啊。
对呀、甩那么快，
KK 啊，盖帽了。
了不起瑞勾，你跟我说这，就是一对勾，
KK 啊，
哥哥，
不要死了。
ST
圈圈，
shrugging it off.
哥哥圈圈，圈圈负的概率更高，哥哥还好一点。
Mateos. King Jack offsuit. Raising it up. From customer to the 8-5-4 board. It is Tony G with the gutter. Two quick checks. Now it's an open ender.
Excellent
Tony.
card for Tony G. I don't really see how Mateos is going to win this pot. Although he is the one betting, so perhaps Might be able to take away from Tony if Tony doesn't improve. He's got position, open-ended straight draw to the nuts. He doesn't like to see that pot-sized bet. Oh, he's going to lay it down. Okay, Mateos, there you go.
I'm a little bit surprised by that, especially in position.
Yeah, in position, I'm surprised. Out of position, certainly folding is good. But in position, you can see if you hit, and if not, sometimes your opponent just checks to you, and you can just stab, and they lay down their high cards like that.
Yeah, the other thing is, you know, Mateos pre-flop raiser checking that board texture, and then all of a sudden activating on the turn. You know, we can still call and then find out whether or not he's got another barrel in him on the river unimproved with 9 high. We could turn it into a bluff, but I guess Tony just looking for less murky water in which to wade.
I understand that, and you got to keep in mind that Tony kind of made that ace-queen call against Andi Ni not too long ago, and kind of has a lot of regret, of course. So, kind of seems like he's not in the zone at this very moment.
No, his bell's been rung. No question about it. Meanwhile, Mateos opening once again. Jack 8 turning in the middle pair. Should be a very easy follow through here as boss with nothing to speak of after defending his straddle.
什么也搞不了。这是怎么看呢 ？YouTube， 然后搜什么呢？看小张有没有偷我机？圈圈溜溜那把。
圈圈溜溜。
还没开始了，差不多1个小时啊。打我 overpot 了吗？
小张很少手机。
应该是圈圈，应该有圈。圈62来圈来溜。遇到好像2把都没去，应该是没有机。
Aces for Elton on the button, limps it in, and kings for Tony G. Oh boy.
The limp on the button. How can Tony G ever give Elton credit for aces?
And forgive me because I know we still need to see some cards out there. But as we see Tony make it 20, let us recall that within the first orbit, Tony lost $500,000 to Elton. He's poised to lose more than that in this exchange, depending on how bloody things get. The limp re-raise to 70.
有没有偷沙巴哥？偷的。肯定是 overpot。
I don't blame Tony G for him thinking he's got the best hand and make it 245.
He's got the second nuts pre-flop. Randy, he's got a character across the way who gets frisky, takes some creative lines. But in reality, all he's got is a big, big problem. Now, for Elton, calling another 175,000 here screams strength.
It does, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's aces given the action. But it is. I think Tony still loves his hand from his point of view.
那个应该不是9够啦，9够怎么断的？啊，只偷了一步，只偷了一步。哦，那不是什么了。
Queen Jack 7, that texture could be somewhat concerning to Tony. You see him slow down. Especially because to call that big a bet, a little bit of queen involved. Maybe we think the jacks fold.
Look, I don't know how often you see a button limp that's willing to put in $245,000 all of a sudden. It's not clear. What is clear is that aces is betting 150K. I feel like Tony's committed. Like you can see him kind of shaking his head a little bit. And he's stacking them. Is it the aces that he's up against?
You think that's more on his mind?
I think so.
没有投啊？
圈6
那来
3
罗，你看，
2个草
你看那来罗。
我打了过来的圈我也打。Are you good?
To get away would be amazing for Tony.
You're right about that.
He's put in a third of his stack in pre-flop. He's all in.
Check jams. Figures we're going to get it all in anyways. Elton beats him into the pot, and Tony is breathless.
Yeah,
$1.5 million out there.
Flop big or
There is the matter of running it once or twice.
Tony's on miking.
before 3打了呀？
Look at that pot size.
I wanted to lay down.
Ace 是 lim，
一回事了，有什么区别了？这个
不可以拎的嘛，
因为是跟打得更快，
I guess they're running it once.
一样的。
Oh, he's got a chance.
那
几次啊？
4 more out。One time.
One time.
I'm rooting for a 10. 10 of hearts. 哦，哎呦 GG。
GG, Tony G.
Well,
I think he's walking away.
他妈的 Elton。
I think if he was on the other end of
这
this,
种东西的哦，
it would be the moment
我
where
是从来没有遇
the
过。
words on your bike would be crossing his
有
lips
人
and
TK 的
Tony sprinted out of
为什么
here.
我昨天我不可以
And
没
did
有
so
出 K 啊？
$1 million in the hole at least. More than that, I believe.
More than that. Tony, Stephanie's on his way. And you know who's on his way up? Elton Tsang having an amazing day with that pot.
Well, if you've got some gamble in you and some crypto as well, sports bettors, rejoice in our friends over at Tether.bet, giving you a 100% sign-up bonus, plus an extra 10 USDT if you use promo code Triton. Got to be one of the first 100 to do so. Make your move to Tether.bet today. Randy, that was absolutely savage. Elton absolutely barbecued Tony here in this first frame.
真棒！
He took all of Tony's money. Queen 10 versus Ace King for 500,000. There, 750,000 more dollars. He won 1.25 million from Tony in 2 hands.
Like a bully on the playground. Elton relieving Tony G of all of his lunch money.
Oh, he took the whole month's worth of lunch
He
money.
took breakfast money, dinner money, dessert money, lunch money.
For the whole month.
All the monies.
Yes. Nelton's not even in detention.
我以为你又是
If Tony happens to be behind the wheel of a car right now, I wouldn't go making assumptions that he's going to be abiding by stop signs and red lights.
Yeah, so stay on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
If you happen to be in Montenegro right now.
What I say? I don't know.
先打6个人，先打无所谓，就先打6个人，吃完饭打7个人，就这个意思。
So, in the aftermath,
2个多钟啊。
Elton appears to have picked up his appetite.
马上就呢，2个小时闭一下，马上
7 suited, flatting Mateos' ace queen open.
Elton bought him for 500,000. He's up 1.4 million.
You know
at the
what's
moment.
wild about it is he's already gotten unstuck after that over 7-figure loss
Hey,
yesterday in the first frame.
The first frame, that's right. 3 more frames to go.
Yeah, it was a stone cooler, obviously, that helped him do it.
Lucky.
Lucky call. Okay, that's dangerous.
10-5 suited. Andi closes things. 8-6-3. Swing and a miss in all camps.
Yeah, not so lucky flop. Check around where ace queen is still good. Technically, it is Andy's board if he wants to try rep it, but he really doesn't have a great hand, but he is going to try. He's a fighter.
13,000. Let's see whether or not Mateos identifies, and he does, that Andy is just very incentivized to fire after the flop gets checked around, regardless of what he has, which upon this 9 of Hearts river is nothing more than 10 high.
But the 9 is actually a good card for him in general, just in case he was betting a draw, he would make a pair, but he does give up and check over to Mateos. Ace Queen is good.
对，搞个电视，搞个电视，我们一起瞄嘛。
对啊，开个电视一起看，别这样。我想看，妈的，现在不看没有时间看啊。一路打牌一路人生，
Beginning the rebuilding effort.
哪里找几天出来看呢？
Only other player besides Tony to lose a buy-in thus far in this game.
对呀，
牛逼，
亏大了。
看你也没区别啊，看你有什么用？
你有用吗？
啊？
Lost it to Tan Xuan with aces and kings runner against what was top set on the flop for Tan. Well, pocket tens. Meanwhile, Boss, who has had his struggles so far across these first 3 days.
Yeah, things haven't been going his way, but the good news for him is he hasn't lost any all-in pots where he's massively down.
No, I agree. I think 100K River Barrel is the biggest single street of action I can remember him being involved in. Everything else was just the death by 1,000 cuts, as I put it, for the most part. 4, 5, 6. Mateos defended. Middle pair out flopping the ace high.
Seems to be another cut for Boss. Out flopped, ace jack high, 1 spade in hand.
然后你黑他 KK。
他自己的问题嘛，自己把自己打黑了嘛，那个牌去了，把 Elton 收掉，对吧？后面可能
我肯定全输光。
Ace on the turn, and now Boss with the best hand.
Put a little band-aid on that cut as he does take the lead and check it once more.
100个也就3、2个够吧。
4-liner on the board on this river, very much
但如果你 A 皮
belongs to Mateos more so.
3 B 都
Yeah, if Mateos wasn't paired, he probably would be bluffing at it.
玩 AK 以上的牌了，
对着嘛，刚才我搞他一下，我拿个2-7搞他一下，
Not in the mood to hunt value.
It's very hard to hunt value on a 4-liner like that.
这么爱 fold， 我就拿个2-7搞他一下，结果他是死的。A 皮同花是可以 fold。
运气好啊！这是运气咯，明白了吗？
Is Boss listening to us on the stream on
Might
delay?
be, I think so.
Elton. Aces not long ago. Kings this time. In the straddle. And he's going to pick up Tan Xuan.
哪一个？后台的那个是吧？哪个？
3x open. Andy. Black fives. Comes along. 1-5 in the muck.
It's not going to be a cheap flop. Elton already had a great hand with 2 kings against Andi Ni where he stacked them against 2 jacks. Going to make it 72,000.
$60 more is a big ask.
这么怕我扣进来？这么怕我扣进来？不要了。搞这么重，让你搞这么重。
怕你的兄弟，怕你的。
Field cleared.
Yeah, Andy doesn't want to relive a moment where he loses another stack delta as he lays down those 2 5s. Also, price wasn't so good. Given the deeper stacks, Elton made it larger pre.
Elton's table image is very, very strong right now in this session, in stark contrast to what he had going on
Andi.
yesterday, where he couldn't win a pot.
Different mood today. A good one,
Understandably.
I would say.
我那放了是吧？
Tan's having a good one too.
有冇多辦法？
The biggest action players are really just stacking.
Yep.
所以嚟搞一下。
Anti 也不放過。
Andy, in contrast,
Kind of what you want, like
given
it.
back much of his profit. Thus far, ST, of course, just continuing his ascent.
Yeah, his is a slow grind upwards, but it's always very smooth sailing. Suited Jack, one gapper. Paul, let us see 3. And those 3 happens to pair Paul. Middle.
Gives him the lead. Backdoor diamonds as well. Little 10K sprinkle. Snap check called. Still just ace high for Tan.
Did you see that look and smile from
Yeah.
Tan?
The texture's fairly dry. Granted, there's some inside stuff between the king and the 9.
Tan always finds a way to just put chips in there when it doesn't look like he should be betting.
20K now, and it does have a milky scent. Running 5s. Boss improving to a king kicker on the 9, but Tan could very credibly rep the king. I wonder whether or not he'll target it with 92 in the middle.
Well, do you really bet that turn of ace-7 to give up?
我不打了，
Oh,
给你
looks
了。
like he's
哎，
going to give the pot up.
三好不好？
哪是3嘛？
I think Paul might have talked Tan out of the 100K on the river, suggesting he was going to make the call, and then at showdown threatened that he had a 3.
有 K 就要。
Any pair would have been good. It puts things into perspective when you consider whatever the game is that you play on a regular basis, as I assume most who are streaming do play some poker from time to time, and things will get contentious. Whatever the limit is at which people are getting upset, consider that Tan just passed, you know, hundreds of thousands over to Paul, had a laugh, and we move on.
Yeah, we just move on like it's another day.
Now, granted, it's all relative, right? But
Sure, but I mean, these stakes really make me worried.
Okay, who's coming? I'm.
559.
哦，OK。
Ace queen for boss.
叫條女上嚟打我哋，台面每人佔佢1成咪得咯。嚟打。啊？
Made it 16 to go pre. Follows through with a check.
咁佢就可以。
Gets a free pull at the king high, which doesn't improve. Still no betting. Very nice river for Paul.
This is worth betting.
Little 10K and take.
So if you are income, you are able to
呢條女上嚟玩好玩，佢都 good for TV 啊！
你扭佢咯。
我扭佢，我哋唔係去打太大啊嘛，我哋唔該每人佔1成，佢咪打一
Esti
半咯。
looks heavily invested in his phone screen there. Wonder whether or not he too
怎么样？
is looking back on the hunt for some
Oh, he
intel?
for sure is, because Tan Xuan was looking at that phone too. Like, oh, you just try to make a move on me with that? There's a lot of data to be had from our stream. Andi Ni, King 8 suited in the hijack makes it 10.
Oh, last hand, okay.
Duck hunt incoming.
我们同意的Andy 嘛。
You know, sometimes it's not just a duck hunt for Tan Xuan. Sometimes it's going clay shooting, right?
Yeah. Jack 7-6. Open ender for ST. As both he and Tan have checked it. Over to Andy. Checks back and picks up an open ender and the nut flush draw here. The 5 pairs ST for the current lead.
Beautiful turn card for Andy. Good press. Looks like he will to the tune of $15,000. ST pair, open-ended straight draw. Decent price. He's in.
And improvements for ST on the end, and Andy does surrender on the heels of that 15K position bet, and they're on their feet, courtesy of the fact that the first frame has come to a close. And what a frame it was for Elton Tsang, who spent 2 hours clawing back everything he lost on day 3 and then some. 2 million in front of him, 1.47 in profit. Tan Xuan performing well along with ST. Boss modestly in the green, and for Andi Ni and Adrian Mateos, work cut out for them, as Randy and I will step aside, but we'll come back in about 15 minutes with frame number 2 from day 4 of our Cash Game Invitational. Stay close.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
You guys. I cannot outstraddle you guys.
Really? I thought you're the king of the straddler. You're the head of
Mystery
the
card time.
I know.
Block out Tan's hand here as he makes it 7,000 to go.
You're the king of the straddler, Tony.
Mateos.
Not back down to the
Ace
straddle.
King.
Oh, I can.
3 bets all the way up to 32.
You represent it. You're the leader of the bunnies.
Yeah, well, I'm happy. That's why I'm happy to not straddle.
We all learn from you. Yeah. We all look up to you,
said it
Tony.
over and over, is that Tan Xuan's got an appetite
game is nice.
for deep stacks. He's got position here.
By the way, we didn't talk about his result during day 3. He might be carrying some trauma. Was kind of steady up at a $500,000 win for the bulk of the first 3 frames, and then all of a sudden, a bit of a tailspin. Ended up stuck. I think he finished slightly in the green.
Slightly in the green.
But, you know, tilted for sure, steamy about not having booked the big W.
He definitely was.
10 high board as he digs in for 32 in position, 71,000 in the middle. This was not the texture Adrian had in mind, and I'm not sure how often he's been tasked with tussling with the likes of a Tan Xuan. But it hasn't left him bashful about a C-bet of 40,000.
You know, this type of board is actually all in Tan Xuan's range. He can even have 2 pair.
There'll be action.
You know, Tan performs oh so well in these spots. We talked about his appetite for picking on deep stacks so that he can play big pots post-flop, in particular with the betting lead and position. And this kind of spot where a lot of times he'll assign you 2 big cards and become doubtful of whether or not you've got it, he does pretty well, and he likes to float, he likes to peel. He doesn't like, however, the ace of hearts on the turn. If he had you on the big stuff, like ace-king, ace-queen.
Of course, that ace is very favorable to Adrian Mateos, the pre-flop 3-better. Doesn't need just ace-king, could easily have ace-queen, ace-jack.
Rule for bunnies is to straddle only.
He's gonna bet again. This makes sense. You got top pair, top kicker.
Bunny, wait. That's the key for bunny. The bunny, the first rule for bunnies. That's correct. When stuck, keep straddling.
It's really hard to put 10 Xuan on a hand right now, but
because it lasts longer.
it is safe to say he doesn't like to see that ace. But if he does have a big hand, like a flop set, he would want to continue to slow play this one in case his opponent is bluffing.
90,000 into 151, being mulled over.
Bunny doesn't even think about that. Bunny is just surviving. Don't forget. Bunny is just surviving, eating grass. There is the big boss. The bunny is here. We're teaching the rules for straddling.
Tom makes the call, and by the way, a lot of his posture suggests ace-king is performing very, very well. And it's doing a little bit better here on the river.
Would be very confident Fat Ace King now, because now you got top 2 pair. Sure, maybe you're up against weaker a 2 pair at some point, but now you're feeling good. This has got to be value time.
赢了那个 Handz 啊，多少钱？这边
10万吧。他 cut off 开我把对我大把。
我今天网上看了个
Exactly 1 SPR.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
他很多 G 的。
我看了一个视频，100万的 pot， 他拿了一个 block 推别人赢。别人 K 花 4不掉靠了。你跟他打过的？
哪里视频？我不是这里的。
在美国。
哈斯了。
这4点就有人看了。
啊。
几点钟开始可以看的？4点。
I think Adrian was comfortable enough with the ace-king, given what he was observing across the way on the turn from Tan, but even more cozy with aces up. He fires 168,000.
So he's betting half the pot.
说什么 ？SK? SK?
Bingo.
Only.
Wow, how do you make that statement? Ace Queen Ace King didn't go all in.
All in. All in.
He said all
All
in.
in.
He said
all in.
He said all in.
He said all in. He said all in.
He said all in.
Oh, this is awkward.
He said all in. All in. Now you can
decide.
You can fold, you can call.
Yeah.
Nice hand. It's qualified.
He said all in. Yeah. Everybody has all in.
At least you have a nice hand. Qualified hand.
He just said all in, yeah, pretty sure.
He just wanted to show his hand is qualified.
How much?
I heard all in as well, Randy, but apparently the dealer did not. He announced call in. This is why Adrian's on his back. His ace-king is face up, but granted that his is the only action that remains, it isn't quite as big a deal as it could have otherwise been. But now there's a little bit of meta because you got Tan over there. He knows you have ace-king. He's saying you can fold, you can call.
I know, right?
And a lot of live reads might go into this decision now. Queen-Jack is obviously what's being represented by Tan.
I mean, Tan's repping a set too, right? And the whole table sees you have ace-king here and you're contemplating folding. This is a lot going on. This
So a
doesn't
set
feel
on
good.
the flop is what? Now the call does get made, and Tan did have top set. What a brutal run out for Adrian as he polishes off the first bullet inside of the first orbit.
没有死抓头，不然早就干光了。
How about asking? You got ace queen, ace king.
没
I'm
有
all
，Adrian
in.
说死抓了一圈，然后他说不愿意。
You should be coming. One more.
Oh, this is Miguel.
This one. This one.
I see that little smile on your face, Ollie. It's just that
Big punt.
we got people here going through all the content with us this whole week.
Very good player.
Slots not good, but pro.
Not pro. Not pro.
Oh, it's not
Like
big
good.
slots.
I mean, nearly pro. Semi-pro. Play a very small disadvantage. Point.
I'm proud of our chat community. I think by and large, especially our regulars, I'll put them up against most any chat out there. I don't know how often you've been down the YouTube streets as we play the mystery card game once more here, but it can be a little bit disheartening, let's call it. We keep the trolls at bay. We got some of the best mods in the business, I want to say, as well.
Round 2 coming here.
Ghost of M, shout out
Yeah,
to
you
you.
know, because the
Ace
jackpot
queen,
is closed,
ton,
they play
top
on the
pair,
day, you know?
backdoor nut hearts,
They put
10
950
dimes.
accounts, more. They calculate.
Mateos flatted from the small blind, which condenses his range a bit.
Really?
Does make the check call. Have to imagine that
No,
10
no, he
Xuan is
plays.
usually best.
Lots
But
of
the
play.
10 on the turn really changes
loves to
things,
play,
as
but
this
he loves to
usually
feel
improves
alone.
Mateos' range more so than 10.
Yeah, not sure how many 10x combos Mateos has
Big one.
as a flat for
Lion,
7K
lion.
pre-flop. There are some, without question. Tan plays pot control, checking back. Now a jack on the river.
Interesting card, as obviously ace-king is not in Mateos' range from the small blind flat, especially having seen him 3-bet it earlier. He is going to come out betting 26,000. You can see that Tan Xuan is not very pleased about this, namely worried about the 10. And also holding that ace of hearts means that there's less busted hearts that you're trying to pick off.
Would the 10 check call lead on a card such as this?
What do you mean check call lead? Sorry, it wouldn't check on the turn.
Oh, and check. Forgive me, that's right. So the activation could very well be attached to trips.
Looks like he's thinking about paying this one off.
This is the part where Teddy KGB says, after all, I'm paying you with your own money, I believe. Given that most of the chips in front of Tan once belonged to Mateos. He's not looking to give them back easy, though.
Yeah, between call or fold. He's going to lay it down.
啊
Wow, Mateos.
Busted hearts. Vindicated. And I confess, I was looking at the chat a little bit during that pot, and everybody thinks that the mystery hand is always the nuts. Not only on this occasion was it not, but also in...
有2个红心的，
赢他买花，
买花赢 K 圈，
反水啦，赌场是进来钱之后要反点水。看没牌赢算球，
一圈没牌赢啊，
赢买花了
2万多啊。
2万多，对啊。
里面4万。
哦，这个是 TV table， 这个跟踢昨天一样的。
Another premium ace for Tony
就是要
G. Blind versus
电视上
blind.
我肯定不付了。
8 becomes 32.
这个要付1点以后付。对，要1点之前肯定是不付的。这个面子要搞住。
Elton getting in there with Queen 10.
And flopping trips. This board is fantastic for his purposes. Just the club dangler and a swift c-bet from Tony.
Can't blame Tony to bet this flop. Oftentimes Elton will be check folding.
Quarter pot follow through.
Quick call.
Wow. The check raised to 50, an extra 30 plunked in there by Tony, and a problematic turn as he hits the king.
他只要你玩3条。他觉得有10。
This is a great card for Elton because Tony often does have ace king when he check
那
raise
你
very
只是
small
输
on the
10
flop.
跟输顺子吧？
圈购还有。
圈购，那你花那么多副嘛？ 几十副花到小盲了。
75K.
几十副没有，10
Bet
副。
and called. Another 150 into this one, and that 8 of hearts presents no concerns to Tony G, whose ace king is going to turn into a bluff catcher shortly, under the presumption that Elton is going to barrel.
Elton is definitely going to barrel. Doesn't want Tony G to check back. And he's got that image where, you know, the other day, it didn't go so well for me, so time to get some money back. Might even just jam it.
I mean, the line is polarized as it is, so jamming does further support the I either got it or I don't. And you see Tony hates to see this.
It's understandable he's uncomfortable here. His opponent is repping the 10 to check raise flop, bet turn, and jam river.
Here's the thing, it's not just any opponent, Randy, it's Elton Tsang.
Elton Tsang can show up with way worse than a 10.
Absolute gunslinger, fearless, and a part of some of the biggest cash game pots ever recorded. And those record-breaking pots, by the way, it wasn't all aces, kings pre-flop. It was all manner of holdings.
This is a very tough spot for Tony.
Call.
He calls.
Call.
Wow.
Oh. Too good. Okay, give me 500 more.
Good night, first bullet. Hello, 900K pot.
Good day for Elton.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Well, a breathless first couple of hours of action saw a complete bloodbath. If your name was Tony G, who has stepped aside here as we resume coverage of our Cash Game Invitational. Ali Nejad alongside Randy Liu, and let's send it down to Marianella Pereira and see what she's got for us.
All I can say is wow. After a crazy first period of play where we witnessed numerous seven-figure pots, Elizabeth Chen comes in to replace Tony G, and Elton Tsang sits behind a mountain of chips worth $2 million. Boys, over to you.
Thanks, Nella. And there is a look at the new seating order, and in the foreground, a look at Elizabeth Chen, who replaces Tony G. Gonna try her luck. First bullet of 500,000. Two players in the red. Three, rather.
Do you notice that Elton Tsang and Tony G, they've got quite a contrast? It's because all of Tony G's money went straight to Elton Tsang.
Yeah, it's a stone balance transfer there. Only two of the three players in the red are still involved. We're going to resume 1K, 2K, 4K straddle with a 5K big blind anti-action, seven-handed here.
double shredder。
那 double shredder。
Elton 除外嘛，让他一个人 double shredder。
啊。
Here comes the big winner, limping.
Aces limp
Remember, last time we limped, it was aces, as Paul just noted.
改变打法。
Already show aces limp, now balance.
Whilst putting everyone on notice, Esti involuntarily will take this flop. 10-5 offsuit dominated. 9-6 tray board.
哦，你刚才三打他
Rep those aces.
他四打我。
没有。
6K bet and take.
他四打我。
对，是 B 的。
三打了之后他四打了，是吧？
对啊。
你就 call 是吧？
我就 call， 他退跑他。
那确实。
猜不到他 KK。
你再打回去他跑了。
没有放出来就已经
跑不了了
，KK 怎么跑啊
？AP 通花几万块钱都跑了，你那才一逼嘛。
没有啊 ，KK 他不会跑。
KK 这个怎么跑？
啊
？60、70万嘛，是吗？那把。
啊？
多少钱？
这把不止啊，这把很多钱呢，你把80万我觉得有。
哦，他又加码。嗯，他一直加码。
Tom in the straddle. Jack 8 suited, and there is Elizabeth.
普通紧一点啊。
Pocket sevens.
Nice to see her back in the mix. This time she's got position on her nemesis, Elton Tsang and Tan Xuan.
The former jazz dance teacher in Shanghai, a job that she quit to pursue her passion with poker, announces her arrival.
It was a lot of fun to watch her on day 1 too. Did struggle a bit and will be struggling as she's already drawing practically dead against the flop boat of Tan Xuan.
0.1%. Running quads, the only thing that saves her. And now it's official.
I think have
Tom
can
with the
learn
boat.
in Spain, many Chinese school. Or get a Chinese girlfriend. Married?
No.
Ah, okay.
Still single? No.
Not married and not available.
Chooses to lead for 22,000 on the turn. I thought perhaps with so much hand, Randy, he would be content to check and maybe induce a delayed c-bet.
Tan
out of
Xuan's
Elizabeth?
a type of guy who can just get worse to call, you know? He's just known for blasting, and that's why the 2-7s isn't laying down. Tan Xuan playing his image perfectly. The spades do come in.
It is an undercard to the 7, however. Does not complete any of the straight draws. Elizabeth 7s do interfere with some of those combos. The gutters, 10-7, 9-7. And after calling 22, she now faces 37.
This is uncomfortable for her. Ideally, you would want to be holding a spade in hand to block some flushes. That would be value betting in this spot. Loses to a jack, even an 8, because it's not the largest sizing that's coming in on the river. Against some, these 7s could hit them up quickly, but against Tan Xuan, sometimes you just got to keep him honest, and he just shows you the goods.
So a payday as Elizabeth finds herself in the hole early here.
为求自保，没办法了。加油！
Did he just give her the gyro after winning?
咖啡馆里面出来。
他擦掉。
Believe he did.
等一会帮你报仇啊！啊，反正今天谁搞你，我就帮你。啊
Bit of a rude welcome.
反正都是互相伤害，来吧。
Nothing Elizabeth can't handle, though.
你第一天被他搞了。
I mean, we've seen Elton Tsang's luck change.
We sure have. Pretty remarkable, by the way, that relatively early in her poker career, Elizabeth has managed to ascend to these sorts of stakes. And I will say that you know, the likes of Adrian out here, his process has been a very different one in terms of his arrival. At stakes like this, you know, the ability, the bankroll, you know. Whereas for Elizabeth, she's cut her teeth specifically and predominantly in the private game scene, I would imagine, against characters that are very different from the ones that Adrian has had to square off against throughout his career. And the point that I'm looking to make is that she's comfortable in this environment.
Yeah, you're totally right about that. Of course, we know Mateos is good at adapting to situations. He knows how to play deep stacks, given that he plays a lot of tournaments and early levels. You do see these deep stacks. But Elizabeth Chen, I do agree with you that she might be a bit more comfortable in the sense that she's used to playing with characters, not playing GTO.
Yeah. Esti takes it down from the button.
5个中间 ，Andy， 5个。
5个。
5个，这样。
She doesn't even know what the structure is she's coming into, right? She's the bigger big blind ante, and we have a mandatory 4K straddle.
A lot bigger than the game that Elizabeth was a part of. First time we saw her on stream. And by the way, a number of people in the chat have been asking, where's Elizabeth? Here she is. Ask and you shall receive.
You're welcome.
Truth be told, Randy and I had nothing to do with that. Nor did we have any clue that she was going to be coming in. I think she was waiting in the wings, and that seat she took was vacated unexpectedly and quite violently.
Yeah, had Tony G not busted his 1.4 million, she wouldn't have a seat right now.
不一样，能飞的皮蛋3。
I assume our chat is loving that first frame so far, Ollie?
I mean, how can you not? I don't even need to look or scroll back to know that what they feasted their eyes on is what they want more of. No question about it. Elton, again, limping from the button.
New strat.
Elizabeth with an ace. Says, let's play for more.
Paul's got position. He can come in here, but he's not interested with the 2 threes. He's like, you know what? I saw you two play heads up the other day. Why don't you guys just play by yourself?
You know, I had kind of forgotten about that thematic of Elton and Elizabeth locking horns with great frequency during her first appearance. But my memory is jogged. And Elizabeth performing well here on an ace-10-7 board where she's got top pair up against bottom pair and a 25K inkling. Another 50 into the middle, courtesy of Elton's call. 4 diamonds turn.
Nice board texture for Elizabeth. Can still get value from 10x, 7x. Weaker aces are definitely in play given Elton's limp call pre-flop. Straight draws you kind of want to protect against too, and you're out of position, so oftentimes Elton will be checking back. No reason to let those hands get a free river card.
给你拍个照，那么严肃。
35K turn bet now. About 1/3 pot.
Yeah, just north of that.
我叫他加热水，他把我的茶包丢了。
He's in there.
那个生茶。
Trip aces now on the river for Elizabeth.
Quite nice. I wouldn't have any concerns of kicker issues just because of Elton's pre-flop action. And this checking is to induce.
打他，打他嘛！
这个师傅好，这个师傅好，站住！
哎呀，我们是你的股东，打他，打死他！
他不来了。
Snap check back.
还是这个师傅好一点哦。
一点都不好，等他偷呢。
So Elizabeth doesn't spend much time in the red, courtesy of Elton Tsang. Shipping that one over. Tan's really got it in for some tea here
He's
today. I mean,
destroying
that's
the
like
drinks.
multi-mug action.
Yeah.
胆小，3万5。
By the way, he needed it so bad he didn't even wait for our service personnel to come over. He just went out and grabbed it himself.
We do have good service, by the way, too.
That we do.
什么 check raise 啊？
Okay, what is this new Elton? Limping again in the cutoff. Queen 6 suited.
I think he's really enjoying it, by the way. Mischief making, looking for multi-way spots.
He's getting smiles around the table.
Ace 9-5 rainbow, super dry texture, no pair anywhere.
Limper is Elton. Just going to try to rep that board. And he's going to take it. I will say this, because of the blind structure, that big blind ante, you do have a lot of incentives to try and go after a lot of small pots. They really do add up.
Especially straddle on.
So how much dead money do we have each pot?
1, 2, 4, that's 7. Plus the 5K big blind ante, that's 12,000 up for grabs.
刚才我看到给人家偷了一把。
看住我干嘛？
看你扔不扔牌。
到你哦，到我。
我操！
爱上你了。
一路想看我去不去才东啊！妈的，把先看我。
我以为到你啊。
I'm kind of noticing that Xuan is eyeballing Elton before he makes his pre-flop action, hence the little chuckles, because he even knows that he needs to kind of reduce his opening range just because of how loose Elton gets in there, and you don't want to play out of position when possible in this game.
Well, the thing is, Elton is also sitting almost 2 million deep, Randy. So
rarely does Xuan not cover the table.
Right. Do you think the limp strategy adjustment that's been very palpable from Elton has something to do with the fact that he's sitting so deep?
No, I think it's just a mood shift.
Okay.
This is not like a tournament where you need to make kind of adjustments or whatnot. Regardless, though, ace 10 off, opens.
11,000 to go, says boss. Suited one gapper for Esti, defends the big. Tan with the king 8 can close the action for the extra 7. Which he does. 39K in the middle. Ace, queen, deuce. Top pair for boss. King of hearts working for Tan.
Pair with a decent kicker, too. He is the pre-flop raiser. He is up against 2. Cutting out 15 plus 1. And that is going to take this pot for Paul.
Ivey 昨天赢了吗？
输20几万。Elton，赢。
赢。对的。哎，我拎。
He's caused a ripple effect as now Elizabeth Chen is limping. Elton, that is.
Well, Mateos wags his finger at all of that business with the suited one gapper. We've really seen a lot of affinity for Jack 9 suited in particular.
Mateos included.
Ace 3 suited for Andi. Played as a flat. One of those candidates for a 3-bet.
There's still one more crab in the deck.
Queen 8 deuce, and it fails to make an appearance here. Gut shot backdoor spades for the pre-flop raiser Mateos.
Plus 2 overs to the 8, which is helpful in case your opponent has that. A c-bet, likely to take it down, but won't be opting to go for that. But not really looking to check fold if Andi opts to bet on the button. Of course, size dependent, but ace 3 doesn't have that much business here as it does check it back.
It has little to no business as the turn produced free of charge and putting Adrian in the lead with second pair.
With this pair and this kicker, you tend to want to try to get the showdown, not really looking to build a pot. One more card we go.
Clubs come in. Still no post-flop action.
Still, I don't think that Jack 9 is enough to seek value.
Sure enough, checked all the way around, and Mateos will take the pot down. In for $1 million.
Yeah, he actually lost that 500,000 on the second or third hand of play here today. As we mentioned, Ace King hitting top 2 pair against Tan Xuan's set of 10s.
VIP
他妈的 Even Linus can't beat these fishes now.
Paul's looking at the YouTube chat. And Linus can't even beat the fishes now.
Poker is hard.
说我的嘛？
说我们嘛，说我们是鱼嘛。
That was good.
It may be tempting to look at some of the procedures that we see here and the way in which they really deviate from what we've come to expect, especially if we consider the Triton Super High Roller Series, which attracts the best in the world from the tournament streets, Adrian Mateos being cut from that cloth, and say, you know, fish, like Boss said, right? But these are not players who aren't thinking. These are not players who are passive and weak tight, which is really the type of opposition that, you know, we like to be up against. By the way, we like pair and a flush draw for Boss here on this Ace King 9 board.
You know what my takeaway, though, is from that? Is that Boss reads YouTube chat. So you guys in the chat better start typing away because you might get your appearance on our stream.
Imagine that. Boss will put your name up in lights.
Bottom pair in there for Elizabeth Chen. Now drawing dead.
Kind of an ambitious peel from Elizabeth, especially considering Boss was the pre-flop opener. 10s and 9s on the turn for him.
Plenty of worse hands to try to get value from, namely the ace, the king coupled with a straight draw.
I think also the fact that Elizabeth straddle defended here, right? That's something that leaves us feeling a lot more comfortable about the 9s and 10s than if she was maybe a flat caller in position with some Broadway combos we expect. She does concede. Nice pickup there for Boss. We're going to play the mystery card game. Andi Ni, who opens to 11,000, the hand that we're going to be blocking. Only one possible customer, and it will be Boss with King 10. Top pair on a very dry texture. Checks with the flow of play. Over to Andi. He's reaching. Little third pot C-bet.
And he's calling.
All very straightforward thus far. Backdoor diamond draw shows up.
And a check back. 2 pair for Paul. Great river card, although there are some hands that do come in, but some of those hands that do come in do bet the turn. So would like to see Paul go for some value.
Queen Jack, one of the ones that isn't necessarily obligated to fire.
Not mandatory,
called
just
on the flop
by some frequency. 6-7 diamonds, but like we mentioned, some frequency bets turn. But actually looks to check to play pot control or induce.
Could be dual purpose in that respect, right? This check from Paul, both the pot control and induction, the goals.
Definitely dual purpose. And I don't think he's ever going to fold to this bet. 45K. It is a healthy bet, but King 10 is still 2 pair, and it's not unreasonable for Andi to value bet worse in this spot.
Yeah. Boss cutting out the call.
Let's see it, right? Well, he didn't call just yet, though.
Never a razor.
No, never a raise. He's just trying to check things out and make sure.
Tight call.
Does say tight call,
Look
and
at that.
5 high is what Andi was working with there. So actually, very nicely done there. Boss earning himself more chips than he would have had he taken the role of aggressor.
That's a very good point.
就是没有 raise 吧 ？No raise.
Great check there. Got 45K that some others wouldn't.
仅仅是跟
就是有可以 raise 的，没有 raise。
要差一口，差一口。
你这个英文学的可以。
这个词是第一次听到，太酷。
这你也不知道。
是啊。
多点来，还有很多可以教你。
学费有可能很贵。
不会的，有可能赢钱呢。
Pocket nines for Esti. Says 11 to go.
写得很快。
Boss has started a war cry of sorts as Tan tight call announced.
Yeah, that's a very tight call. The 6-4 offsuit, Tan Xuan, in the cutoff.
Jack 10. Discount out of the big blind. Paul comes along, and ace 5 deuce. Nines are still best. Tan with the gutter.
That gutter is actually looking quite nice on this ace high texture, as you can try to find that 3. Get check 2 can really put a lot of heat on pocket nines because that ace is very scary. For now, though, it is the advantage to Esti, just given that he's the pre-flop raiser. It feels like there's a thought of a raise around the corner for Tan Xuan. Going to try to rep that set.
And this is what I was alluding to earlier when we got into that conversation about the temptation for many who observe these games to think, wow, these guys are just, you know, whales throwing money around or whatever. When you behave the way that Tan does, which is aggressively, as you can see here, you are so much more dangerous and apt to find the big wins than when you take the passive weak tight approach.
Nice
and you
call.
see Esti sticking in there with the pocket nines too, correctly, mind you.
Knows his
and
customer, but the 3
magically comes in, and this is where Tan shines, praying that he's up against a big ace. I wonder if he isn't going to size a bit milky here so as not to lose those big aces. Granted, 4-liner on board.
Right, he wants to size in a way, ideally, that, say, an ace-king, ace-queen wouldn't want to hero fold. Obviously, he hopes that ST's got, like, pocket 4s or ace-4. He does come in with 83,000. A quick fold from 2 9s, that's got to be disappointing, but still a nice pot for Tan Xuan, winning $72,000 in profit.
Had higher hopes, of course.
I'll say this. Sure, we look at Tan Xuan, his ranges are loose. But if you can get away with it if you're willing to attack, which he does there with 6-4. Sure, he got there. But if you're not willing to attack and try to steal pots and put a lot of heat, then playing that loose isn't so lucrative.
You're absolutely right. If you're just hoping that you're going to make hands every time that you're calling with these, you know, awkward combos.
It won't be 1,000 cuts, it'll be 10,000 cuts.
Yeah. Pocket kings here for Tan. Sharpens his blade to 12,000.
Okay.
As bad as it gets in terms of equity for Andy. 6%.
So behind.
Oh, I see a 7.
And that's a problem potentially for Andy. 975 board. Granted, we know that Tan can raise with all parts of the deck, so not as though we can simply remove this kit from his range. And Tan plays it as a check back here, perhaps going to tempt Andy into taking the lead, but the queen on the turn leaves him checking once more.
Wow, that is very trappy. And he lets the 7 get there. He only had 6%. King 7.
Well, now he's got 100%, Randy, with trips and 32 out there. Has played, though, let's see, 23,000.
Default is to fall on call, but it wouldn't surprise me if Tan occasionally value raises against a queen. He's just thinking, does his opponent bet in this manner with the 7? If so, then he would play it cautiously. But he is going to reach for raising chips.
Just can't help targeting what he thinks might be value. And you note the sizing, it isn't absurd.
And he's shaking his head because usually when someone raises you with this action, they got it. Tight call incoming?
Yeah. Whoops.
No tackle.
谢谢老板，谢谢老板。
一直敲啊？
对呀。
哇，一直敲啊！
哦。
Thank you very much.
敲得好，
大不是多输点钱呐？
还打了2枪，那不是走了嘛？
哦，你当 Andy 是啥？那个当然。
Well, as they unpack that spot there, we point your attention to GG Poker, our friends that offer award-winning software, the world's biggest online poker room. You can qualify for Triton Super High Roller Series, get involved in Rush and Cash Fridays, and pick yourself up a deposit bonus and a Global Millions ticket as a new player if you use sign-up code Triton_2024. What are you waiting for? Head over to GG Poker today and get in the game.
不能只有一手。
刚说白给他猜了死死的。
你多赌一点。你对到了 K， 不想太扣。
第五张如果再打过来，我就
got the kings. Just blinds and antes, unfortunately.
Not bringing any attention to her disappointment.
2个 out 啊，那个7K，
7K 那要送给你吗？送给你吗？这有什么办法对吧
7K 2 2个红心。
他还要哎，还先发一个 K 给他。
7K 2 2个红心合完加
不是讲发3个7，1个 K。
对，这个好这个。
3个7，1个 K。
他送给我吗？
不用嘛，我要么就输他7，要不会输他 A。
Boss with a couple of 6s folded around to him. Cut off open to 11. Ace queen suited now for ST.
Plays from the big blind.
Looks to usher out Tan in the big with this 3-bet, which is healthy, up to 45,000. You think that he sizes up just a touch on these 3-bets to make sure that he loses Tan?
No, it's more so that it's the deep stacks, and when you're out of position, you want to size up to kind of give the opponent in position who's got that positional advantage, you know, less advantage by just cutting it down a bit. 100,000 in the middle. Oh.
No ace, no queen in the middle, though. Bottom set for Paul. Currently hoping that ST has one of those
top pair,
King
top
X
kickers.
combos. Yeah, ace king in particular would be a delight. ST knows that that's within his range, and so he'll seek to tell the story.
I like
6K.
that Paul's immediately watching for just calling chips. Raising doesn't make any sense just because it's hard to represent a bluff like this call. 7 on a turn gives Paul a full house. Problem though about the 7 is that ST often isn't double barreling this card. Still though, it's not unreasonable for ST to have a king, so Paul often will be betting here to try to keep building this pot, try to get value from ace, king, king, queen, king, jack. Even some pocket pairs in between king and 7 would look to make a call if it's small enough.
5 seconds. That's 82,000.
ST drawing dead, facing the 82K, and concedes.
Esti 有没有看到4美国一把5、6都哇这个大？
啊？谁特谁？
对吧？去看前几天的。
你是5、6特他？
来 AK 10嘛，那敲我就打了嘛。他4打我了嘛。
Look at Elizabeth.
我上头啊，是像 SD 啊，这是一点点。
哦，我想起65000对吧？
Yeah, we've seen everyone kind of go with these one gappers. Every position.
那把我 A 球。
你有 A 啊
Mainly as the pre-flop raiser.
90K 对。
But it's her choice to open hands like this from early position, Randy, that supports kind of what I was talking about, that she has really specialized herself to tussle with this crew.
No, she's not waiting for just the goods, I'll tell you that. We've seen her play, and she really just goes after it. Little thumbs up from Elton. Like, here, you want to win a pot against me? You can have this little one.
She always seems to be wearing a smile.
Yeah.
Nowhere she'd rather be.
A 就是4 B 瓦而已，你知道吗？
我觉得你那把3 B 没牌，但你 call 下你打15000嘛，我打65000，你能 call 下来？
我在上投注嘛，输出钱嘛。
然后这个小女生又在后面，我靠！
我一次大了给人家大了就走，一直走不走了，这样。
你这个牌应该很大，就是可以怎么样都中了，最少也一圈了。
开2头顺，开波花就跟你拼了，这样。哎呀，你一敲了，机会来了。
我想你 call 4 B 的牌，这个牌面没有牌会丢掉的。
不应该去的吧，5、6。
对，没想过
不应该去的吧，就是上次投嘛。后面钱又不多，肯定不能去的吧。
11K 3 ways.
Party starter was Mateos, who shares both the 7 and the 6 with the rest of the field. 2 spades, 2 5s, and a queen. 2 checks in front of Adrian. No follow through. Turn doesn't change anything in terms of the actual holdings.
First one to stab often wins it here on the turn, but hard to do so.
Still no betting and still no improvements to any of the holdings. Spades do come in.
AP.
Let's see if Elizabeth wants to try and rep a pair. It's crossing her mind because she's seen so much weakness on this flop and turn. Oftentimes it is just high cards in their opponent's range, but isn't going to take it. Now does Mateos bet because he was the party starter, as you mentioned. Check through the flop and turn. He knows that 7 high is never good, and he's going to try 12K. Handz out. Is there a check raise possible for Elizabeth? Not this time. Simple but solid pot there for Mateos.
He's definitely got an uphill climb on his hands, but you know that he's up to the task. Not somebody who's short-sighted, not somebody who's impatient.
买了好像不懂几十万，70、80万美金啊！我讲你用20次就回本了。对。
Tan. Queen 10. Chirps up from the button. Elizabeth dominated. Flats.
没有，还有 Twitch 还有其他的台。
To the flop we go heads up.
还有几个台好不好 ？Twitch 还有一个是
Very dry ace 9 deuce. Neither
有
player hits it.
有啊，
对啊，
应该有。
YouTube 也有。
你现在是看 YouTube 是吧？
Two quick checks, and that's the problem card for Elizabeth as she makes second pair and is outkicked against Tan.
Twitch 还是会慢慢去找。
Tan's got that image where he might even be able to get 2 straights, but doesn't go for it on the turn. Even worse.
Yeah, board pairing ace leaves Elizabeth feeling quite cozy about Jack 10.
This should get snapped off.
美国有一个台在播。
Doesn't look like Tan thinks his Queen 10 is good, but it is out pipping.
He's never folding. As we see him make the call, I almost feel like he's such a sicko that he was thinking about raising it up. You with me?
Yeah, I hear you.
It's just like this reluctant, I know I can't, but I feel like it's good.
Pluto is a streaming platform.
Crying call.
Yeah.
Paramount Picture, they make movie. Paramount. I know Paramount Picture.
Yes.
7 days to watch it all. too much to watch. I'm gonna find 7 days to watch it all. 2x.
Ace King for Xuan.
If you're 2x, you cannot hear what they say though. That's the problem. You can only look at the hands.
When people thinking, you just forward.
Huh?
That's like a.
Yeah.
I always do that.
Yeah, me too.
What?
Oh, yeah,
They just skip us.
What?
Why
You
are
know
we
what?
talking?
Elton, I appreciate that. He says, you know, if you watch it on 2x, you can't hear what they say. That's right. Elton, you can't. And so you should watch it in real time. And then Boss comes in to say you just tap forward through the hands. Ouch. He's allowed to do what he wants. And what Elizabeth Chen wants is to play for 50K. Careful what you wish for. She's in a bad spot here against Tan, who flats with the ace-king and flops aces and queens with the king kicker. Elizabeth always had an idea. Flicks a downsized 25 in there.
이거 미스터리.
And Tan Xuan's and obviously very disguised. There is some concerns given the 2 queens out there. Makes the call.
Both players pick up the Broadway draw on the turn. That's really the only prayer that Elizabeth has. She's never going to win this thing outright at Showdown, but she does have some opportunity now.
To bet twice here would be quite unexpected. Tan's got to be pretty happy about that turn check. Now he can feel very good about his ace-king, just in case he was up against the queen. The queen often fires the turn, especially on the jack.
So she pumps the brakes and now faces a bet of 65,000. This did not go according to plan.
Plan should be to get away on this turn versus that bet size.
Yeah. Lets it go. And
讨厌你。
that was
弄掉10几万了。
a dangerous dance. Then
不是我
she
弄他，
chose.
是他跑过来弄我。
Sometimes the routine practice ends a little early.
Yep.
不行，
It's the final performance that's important. Don't want to mess that one up.
No.
Because if you do,
中国人都
you got to reload.
坚韧不拔的毅力。
Judges won't be scoring anything until the final tally is complete. Ace-5 suited here. Time. Takes it up again. This time Elizabeth wants to play the button against him, says call.
Yeah, she's getting in there.
That she is.
You going to Cyprus?
Yeah.
Probably not easy.
Bottom pair, all she can muster, and she's outkicked by Andy's. On this Jack 10-7 board. Tom not looking to bet it. Backdoor nut hearts and ace high. So round of checks and a blank turn. Still no betting. You wonder whether or not Elizabeth thinks that this pot is up for grabs. And yeah, the lure of 44,000 draws a bet of 15.
Andy does have the best hand. It's not comfortable, but the price is quite nice. But you know what? Andy's thinking other things. Is you guys can't be strong. let me turn this 7 into the bluff. Although it is the best hand, but you
Yep.
can really represent 2-pair plus very easily.
And again, all those who might be tempted into thinking that this is some sort of gathering of whales, consider that check raise there.
Do whales bite? Because it kind of seems like they do.
Right? This is very shark-like whales.
It's not the beluga, the friendly ones.
Aren't all whales friendly?
Yeah.
Andy? Is there a mean whale?
I don't know.
Did you ever see the video of those kayakers getting swallowed up by the whale?
Well, that sounds like a mean whale to me.
It's an accident. They're out there
Oh,
hanging
we
out
just
where the
eat some
plankton is or
people?
whatever. It wasn't on purpose. I mean, I'm not like the whale's lawyer or anything, but I'm just saying. Queens.
Oh, Free Willy, was he nice?
For ST. You know, I don't remember. I want to say yes.
He was doing backflips, wasn't he? Never
I
mind.
mean, killer whales definitely less friendly than their counterparts. I can tell you that.
This is not very friendly, is it?
No.
The 2 queens.
3-bet to 41,000. Just based on what we've observed Elizabeth experience across the sessions that she's played, as we see him properly folding there, you wonder whether or not she feels like her opponents are targeting her a little bit, testing her mettle. You know, I mean, and by the way, suggesting it has nothing to do with anything other than maybe they perceive her as less experienced, maybe they perceive her as less inclined, you know, to have the appetite for the gamble. We've observed, obviously, that that's not the case.
Right.
And she's not as easily intimidated as I think they may be tempted
I
to believe.
promise you she's not intimidated, but they might not have that much experience playing against her. It does seem she's very comfortable, like you mentioned, playing these high stakes, but just against different players. And it did feel that way on day 1, first time we did see her play, when it was Elton versus Elizabeth. And the theme, though, of the 3 days of action we've seen of her, or 2 days, I believe, of the 3, is that things aren't going her way, but we know that variance is a thing. I would love to see the cards fall her way a little bit and see if she can really capitalize on it.
I will say this. I recall even when things weren't going her way, she stayed the course. She didn't suddenly go into her shell and then decide that, oh, I'm going to need to wait for huge hands and nut pedal, right?
Yep.
She continued to get after it. And I think that that's actually very emblematic of the proper mindset to be out here playing in these games, right? Because if people smell blood in the water, if they think that all of a sudden you've gone into lockdown, like, you know, I'm only going to ever put chips in when I'm super strong, I'm always going to check weak, you know, they can be all over you out there.
You don't want to be an open book at these stakes. You're just not going to come out in the green if you do.
Well, an opener is Elizabeth here with King Jack offsuit. She made it 12K. Adrian with the 3-bet candidate decided to flat, and his ace is dominated by Andi Ni, who on the button takes us to a 3rd scoop.
It does kind of seem with frequency today, though, she is getting picked on just based on, you know, her opening timing doesn't seem to be well. King Jack offsuit, contemplating. Playing a 300K stack. Did raise from +1, which is UTG when a straddle is on.
Yeah, all of these pots in which, you know, she's faced opposition haven't always gone to showdown, so she doesn't know that a decent amount of the time she's just running into people who have hands.
Yeah, and that's why she's cutting out 4-bet here. She feels like something is up. It can't really be you guys have it every single time. And I'll tell you, though, this is not comfortable for Andi Ni of ace-queen facing a 4-bet here from these positions.
Look at this pushback. does the King Jack specifically have properties that lend to it feeling more
You just come
comfortable?
from Cyprus?
I will say that I like
you,
that she's
Cyprus.
4-betting rather than calling. Calling is very dangerous. Andy's not convinced just yet, so we are going to play just about $250,000 going in pre-flop. Sub 1 SPR. This is going in.
10-8, an open-ender with no clubs to speak of versus top pair, top kicker. 244 in the middle, sub 1 SPR effective. And Elizabeth barrels 80,000.
Andy pushes it in, and she's going to call it off. 62-38.
She is. 2 times requested.
Yes.
And compliance from Andy, who shows.
Queen.
He said queen for 1 second. But no, this is a fair enough fight.
厉害，股东。
Note, by the way, that the
还可以。
king is clean, so it isn't just the open-ender that she pursues. Did you see Adrian, by the way? Looking over like, wait, what? We're playing the Devil's Pot, 666,000 with these 2 hands? First board run out in progress. A miss for Elizabeth, who is just hoping that she's going to be able to claw back half of this one and reset. Finds Jack on the turn. The king no longer good. Nope. And it's trip queens on the end for Andy. So that'll do it for the first bullet. And it didn't last all that long for Elizabeth.
Andy, though, he's back in the black.
That's all it took.
你打多少钱？
Story hasn't changed for Elizabeth
4万多，5万还是多少？
here on day 4 of the streaming. But she's not done. She's going to refill.
Yes, she is.
要不要？
A fresh 500,000. She's in for 1 million today.
实時高高。
係啊係啊。30萬嚟，係嘛？
我知係啊，係啊。
好比听起來就我知道是輸不過。
嗯。
你說這個牌要不要？這過來。
要了，你打了4萬多，怎麼走啊？總數30萬不到是吧？
加的哦。
A fresh $500,000 in front of Elizabeth, who is straddling. Mandatory, of course. She gets a walk. This, for me, is always where somebody has something smart to say, like lose one, win one. You know,
that's when you want to punch the person who says that. You know,
100%.
like
Right in
you
the
must.
windpipe.
This must have happened to you before, right? Where you're just fuming when, you know, they win that big pot against you, and you just get the raise and take.
Yeah, they stack you in a cap, and then all of a sudden you raise and take the blind. They fold the big blind, you know, and they're like, oh, you win one, I win one, you know. You're like, oh, really? Okay.
I know you can get a little steamy, Ollie.
Oh, buddy.
打个6、7、8，打一打就
The
溜了。
steamiest.
Limp skis.
Has been somewhat of a theme established by Elton thus far on the day. King 7 fails to connect, as does 10-6. Gunshot straight draw, backdoor spades for Paul. I said Elton failed to connect, but he does have the 7, and now he's quite proud of it, given the queen is paired.
Of course.
9K.
Looking to win it. Charging to King 9, which is going to pay off. Paul figuring that the King High is good occasionally. Of course, ideally would like to hit a 10 or King. Doesn't do so.
Spades show up.
They do. There is a sliver of showdown value for Paul. Gives up.
That he does. Elton hauling in yet another pot. You can see just how fruitful the session has been for him. 1.4 million in the black, roughly. Xuan up over $500,000, almost $250,000 in profit for Boss. Esti and Andi also performing well. Andi back in the black, courtesy of Elizabeth Chen, who joined us in the second frame, replacing Tony G, and already she finds herself suffering a similar plight. 500K in the hole alongside Mateos as they look to work their way back toward even, and who knows, potentially into the black. We know that when we're playing 1-2-4 with the 5K big blind Annie, pots are going to be plenty big enough not to be panicked about the hole they find themselves in.
All it takes is one hand.
哎，有新的人抓下来的。
那个是谁啊？那个？啊？那个。
张立基的朋友。
哦。那我感觉看过了。
跟他长得有点像。
啊？
跟他张立基长得有点像。
不像，不过我感觉他在蒙特加洛我看过了，打4张牌的。打4张牌的话。
4张牌。
啊，那个老头子是打4张牌，我在这边看到。 那几个老外打4张牌打得挺大的，
打得很好啊！
不是打得很好，打得挺大的。
大是吗？
嗯嗯，捧场嘛，玩玩嘛。自己也后悔了。小虎，Esti说，香港那么好的局不打跑。 来干嘛？
圈圈都打不起来，你真稳啊！
对啊，
你啊，
什么圈圈？
下波个
Mateos
他3比你就跟一个就算了。
Limping in with the king 6 suited, Andi with ace jack.
K67嘛，
wags his finger.
打跟一个
Pretty clear it wasn't going to be cheap.
来不来
Quickly in there from Mateos.
你 all in 了吗？真的
Out of position.
这么厉害？
300个一个晚上打一次。
Not connecting with the queen 8-5 board. Similar fate for the ace jack.
这样讲哦。
没有没有，我 flop 戴个帽，我至少还 call 了一下。
个 turn 也不去了已经对吗？
上带波 flash 就好。
哇，真的是稳的很呢。一个 CB 都没有，圈也不 CB 你就看他这几个什么牌 CB 你了，300个，圈也不 CB 你。
说实话，我看到300个有点慌了。
啊？
有点慌。
Thoughts of continuing for Mateos.
拿10牌不 CB 你，拿什么 A9
check
CB 你了？
raise.
啊，对，要么就很大，要么就很小。
哇
，This is rude.
看太清楚。
Rude and unexpected.
没牌，他的
but effective.
看到你有牌，他也是。
As he shows some fight here.
哇，真的是很难跟你打。
没有，他5、6不是被他偷掉了吗
Catching Andy's ace high.
对吧 ？flop 90。
Adrift.
K。
对，有后门花。
后面太短了，如果多的话，我会 call 你一下的。
对啊，你 call 啊
，call 完以后就基本上
如果有黑桃，我就推咯；没黑桃，我就放弃咯。
对啊，我想 call 这个牌，turn 上只要不出 A9，你推了我什么都 call 不了的。
我对沙波哥是最好的，他每一次 AA 我都
有啊，
全都是送给他。
他每次他妈认识你10多年才一次啊，就是那天啊，在哪里一次，在这里也是。 打短牌我每次我 KK 你 A 的，我都怀疑你 KK 扔掉了我 A， 打了整10年都是没有的。
不是他的性格应该是不会扔掉的，说实话。他
短牌，
他昨天那把牌都是要 call 的。
Andy's turn to try to limp from the big into the straddle and get raised. Karmic experience here being issued by Esti's ace-8 suited. And he digs in and flops trip queens.
A nice trip queens in the sense that ST often c-bets this board expecting to take it down, but we know that'll never happen. Instant check call. Should see this ace-8 slow it down. Play the river.
That it does. I think Andy will be quite comfortable in spite of the 9 bringing 10 jack home.
You should
Value
seek
betting.
value here, trying to get a king X that is pot controlling. Maybe ST hit that 9. He can represent busted hearts himself. In terms of sizing, he goes for near pot. No customer.
Decent pickup there. Got himself back into the black and northbound does Andy. F&B chain business owner for whom poker is a hobby. Learned the game about 6 years ago. And you and I discussed on multiple occasions across those first 3 days just how impressed we were with him in this game. And you consider that he's only 6 years into the journey. May seem like a long time, but you know.
Yeah, and poker is just a hobby, so he's spending even less time right during those 6 years to play. Plays good.
Chen being 3-bet yet again pre-flop, this time by boss's ace-jack.
I mean, everyone's taking shot at her. But with decent holdings, of course, ace-jack makes sense. ST folding the 4s in the small blind.
Facing the raise from Queen Jack by Mateos. 3s, though, a different proposition with already 4K invested as Elton defends. And flops bottom set. Praying that Mateos has ace-X here. Unfortunately, Adrian does not, but he is betting 8,000.
Do think that Elton's going to try and check raise and build a pot here.
我为什么要投机啊？我第一天我投机有没有我都忘记了。
Makes it 26. Mateos folds.
偷了呀，喏，刚问就来偷我了。啊？我不疼我本，你小忙8勾不同花3比我，厉害。算不算偷鸡啊？
半套半套。
You favor a flat there with the set on that board against the pre-flop raiser heads up out of position?
No, I favor the check raise. And the reason is you're holding bottom set, you unblock top pair, so it's more likely the C better has it and they'll have to pay you off a bit. Just got to keep in mind that obviously sometimes when you make sets, they just don't have it.
Fair. No interest in ace-3 off from Mateos. Quite the opposite sentiments for suited connectors in these streets. Andi enjoying it this time, and we're going to block out Tan Xuan's hand as he flats, and 2 jacks emerge in the big for Elton.
Andy's got a decent hand, but he's going to lay it down.
55,000 price point. Deemed too rich, especially with Tan still to act behind him. Xuan showing an appetite for a big pot, as he often does. 130 in the middle, king 7 tray, 1 overcard to the jacks, and a check in front of us.
Never like to see the 1 overcard, but the thing is, Tan Xuan plays such a wide range. You really still can continue and see what's up.
$45K check called by Tan on what is very dry texture. 10 of spades on the turn, dampening things a bit.
We often want to check back the 10 because we want to play a little bit of pot control of 2 jacks. If you do happen to bet the turn, you would check the river unless you hit the jack. I will say though, I do discount the king a little bit from Tan Xuan just because Tan would be 3-betting the king a decent amount pre.
Check back from Elton, pot control, backdoor spades arrive. And now let's see how spicy Tan wants to get here, potentially. Not to assume that he's going to bet, but he's got that vibe, doesn't he?
He always does.
No. Checks it.
Mystery card.
A lot of players don't go for value, but when you put Elton versus Tan Xuan, 2 jacks do have a chance to get paid off by worse.
Yeah, but they also have a chance to open the action and instantly regret it. Elton will take his chances after deliberating. Tan with what looked to be a sigh.
Don't read into Tan Xuan's body language.
That much we've learned.
You don't know if he's coming in with check call, check fold, or check raise at any moment's notice.
Feels like jacks are 100% good at this point, doesn't it?
It does. Oh, wait. He's grabbing more than 100K. Ollie, what timing do you have to say that? Because he is cutting out a check raise, and I think those chips are going in as he stacks more and pushes it in.
And the instant sense of regret washing over us, as in retrospect we feel like perhaps we're being punished for greed on the river. Elton being asked for another $240,000. Nothing about what we were observing suggested that Tan had a better hand or that this was on the table. It felt like folder call only.
100%. You're right about that, and Elton definitely has regret going for value with 2 jacks, even though they often are good. But when you bet against a player like this, he can always come out swinging. In terms of value, Tan Xuan, of course, 3s and 7s are in play. I don't think this is just a naked king. Can Tan Xuan have spades? I think it's possible. But I guess the question we ask is, if Tan Xuan actually had a big hand, does he go for the check raise? Perhaps he's just playing his opponent, expecting Elton to value bet thinner.
Well, there's the recap. Andi Ni was an opener. Tan flatted. Elton 3-bet to 55. Tan called. A check call of 45 on the flop, and then it went check, check, turn. Tan checked one last time on the river, and then suddenly Elton's 105 ballooned into 345. Does he have 3x ever here? Is that possible?
Ace-3 suited, yes, it is possible. But I don't think it's just 3x that he's repping. He might be repping like a 7, 6, 7, 8 of spades. 7s, of course.
But when Elton checked back the turn, isn't Tan concerned about Elton just checking back river? Wouldn't he be more apt to lead?
That's the normal logic, yes. But we've seen over and over again these past few days that Elton and Tan Xuan are both very tricky and trappy. But then they also come up with some big bluffs. This is a time bank worthy hand, so Elton throwing them ahead now.
You see the shot clock right there behind the jacks of Elton. Not anymore with the shot.
So you see how Elton's got that jack of spades and it blocks flushes? It's actually kind of irrelevant because I don't really see how Tan Xuan would need that kind of spade to make a flush. You know what I mean? King jack of spades not possible given the king of spades out there. Wouldn't expect the jack of spades. Yeah, it's not that important.
Yeah, it doesn't interfere. This is one of the deepest tanks that we've observed thus far across 4 days of play. That circular green disc, by the way, is a multi-time bank chip. So he'll be whittling away against that as Tan patiently looks to give nothing away.
This is as murky as it gets.
What's bottom of range? What's top of range?
4.
Tan.
Top of range, of course, is boats.
Like 7s full?
7s full, pocket 3s, spades, coupled with the 7. Bottom range is basically a pocket pair that turned itself into a bluff, or a 7, 6 of hearts. You know, something that thinks, Elton, your line seems a little weak to go bet, check, bet, half pot on the river. Therefore, I'm just going to try to put you in a really tough spot. And I don't even think that Tan needs some kind of spade blocker to make that kind of move. This is just pure poker right now. I tell you, Elton can't put Tan Xuan on a hand right now.
I appreciate that Elton hasn't simply decided to pay it off.
He folds.
Considering that he's ahead as much as he is and he could maybe go, well, it's all profit anyway. Lays it down and
look how thin Tan Xuan tried to go for value of ace-king. Didn't even have spades or the full house.
4.5 minutes. 270 seconds.
我刚才用了6个。
你这狗还玩了我，啊？
Jacks were beat. That's the good news for Elton. As Tan had the ace-king. And note that he played it as a flat against the open and then did not come with that re-raise after Elton made it 55. And these are the sorts of things that come together that make him as dangerous and tricky and difficult as he is to play against.
Ollie, that's not the only street he played it tricky. Even the river. A lot of times you would expect ace-king to start betting because Elton's got a lot of checkbacks.
100%.
我手上有一张纸。
不可能的，还有后门花哦。
没有三，没有黑台，也没有 king queen。
They're trying to guess Tan Xuan's hand, and he's like, nope, none of those. You'll never guess it. To be fair, I think they never will.
感觉它是一个盖帽10左右的牌力，想挖了哟。
I just marvel. No matter how many times I see him take an exotic line or take an unorthodox street or play cards that you would never anticipate would be played as a flat, such as the ace-king on that occasion, or played as a 3 and 4-bet, such as the 5 deuces that he put to work the other day. I continue to just recognize that there is more than one way to skin the cat that is Nosebleed Invitational Triton Poker Series poker. And Tan Xuan very much seems to have decrypted that process. 9-7 deuce here. Elizabeth out flopping Adrian. Small blind versus straddle.
C betting with the best hand. Adrian's got pocket sixes. 2 overs, but still, usually it's the best hand, not this one.
Follow through on the 15K pre-flop is 11 post.
很大机会哦。
Chicken.
Front door clubs come in. Elizabeth is kind of okay with it, considering she's got the ace of clubs for backup.
It's actually a good card for her because the queen doesn't rate to connect the caller, so she has extra outs in case she is up against the 9.
Love that shot, by the way, over the shoulder of Elizabeth. You see what she's experiencing in terms of Adrian staring intently. Facing a check now. Quite content to check back. And quite happy to see an ace on the river is Elizabeth as she improves to aces up just in case there was a 9 lingering.
想搞我的9988。
你不给太高对吧？你不给太高。
我肯定不可能扣他嘛。
30,000.
Into 59.
The way the hand's playing out for Mateos is basically an ace or nothing. You wouldn't expect a queen or 9 to go for value now, and he does lay it down rather quickly. Makes sense though. It is 4 overs.
So a nice pickup there for Elizabeth. Gonna take a lot more of those though.
过得很快哦，今天已经马上就到7点钟了。对，今天过得很快。
Remember that time
撞到的牌一直人家想嘛。
that Tan Xuan flatted ace king not once but twice in the face of a raise and a re-raise, and then check raised to 345,000.
When backdoor spades got there. Yeah, this guy is, he's tough, unpredictable.
不该打的那个。
老板，
你包打了，你不该打。
Tan Xuan is the kind of player that just lives in people's heads rent-free, man. Just an egg beater through the ear canal. Scramble up your brain.
And you don't really want him to be in your head rent-free all the time, but that's just how he plays.
Aces in the straddle for Andi. Tom Shoots it with the king 5 suited. Is this ace queen of spades going to ask for more? No. Yes. 40,000.
Do you know what's going to ask for more?
Maybe. Maybe it will.
Come on. You think he's going to come with the cold call 3-bet?
I don't know.
Never say never, but
Randy,
yes.
every time I think I know what's going on out here, I get proven wrong. So I'm just all done playing the assumptions game.
But usually he will want to just open the door once more for Elton to put in more chips. 175 is a massive cold 4-bet.
Well, you were right. Andy's not in the mood to just flat. This king 5 suited lacks a future. Into the bin it goes, and the ace queen of spades, I don't think.
It's just too much.
Yeah. 135. Too rich. Should Andy have sized down a little bit there from the 175 maybe?
Yeah, probably 50k less would be reasonable, around 120 or so. Because obviously he lost ace queen suited, which is a hand Elton would have wanted to play.
Do we ever size up, trying to make it look as though we want to win it right here and now, and maybe some of our range includes hands that cannot handle the heat if somebody were to come over the top?
I'll say this. The advantage of going huge like that is if your opponent does wake up a hand like kings, queens, ace king, they're more likely to commit just because so much is already in their pre, you know? But in general, I think you'd want to size down just a little bit. It's always a little scary though, right? You're playing against guys who are super loose and you're playing $1 million stacks, so naturally you go bigger. Mateos, pocket tens. He's looking to play for more, 50,000.
Couple of white discs. Sliding in. Behind the open from boss on the button, ace-jack suited.
Should bring in 2 more white discs. This hand is pretty good in position, ace-jack suited. Button versus small blind. Lots of playability.
There it is. We play for 111. But we do not improve if we're boss. Queen 8 deuce. 1 over card lurking. Mateos with the betting lead.
You do tend to c-bet this board quite a bit with 2 tens. Warrants protection. Can get called by worse. Plus you don't leave yourself up to a guessing game. Interesting for ace-jack of clubs because it's got good backdoor properties, but your opponent isn't relentlessly c-betting queen 8 deuce with their whole range. Therefore, that means that your opponent might have a piece and maybe floating isn't ideal in position. They'll still have 28% though.
Do we make anything of the fact that these 2 tens interfere with some of the continuing combos that would be inside straight draws?
Yeah, that
on
is
a
a
board
good
such
point.
as this?
That might make you maneuver differently on turns and rivers because... Yeah, I see what you're saying. So like here on a turn, the 4, he'd want to, if he was to check, would want to pick off Jack 10, 10, 9.
Right. Less likely, once that 36K c-bet got called on this flop by boss, that he's in that territory, considering that we have the 10s. And perhaps that's a factor as Adrian now chooses to check.
And it might give Paul a chance to take it. I don't know if Mateos will be looking to check fold for 1 bet on the turn. I'm not so sure if ace-jack high is going to make it to showdown and expect to win at a high frequency. I do like that he is going to bet when check 2 just because he wants to shake out ace-10, ace-king, hands like that. For this price though, 10s seems like a mandatory continue, but proceed with caution.
$60K into 183, 1/3 pot. Sure enough, Mateos does call. And the ace rolls right off on the end for Boss.
Feels bad.
Wonder whether or not he goes for value, and if he does, I also wonder whether or not Adrian is going to feel as though it's bluffy, considering if it had been the queen that Mateos was up against as played,
this ace
wouldn't it be less likely to barrel on river?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, this ace definitely improves Mateos' range more because Mateos could have some ace kings that check call turn against a small bet, trying to pick off these straight draws that we mentioned earlier. For now, though, for Paul, ace-jack, it often is the best hand. There is that ace-king we got to worry about. We also have to ask what worst hand calls, and a queen comes to mind. A weaker ace is definitely possible if it's coupled with backdoor spades. It looks like he's going for the tight check, and it wins. Lucky for him, but no luck for Mateos, who's down $655,000 right now.
And you can see he's quite aggravated about that particular pot. Not that he's a particularly emotional player from what we've observed of him throughout the years. But maybe even his limits being a little bit tested. Is wearing a grin. As we take a moment to remind you that our friends over at Tether.bet are ready to take your crypto action. If you're into sports betting and crypto, why would you go anywhere else but Tether.bet? 100% welcome bonus and an extra 10 USDT as a complimentary wager, that which awaits you if you sign up as a new player using the code Triton. Head over to Tether.bet today and get in on the action.
What do you think Mateos feels, though? I know he can handle the swings, but like losing a pot like that is like kind of losing one bullet in a main, you know, in one hand. So the connector opening for his Chen. Into hijack, Paul's in there, queen 9 of hearts. A pair. For Mateos. 2 5s.
A
lot of playable hands here.
King 10 suited being chewed on out of the big by Esti.
You know what's funny for me? If Esti was to call, I was thinking that Tanchuan might actually juice it up with the 7 deuce offsuit, but it looks like he won't get an opportunity as Esti squeezes.
Beats him to the punch, making it 58,000.
你偷了几盘，Elton哥？偷了几盘机？
什么？
偷了几盘那个？你自己那个看那个 YouTube 偷了几盘啊？偷了几把？
我没有看。
算不完了。
Fairly demoralizing for Elizabeth, who continues to face so much resistance.
Yeah, but it's from like every single player at the table that's taking their shot at her.
Well, this isn't so much a shot at her as the situation where maybe ST thinks he's going to be able to pick off 30K in dead money, and sure enough, a round of folds. Nobody wants to play for another 48.
$3B 那以前那个美国人本来赚90个，昨天那个全都输完了。
还是要赢100了。
本来是那个
不赢。
没有啊，没有赢吧他？没有，肯定没有。
昨天我走了以后，他输钱了。他昨天赢很多啊。
对啊。
他投机一直投。十几20万，
十几个，
投了几把连。
啊？喂呀 ，Who's button？
对，你别瞎钓鱼，害我。
No，
哎，没有。
Yeah， 没有呢，是我是刚才。不。行。
对啦，
我刚才小嘛呢。
你看小嘛？
我刚才小嘛200小嘛。
我拔得了1把，然后他
Tan was in the straddle, as I recall.
Yes,
Now
he
in
was
the
the
big
last
blind,
one to act.
Elton in the straddle.
想来个5000不容易啊。
省吃俭用。
已经尽力了，我看到。就是我知道我是小猫，我想你赖帮我一起赖掉也好的，我也不说话。
有省1000啦。
对啊，不是挺好吗？
Pocket tens for Andi Ni. Comes in with flat rather than 3-betting Mateos in position.
给他骗我啊！
这还赢40万呢，昨天。
对，还赢40吗？
啊，赢到
An example of the balance
后来输30
that is employed.
那个汉子啊，
都输赢到100了。
Remember, it was
汉子啊，
pocket tens that were slow played by Tan Xuan and polished off Mateos' first bullet, but aces and nines here for him, and he's going to be doing much, much better against Andi's tens. 8K follow through.
Yeah, very fortunate for Mateos to get to see a flop. Bets in calls. Now it's got a full house, and Andi Ni is drawing dead.
Look at Adrian.
Trappy.
Very much so. One wonders whether or not Andi is going to be tempted to seek value on this particular board, and wouldn't be blamed for doing so.
No, definitely not going to blame him. He usually has the best hand, and you really seek against the 9x. Now we ask the question if we check raise or check call. Depends if you think Andy's holding an ace.
飲杯茶俾我唔該。
Check call it is.
咩茶都好。
That's a really good river card. Under normal circumstances for Mateos, because sometimes Andy's got the flush, he can really win a big pot.
Check.
Not the case. Andi checking back and Mateos failing to induce.
Check.
吃完饭那个汉子再过来是吧
？8点半啊。
Definitely getting called with those 2 tens on the turn. Andi had his concerns, and on that river, it was a fairly straightforward shutdown.
犹太人嘛。
名字里面很少用到那个 C 的。
就听另外一个看着他说这个老头子，我说老头子年纪比我还小，39岁，
长得像 VIP。
他39岁呀。
39岁啊。
Shout out to Hiccuple, by the way, in the YouTube chat, who writes in to say you guys are doing some of your best commentary ever.
Oh,
Randy.
Thank you.
Oh.
I
Maybe it has to
appreciate
do with the fact that we're being as quiet as we are for as long as we are, and letting the table talk carry things, even though we don't understand it.
I still appreciate the comment.
How do you know he was talking to you?
He said commentators or commentator?
He said you guys.
That's plural.
Yeah, you're right.
It's me and you. It's not you and the mosquitoes.
Yeah, that's because I killed them all. Ace King might be swatting at this 6-7 suited. Sure enough, 11 becomes 35.
Mateos could be calling this one, even out of position. Looks like he will.
Ace 8-7. Both players with a piece. Advantage Wang.
This board does give Mateos a little bit of trouble in the sense that he often will be check calling, especially with the 8. That could give him some backdoor straight draws, given he's got 7-6. And especially against the 30K C-bet.
Third pot. A little bit north. That was the sizing that Mateos peels. Fails to improve and checks it over.
The way this one is running out, Esti is just thinking bet, jam for value. Most likely, can they get that to pay him off is a worse ace, which there's plenty of in Mateos' range. Also wants to charge the heart draw, the pairs. I just want to size in a way to try to not let a weaker ace hero fold on turn. You want to set up nicely for river jam.
86.
86,000 now in Mateos. Clearly not interested in continuing. Well, if you're out there streaming us live and direct, welcome one and all to this 4th day of 7 at our first ever Cash Game Invitational from the Maestral Resort and Casino in beautiful Montenegro on the shores of the Adriatic. Ali Nejad and Randy Lou presiding over a dizzying amount of nosebleed poker getting played out there. If you're enjoying it as much as we are, all we ask is that you click like, follow, or subscribe, be it on Twitch or YouTube. Help us to continue to deliver you the finest in streaming poker entertainment free of charge. As the charges here is 11,000. Price set by Esti's King 4 suited. Tan flatted, and now Elizabeth. Could this be an opportunity for the two queens?
Ladies for the lady.
Esti out of the way. Tan checking on stack depth.
Whatever stack depth it is, he's going to give action. So very nice situation for Elizabeth. Quite the favorite with 135,000 in the middle.
And this is a good board for her to continue to make money.
Agreed.
From these two nines.
I like to see a C-bet in this spot. Size down is fine. Try to get Xuan to call these pairs and float her a bit.
我看着看着怎么来两个问？
就是那个 Mr. 开的嘛，就给别人开的嘛 ，Mr。
哦，那什么时候可以知道？
没有看到的，
永远不知道。
永远不，除非就是开牌的时候才知道，就是打到最后第5张才那个才知道。
为什么会有 Mr. 卡？
就是老板搞起来。
And Xuan's got nowhere to go but call, especially with position.
50,000 ahead to the turn, which is dry. It's a really nice setup for Elizabeth. She does need to be worried given it is Tan and he's willing to play 3-bet pots with all sorts of kit about some frequency with which 7x lurks. Considering that, do we ever decide to play this as a check decide on this street?
No, look, if Tan's got the 7, take my chips. Let's keep building that pot. Let's get Xuan to put in more chips with the other ends of that range. I like betting again. It's clean.
I'm going to say this. Tan's observed enough of Elizabeth's navigations to know that she's got a little bit of that Tan Xuan spirit in her herself, meaning nines don't have to be no good here.
No, definitely these nines need to call this turn at a very high frequency, especially with the arrival of the 2 of spades. Backdoor spades with multi-barrel. Ace-5 and Ace-4 are popular candidates to 3-bet pre, and they often will bet this turn too. To fold here would be quite the read. I think it's very hard to do so, although it would be correct in this spot. He is going to make that call.
All of a sudden, the pot grows to 455,000. 10 on the end. Even though it's an overcard to the 9s, it's really of no concern to Tan as played.
Yeah, very little. Sure, it's possible Chen hit the 10 with 2 spades. But for her, there's really only one move, and that's that. All in, $274,000. 10 in the tough spot.
By the way, it's not absurdly sized in relation to the pot. And credit Elizabeth with the proper sizing progression that leaves Tan looking up at a price that these 2 9s might want to pay.
The hands that Chen is representing is an overpair, Jacks plus.
Every now and again, this is just an ace-king that's blasting off. Andy, that much we know.
Of course, ace-king could definitely be blasting off. It could even be just a king-queen of spades, something that just says, look, I don't think you've got it. Tan Xuan isn't holding a spade, which could be problematic for him because he wants to pick those hands off.
How many? 2, only 2.
Time bank check. As he's going to chew on this one. And for Elizabeth, under normal circumstances, you know, I think she's 100% confident that her queens are good.
She knows the queens are good. Come on.
You know what I love about the fact that she's all in, though? She doesn't have to suffer what Elton went through with the 2 jacks, where all of a sudden we just think there's no world in which the action comes in the way it does, and she's put to a decision. No more decisions left for her.
Yeah,
the only decision is on that man's shoulders.
She's played this hand perfectly. Now the question is Tan Xuan going to make this river call?
Tan's got some real speech play.
Yes, he does.
Live read factor is very real with him.
Yeah, but she's not giving anything away.
No, not indulging in the chatter.
She's just praying for the call. He's grabbing calling chips, throws them in, and Elizabeth Chen, the ladies, work out.
Go
Can we get a thank you so much? Everyone's celebrating the demise of Tan there.
Go!
小鹿乱撞。
对了，
麻烦了。
那么铁头，要不然
麻烦了。对啊，打到唐老板就好打啦。
Elizabeth Chen just played $1 million pot with Tan Xuan, and in doing so, got unstuck.
That's true. She did. That was funny. Everyone just celebrated.
Snap! Celebrated.
They love to see Tan Xuan lose. And also, they know that things haven't been going her way.
咱们不好意思啊，出多点，不好意思。
哎呀，
对我要
It's really become quite popular.
哦，老人家这样子。跟年轻人吹了。
很难说了。可是这个牌
I gotta tell you.
风险啊，他居然万一你对他呢？
If I had to lose
股份赚坏了事
$500,000 in the pot and then sit through every other player in the game celebrating it,
对啊，
I would be so
起码有
breathless.
折打嘛，赢就赢多一点嘛。
Tan's no worse for the wear.
不要把我们那个。
You know, I feel like this is going to spice up Tan Xuan now.
然后大家都激起你。
Just because whenever he goes on a downswing, he wants it back immediately.
You're right. That was evidenced during the final frame of last night's play, which has always been the spiciest across the first 3 days. And given the bar's been set pretty high here in frames 1 and 2, I'm a bit scared of what's in store for us.
Scared, but you're excited, aren't you?
Sure, of course.
I'm sure all of YouTube and Twitch is excited to watch as well. I'm ecstatic.
因为我第一天我3P 很多了，3P 很多。300个56都高了，圈7肯定也能高吧？56还高的是4P。
King Jack limps the small. Mateos says, no, let's play for more. Doesn't know he's dominated. And Andi, red 5s.
And Mateos is going to get called in 2 spots here. Inflated pot. Oh, maybe Paul's not interested. He is uncapping his cards. Although maybe that's just to shuffle 3 chips. Yeah, he does lay down the King Jack, so that's great news for Mateos as they go heads up to this flop.
Yep. Jack 10-8, top pair for Mateos. Would have been outkicked. Does have the gut shot draw.
Fortune shining on Mateos
That
in
it
this
is.
pot. Does check it though, as we take the turn card.
Now an overcard to the board. Boss would have had top 2.
He's laser eyeing that board.
Yep.
Eyes closed, like, I don't want to see this one. Round of checks. Queen Jack still good.
4 is uncomfortably close to those
Look at
5s.
Paul. He just knows, like, yeah, I would have won this pot because there's no betting until now. 16K. Trying to get thin value out of 10x.
你水平是吧？
加一点点。
买多少？100。水平嘛，主要是送给你还是水平，这个很上头。
打9折了还。折了。
打啥折啊？没赚到啊。
Into the muck goes Andy's hand. Adrian continues to fight.
看你前面打的乱七八糟的。
20万很难推走。
没适应这个节奏嘛。
视频以上，你让他拖着一个后面。
前面付出的，在我这把收割了。
高高 KK 的，全都是高高 KK 的。你的手上你是3 bet 吗？
你没有前面乱输的，我这把不会输给你的。
3 bet 有是有。如果他多，如果是40几万。
这我不要说40几，后面还有个
35万。
30
对啊，多那个了。 那还叫我扣，我不会扣。这个 fall 还是有。
你让公差嘛 ，K 勾去搞一个 all in，K 勾砸。
Ace 5 suited for Elton.
你有这种行动，很难掉。
Looks like it's going to be more than 12,000 as Mateos once again goes to work. This time with Queen Jack suited. Andi will be involved once more. Ace King.
Can Mateos catch a break?
Well, he did win that last pot, but I hear what you're saying. He's got 48,000 in here that's in jeopardy of being snatched pre-flop.
150. I don't think he's going to be able to see a flop for this price.
在我这里收割。
Ace 5 suited in the bin, and surely Queen Jack suited belongs there as well.
You know,
nice activation.
Pros, the hot seat, have really not been doing so well besides Jungle Man, it seems.
Yeah,
That
maybe it's
right?
the fact that they're too awake. Jungle,
too awake.
half asleep, snatched a $250,000 off the game.
Yeah, from what we've seen, Linus didn't pull in a winner, Ivey, or Mateos so far.
Something wrong?
Limps are back as Elton starts off.
Boss brings that to an end.
And
Andy looking to bring the 11,000 to an end. Once again, a 3-better.
how sick is it if Elton just limp re-raises trying to represent aces right now? Oh my god, I can't believe he's actually going to do it.
How did you know that that was what was in the air?
I'm a sicko, man. Like, I can just read into how these players like to play. You think he's limping without a game plan? Remember, he button limped aces. They all saw it. Look at Andy. He's like, no, there's no way you have aces.
Well, he's blocking an ace, and the story for him doesn't quite check out. And if we can remove sort of the big ace stuff from the range, then maybe we can proceed effectively. And now both parties have flopped a piece. Advantage Andy, who checks it over. Elton has inflated this one pre-flop to $250,000. And just look how deep they both are. $1 million effective.
This is
from
crazy
this point forward.
that they have this much money in there with these two hands. Elton's going to remain control with the c-bet at 40K. Just because if he did have it, this is his board. Andy's pretty happy to see the small bet, making the quick check call and 2-pair on the turn for Andy.
If there were any concerns about the ace being shared by a better kicker for Elton, they have been alleviated. Andy. Check called 40 on the flop. How much on the turn? 0. Elton. No longer repping.
Amazing run out for Andy. Nothing scary out there.
No.
Can try to get value out of a ace. Maybe he sizes in a way to get kings or queens that might make this play. In terms of bluffs, because of the small c-bet on the flop of just 40K or so, he really can represent busted broadways. He's basically just trying to figure out which hands should I target. Is it the pocket pair lower than the ace, or is it an ace that's making a move? Seems to be a bit of both.
What's kind of awkward for Elton here is that we remove jacks through kings quite safely from Andy's range for a multitude of reasons here.
Yep.
And so all of a sudden the queen 10 begins to perform better than it might otherwise. Is we just need to consider, am I up against the ace or not? And Elton decides for sure I am. Correctly.
That was a fun hand of poker. I kind of wish she showed the 7 now after saying no bluff. Because you're like, wait, how did you get that much in pre? Cool hand.
Good for. 我觉得我每反应过来都是出汗流出来，汗都流出来，每盘都是汗流出来。没有一盘是容易的，都是那个。
11 to go. Says boss, Queen Jack has very much been the hand of the orbit. No takers.
裂开，裂开，
还是你们2个赢。
我赢30，他赢50。啊
？Andy 赢吧。
Didn't it bring 15 minutes?
一点啊，兄弟。
都输赢不大了。
兄弟。 读音，
我
刚才读的有汉聊出来的。
150的吧
100，
买100。
嗯。
哦，你输了一把那个
KK 输给
还有我1把，
还有输给你1把。那2把输了。
然后都有问题
啊？
罗尼基是140吧？
哦，他那个
问题，
把我第4张扣住，我知道他就顶头。
What do you think about that lip?
Again， 手上是
Queen
打不了了。
In the small. Elton
Nice.
coming along. Elizabeth, Jack 8 suited, says let's play for a real number, and Tan's going to be prepared to do so. And again, with a premium ace, Tan flats pre and then flats the raise as well. So the approach when he does this is not to try to all of a sudden 3-bet.
And of course is very under rep.
No rough, bro.
Outflopped.
No rough.
By Elizabeth.
Jack 9 6 board.
Right. You're right.
I flop.
You're right.
I flop.
Often the best hand, so she's going to see bet 15,000.
That flop. Didn't work.
Ace Queen says, let's see a turn card.
Another 30 into the middle. Trip jacks now for Elizabeth. Added comfort.
Beautiful. You really can just go for more value against the 9 and 6x. You know, Tan Xuan likes to keep players honest. How do we size? Really can go all ways, depending on what you want your opponents to perceive your bet to be.
$50K.
So the 50K bet is designed to try to get these 9s to still continue. If you go full pop, maybe they get a little scared and just run away. Ace high could be good, but you don't want to be holding the queen normally just because you want to try to catch king queen and queen 10.
Good point. Boy, nevertheless, Tom going to peel, drawing dead. Backdoor diamonds show up. I don't think Elizabeth loves that.
She doesn't, but then again, she knows that Tan Xuan is looking to call her down sometimes, right? He already called down a hand with his bet jam for her $1 million pot, which was worse than 2 queens.
One final check from Tan. He unblocks the diamonds. Not sure how much of that he thinks Elizabeth has across the way. But he's facing 3 barrels from an opponent that he knows is capable of showing up light here.
I think the game plan for Tan Xuan oftentimes was call twice, let go, but he is thinking about it. Unblocking diamonds, not great in terms of hero calling, just because there's more diamond flushes in your opponent's range. Like I said earlier, the queen blocking some of the bluffs that might go for 3 straights. He's convinced now.
Reluctantly, but correctly, he lets it go. Not before putting Elizabeth Chen into the black, though. And once again,
Elton celebrating.
He receives the proverbial round of applause.
加油，加油啊！平时很贵的，我做啦啦队。1000块块一花。
Even Tan Can't help but laugh as Elton very much has established himself as president of the Elizabeth Chen fan club here. Many in the chat, part of her fan club as well.
Nice.
存你那里没事，不是外人。
比银行还有安全一点哦，你不上那里。
不是外人，这把输给 ST 了就麻烦了，那进去就没了。
就是只要往里面你不玩都是。
Aces for
很
Andi.
会锁了，放了个密码，加强密码。
And a hand in the straddle that very much could get curious. First, Esti gets himself in trouble with ace-queen offsuit. Tan with nines, Randy.
He's not going to lay it down, especially against ST's 3-bet. This cold call by Tan Xuan is actually good for Andi because it makes it look like he's making a move more often because the cold call is often coupled with 9s, 10s, jacks or something a little weaker, you know?
Paul might have been interested for an extra 7,000, but not 35 total.
Would love to see Andi go smaller. Last time he put in a 4-bet, he made it like $175,000, so we'll see if he makes an adjustment here, trying to get some action from Esti or Tan Xuan. $161 total. And if either of these holdings got the sense that Andi is simply reacting to what he thinks is an opportunity before him, you could see them react in turn. Yeah, it's Tan Xuan's cold call that's concerning Esti that maybe Andi's making a move right now. Problem is, if Esti is up against Ace King, he's in really big trouble. So he's going to lay it down. Now Tan Xuan's in a really tricky spot because he's doing all right against Ace King, which probably with size in his manner. But if he's up against a big pair like this, he's only got 2 outs. Not interested. Wants to see a flop. Rabbit hunt. Let us see what it will be.
10 river.
Asks for the
9?
full rundown.
That is
Oh,
a
he
9.
would have made 9s full against the aces.
3天以后给你们忍一下，
让你们
这样才有味道啊，这样才味道。我说。
Fortunate for Andi Ni, would have got stacked if he gave a good price to Tan Xuan to come along.
天天。
哎呀，什么？他4B 扣了没有？
没有。
哎呀，你冷坑什么呢？本来我好好的可以打。
You ever rabbit hunt, Randy? I feel like it's a negative free roll in spots like that.
I like rabbit hunting. I like to see what would have happened. Change my play accordingly. You know, just it's not a good thing to do, but
Tony G likes bunny hunting.
Bunny hunting.
But
sometimes the bunny's got the gun. Is that his saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Not today. Bunny found a trap.
Was very much force-fed to Tony in frame number 1.
Saw some carrots and really went for it, and
yeah.
you know, boom.
Pocket 8s for Tan.
小一点选项比较多，也可以扣也可以。那我觉得。
One hand removed from the 9-9. It cost him 35,000. He puts 12 out there. Elton on the button.
What's Elton doing?
Oh, look at that moment of refrain.
That looks serious. I thought that was really coming in. It's not unreasonable for him.
Well, we're not far from the dinner break. I think he's trying to keep his appetite intact, not end up playing and potentially losing a big pot to Tan.
Fair.
Mateos. has lost his share of pots. Jack 10 suited. Failing to improve on this board, which is quite tidy for pocket eights. 32 in the middle, checked over.
Great start for Tan. 20,000. Backdoor spades from Mateos. 2 overs. But perhaps the sizing, he's not looking to make a move on too much. It looks like he is, actually. He's going to try to rep that 4 as he puts in a check raise to 45K.
Oh, and I think he's picked the wrong time.
And the wrong customer.
Yep.
加油！
Compete.
I think Tan very much reads Mateos as a strong, tight player, rightfully so.
Fair enough.
In consideration of that, I don't know that in the way in which we've seen him really go blasting, that he would be inclined to do something similar with these 2-8s here, but he's proved us wrong on so many separate occasions. Let's defer.
I think the main thing that's important here for Tan Xuan is that Mateos is actually playing a shorter stack than everyone else at the table. So it might change the way he maneuvers here. But it's not to fold, and it's actually to make it 120K. He has no fear. I mean, how does it feel you're Adrian Mateos? Like, you haven't been making a move. You finally do.
It's supposed to be
Just
your
play it
board
back.
texture as a defender from the straddle, by the way, more so than it is Tan's. And the overpairs are not supposed to be 3-betting here. And I think a lot of that stuff that kind of Adrian, as we see him lay down, is tapping into in order to allow him to make these moves. That logic is serving him poorly because these guys, they don't go to the same church. They don't read the same Bible. They don't.
I mean, no one
adhere
reads
to the
Tan
same
Xuan's
gospel.
Bible, but I know what you're saying, that they got a different play style, and it really takes a different way to maneuver successfully.
Tan Xuan wrote the Bible of No Limit Cash Game, Nosebleed, Triton Poker Series action. He's the pastor, he's the minister, he's the bishop.
It's everyone, huh? Elton saying big winner so far today.
Again, limping.
Yeah, King 3
Three
off.
offsuit. For all the discipline that he showed with the ace-6 when he was thinking about 3-betting it, it's now being replaced by this posture.
Which chapter of the Bible did Elton read for this? Perhaps he's got his own version?
I don't know that it was the Bible. What does the devil work with? Does he have a book?
I don't know what
You
it
know,
would be called. I don't want to find out.
Queens, nothing devilish about it. Legit re-raised to 24,000. And begrudgingly, everybody concedes. Ace-queen here for Tan. $12,000 to go. Queen, queen for boss.
Can't imagine Tan Xuan laying down ace queen.
40,000. This 3-bet from the button.
He did raise Undergun +1, which
还
is
是没
first
用完。
position. Well, he's talking.
借你借你借你，那
不是他想着想着就可以不要死抓的，还有2分钟。
还有2分钟，对。
还有一个是吧？
但
Is
这个已
Boss
经想把
offering
他
the
用
lone
掉
on time banks?
Yes, he is. Town's gonna make the call.
Yeah.
还有
None needed.
要 time bank 了，
没有啦，
没有了，他已经用掉了。
Paul actually
那
the
个要
covering stack.
他要刚刚扔了一个，哦，那还有一个，还有一个，哦，还有一个。
Boy, this is the kind of board texture that you really hate
过龙的几
with queens against Tan.
Oh,
Yeah, Paul might even check
帮我声音。
on this flop. Makes sense.
吃饭了。
结束啦。哎，结束了。那个东西不能折现。
On the turn.
谢谢我的老太婆的。
Good insofar as 8-7 is counterfeited. We know there's a little bit of that piques Tan's interest.
Quick
He
check.
likes the connectors and he likes this middling stuff. Now board texture deteriorates deeply for the 2 queens.
I could
2
see
streets of checking in the
Ace
4-liner.
Queen could stab here, right? 4-liner, maybe try to take out Ace King,
Yeah.
similar Ace Queen.
100%.
Checkings. Yeah, he's reaching for chips. Checking is okay a little bit. Look, he calls out AK for a second, but
这棋
hasn't
要打我架子
acted.
了。
哎，
he's
偷
gonna
你
check.
不想偷你。
妈的，打！Give me
We're gonna
money.
check this down. Give me the money.
打！
Correctly
都不想
assessing.
扣了，我真的是不想扣了。
And it was ace high. Ace queen though. Improbably so, considering
不
boss
不亏了。
blocked those queens. Not able to get any chips forward post flop. And of 7 players, Randy, only 1 is in the red. Mateos, $750,000 plus loser on the session. Elton off of his high water mark, but still roughly $1 million in the black. We're going to step aside and return with the back half of day 4 of our Cash Game Invitational in about 15 minutes. Stay close.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Elton
too good.
所以我
Is
相
this？
所以我相信艾特。
啊？
我知道你昨天是 TB。
导致。
啊？我昨天我说我知道你是顶对顶提奖啊，我相信你。
Andi Ni gonna 3-bet queens against Tan Xuan.
贴吧。
贴吧嘛。
Tony's not pleased.
Bet turn, bet river.
Yeah.
Another 3-bet pot incoming as Tan Xuan makes the call.
Andi in a good way with these two queens against the Jack-9 suited until Jack-9 deuce rolls off. Top two against the overpair. 56K out there already.
And he's in a world of hurt, especially against Tan Xuan, who is known to make big plays, but when Tan Xuan makes big hands, he can really get paid off. It wouldn't surprise me if Tan goes for a check raise now. He can represent some spades, some straight draws. Really get paid off if his opponent does have an overpair like this.
21K so far. Damp texture.
You do tend to see more check raises when you flop big hands when you're playing this deep. He's grabbing a ton of whites. Oh my god, he's just made it $200,000.
This is so uncomfortable because you know that Tan can just have the draw. He can be putting you on some kind of ace-king, ace-queen and looking to check raise an amount that you can't continue in. Andi jams and Tan beats him into the pot.
你先开，你欧赢的家我先开，你真的是。哇！我装买花打你一下。
Well, we flirted with the seven-figure barrier earlier, and now we've breached it. 2 times they negotiate. The first board goes to Tan. The second counterfeits his Jack-9 on the turn. And Andi escapes a felting.
运气很好啊，每次都这样。你运气好啊，你中了2对，你运气好。你如果单单中一条高，那 A 扣的。A 勾我就直接丢了，刚跟 Esti 一样。咖啡馆的人还搞。因为可能中一对是大的嘛。大，
可能中2对嘛，中顺有可能中花。
Tony, he's reloaded up to $863,000, has pocket 10s under the gun. Makes it 11.
你不要拎就好了，大一万。
Ollie, Tan Xuan hasn't released 7 deuce off. What is he doing?
哎呀，我万5就好。
Sorry, no. This is a mistake, right? Graphical error. He's 3-betting 7 deuce off the 42,000.
I think he wants to show Tony this 3-bet. For Tony's sake, I hope he's not able to because pocket 10s is hanging in there.
Yeah, pocket 10s has got a stranglehold.
Makes the call.
Tony's in great shape.
Yeah, 8-5-5 board. And for Tan, unfortunately, it's the kind of board texture where he looks over at Tony as an open raiser and then a flat caller of the 3-bet and thinks you're not anywhere in this neighborhood, and if you don't have the overpair, I can really steamroll you.
Exactly. So that's why he's going to c-bet here, hoping to take it down. But once Tony does come in with check call, he's got to be wary that Tony's playing some pairs. Some ace highs is definitely in Tony's range to check call here, like an ace queen.
Relatively normal sizing. Deuce hits Tan for 2 pair. And now he's performing well against ace high. You wonder whether or not it's enough for him to barrel again.
The deuce does have enough showdown value against ace queen, some ace jack suiteds that would check call flop. To bet this hand again, you kind of need intentions to fire a third. He is going to check it back.
He is not going to improve, however. And now, let's see if Tony chases value. No, he checks.
Yeah.
And Tan checks back.
No bluff, huh?
No bluff. I have pair.
Pair?
Yeah.
6-2来圈来6。遇到的时候让2把都没去，应该是没有进。
Aces for Elton on the button. Limps it in. And kings for Tony G. Oh boy.
The limp on the button How can Tony G ever give Elton credit for aces?
And forgive me, because I know we still need to see some cards out there. But as we see Tony make it 20, let us recall that within the first orbit, Tony lost $500,000 to Elton. He's poised to lose more than that in this exchange, depending on how bloody things get. The limp re-raise to 70.
肯定是 over.
I don't blame Tony G for him thinking he's got the best hand and make it 245.
He's got the second nuts pre-flop. Randy, he's got a character across the way who gets frisky, takes some creative lines. But in reality, all he's got is a big, big problem. Now, for Elton, calling another 175,000 here screams strength.
It does, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's aces given the action. But it is. I think Tony still loves his hand from his point of view.
那个应该不是9够啦，9够怎么算？啊，只退了一步，只退了一步。哦，那不是什么了。
Queen Jack 7, that texture could be somewhat concerning to Tony. You see him slow down. Especially because to call that big a bet, a little bit of queen involved. Maybe we think the jacks fold.
Look, I don't know how often you see a button limp that's willing to put in $245,000 all of a sudden. It's not clear. What is clear is that aces is betting 150K. I feel like Tony's committed. Like, you can see him kind of shaking his head a little bit. And he's stacking them. Is it the aces that he's up against?
You think that's more on his mind?
I think so.
有没有投？
打2枪。
这把没投了。
没有投啊。
圈63。2个草花。我打了出来那圈也打。还有个。
To get away would be amazing for Tony.
You're right about that.
Let's put in a third of his stack in pre-flop. He's all in.
Check jams. Figures we're going to get it all in anyways. Elton beats him into the pot, and Tony is breathless.
Yeah,
$1.5 million out there. There is the matter of running it once or twice.
Tony's unmiking. Look at that pot size.
Lim.
Ace 是 lim， 啊，一回事了，有什么区别呢？这个
不可以 lim 的嘛？
因为是跟打得更快。
I guess they're running it once.
Oh, he's got a chance.
啊，几次啊 ？One more out. One time.
One time.
I'm rooting for a 10. 10 of hearts. 哦，哎呦 ，GG。
GG Tony G.
Well,
I think he's walking away.
I think if he was on the other end of this, it would be the moment where the words "on your bike" would be crossing his lips, and Tony sprinted out of here and did so $1 million in the hole at least. More than that, I believe.
More than that. Tony, Stephanie's on his way. And you know who's on his way up? Elton Tsang
things weren't going her way. She stayed the course. She didn't suddenly go into her shell and then decide that, oh, I'm going to need to wait for huge hands and nut pedal, right?
Yep.
She continued to get after it, and I think that that's actually very emblematic of the proper mindset to be out here playing in these games, right? Because if people smell blood in the water, if they think that all of a sudden you've gone into lockdown, like, you know, I'm only going to ever put chips in when I'm super strong, I'm always going to check weak, you know, they can be all over you out there.
You don't want to be an open book at these stakes. You're just not going to come out in the green if you do.
Well, an opener is Elizabeth. here with King Jack offsuit. She made it 12K. Adrian with the 3-bet candidate decided to flat, and his ace is dominated by Andi Ni, who on the button takes us to a third scoop.
It does kind of seem with frequency today, though, she is getting picked on just based on, you know, her opening timing doesn't seem to be well. King Jack offsuit, contemplating. Playing a 300K stack. Did raise from +1, which is UTG when a straddle is on.
Yeah, all of these pots in which, you know, she's faced opposition haven't always gone to showdown, so she doesn't know that a decent amount of the time she's just running into people who have hands.
Yeah, and that's why she's cutting out 4-bet here. She feels like something is up. It can't really be you guys have it every single time. And I'll tell you though, this is not comfortable for Andi Ni of ace-queen facing a 4-bet here from these positions.
Look at this pushback. Does the King Jack specifically have properties that lend to it feeling more comfortable?
Just come from Cyprus?
I will say that I like that she's 4-betting rather than calling. Calling is very dangerous. Andy's not convinced just yet, so we are going to play just about $250,000 going in pre-flop. Sub 1 SPR. This is going in.
10-8. An open-ender with no clubs to speak of versus top pair, top kicker. 244 in the middle, sub 1 SPR effective. And Elizabeth barrels 80,000.
Andy pushes it in, and she's going to call it off. 62-38.
She is. 2 times requested.
Yes.
And compliance from Andy, who shows.
Queen.
He said queen for 1 second. But no, this is a fair enough fight.
Note, by the way, that the king is clean, so it isn't just the open-ender that she pursues. Did you see Adrian, by the way? Looking over like, wait, what? We're playing the Devil's Pot, 666,000 with these 2 hands? First board run out in progress. A miss for Elizabeth, who is just hoping that she's going to be able to claw back half of this one and reset. Finds Jack on the turn. The king no longer good. Nope. And it's trip queens on the end for Andy. So that'll do it for the first bullet. And it didn't last all that long for Elizabeth.
Andy, though, he's back in the black.
That's all it took.
Story hasn't changed for Elizabeth. Here on day 4 of the streaming.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Well, the midway point of both this week's worth of our inaugural Cash Game Invitational and tonight's action has been reached. Welcome back, one and all, to Maestral Resort and Casino here in Montenegro. Ali Nejad and Randy Liu ready for the back half. Let's send it down to Marianella.
I have a few updates for you as the players enjoy a well-earned rest. Ivey replaces Adrian Mateos, and Handz steps in to make the action 8-handed. Ali and Randy, back to you.
Thanks, Marianella, and I gotta tell you, that is painful to hear that Mateos has received the hook. He logs a $750,000+ loss with no chance to get it back for the time being. On this session, Ivey taking his seat and an 8th chair being pulled up for Handz, who is very much in the black on the week. So it's an all-winner affair. Let's see if anyone has their fate changed by the newcomers, or if they too will suffer the fate of those before them. Mandatory straddle, of course, is 1K, 2K, 4K action with the 5K big blind Annie. Was established early on in the first frame. Big winner on the day. Elton Tsang climbing out of the big hole that he was in yesterday. Doing so in short order. Again, showing us this different look, Randy, of a limp.
Yes. Strategy was not working before.
Today he limped on the button with S's, let me remind you. And Tony G have kings on the small blind.
Wow, yeah. He also did limp re-raise under the gun. Queen 10 suited.
Handz on the button. Limping, dominated by Boss, who limps. Esti interfering with that King 4 suited, flopping a 7, and the second nut flush draw on a 10 high board. Where Handz is the only other player that rates to have any interest in things. 10K lead from the straddler. Take it.
你等一手吧。
看到你那天的38了，原来。
38你乱搞。
38负你几？
你没猥琐38，你真的是好不好意思？不好意思。啊？38負你幾啊？係嘛？
Not to be overlooked, Randy. Seating order has changed as well.
Does make sense. That'll definitely shake things up.
Oh,
not only seat order, but the two new players that you mentioned, Ivey and Handz.
现在把嘛，现在把我8等他 cut off 了。
他其实直接把
优惠让他了，不用 pose， 优惠一下动嘛。抓得严格，你要 pose 11200。
112，对。
Imagine coming to session, first hand you open, you instantly get 3-bet by this guy.
Ace 2 suited. Made it 10. Ace King suited on the button for Tom makes it 35. Otherwise playable looking King Jack of Hearts for Boss. He's done well to avoid collisions in these situations. King Queen offsuit for ST.
He's contemplating cold 4-bet, just knowing that Tan Xuan is just one to attack relentlessly. King Queen actually okay hand to cold 4-bet with. Otherwise, you just stay out of the way. And he is going to make it 135,000. Bad timing by ST.
Blocker effects of King Queen well established, and unfortunately, the Ace King does actually lurk on this occasion. Folded all the way around to Tan.
Even now? You're winning?
No, after this.
Ace King suited, definitely a hand he could consider 5-betting. They are very deep. Don't think he's seen ST get out of line in terms of cold 4-bet past few days. But ace king suited is ace king suited, does jam, and bye-bye $135,000.
Ouch.
啊，我想3比你的
啊，
我
你3比我肯定丢了，我跟你说。
丢啊！你现在能够 all in 给丢啊？
肯定丢给你啊！你是大哥嘛，不一样嘛。
4比你就是 AA， 不要小心。他妈的，这么漂亮的牌 flop 也看不到。
Well, anytime Phil Ivey is on stream, Randy, the
你上来
numbers
赢了一把
tick
嘛
north.
你上来赢了3、8个1把
Such a
嘛。
legend of the game.
3、8个的筹
Picked
码
up a
箱
bracelet this past summer at the World Series.
所以我
Has played some epically big cash games throughout the years. Was a part of those
你
who
们在我前面，我不
ventured out to
买
Macau
多多。
cover 你们
when short deck was in its prime.
cover everybody。
When you talk about the high stakes, you know Phil Ivey's there.
再拿马抽水一趴。
Here he is, pocket fours. Picks up Tan's Jack 8 suited. Andy looks down at ace queen.
Dinner yet, Handz?
What's that?
Dinner?
Yeah.
Where? Downstairs?
No, we ate on the beach. It's a nice pizzeria, actually.
Any nice restaurant?
Yeah, a lot. And the view is amazing.
哇，爸爸都这样。
57 total.
Here is good also, the restaurant. It's nice.
Pre-flop opener out of the way, and now Tan left to deal with things.
Normally, it's not a hand you want to call a 3-bet with, but then
What about abnormally, Randy?
abnormally, it's kind of a hand you want to, and especially when you're playing $1.3 million deep, and he's just thinking, you know what, I got position. Let's see what happened. Maybe I make something. Maybe I bluff you. What I do know is that I like playing big pots.
So another 47 invested by Tan to look up at ace jack 3, top pair against middle pair, backdoor hearts, and obviously when we've already put 57 in there, we're not really looking for reasons to step away from it with a piece such as this if we're Tan, although that will be somewhat dictated by the sizing from Andy here. Into 134 comes 48.
Having gone this far, just in terms of pre-flop, can't imagine Jack 8 folding to this $48,000 bet. Middle pair, backdoor hearts, position. So there's the call.
There is not any improvement. Pot has grown to 230,000.
Excellent turn card for Andy. Can go for more value. Worse aces exist. Jack X. Gut shots. Plenty of hands to bet against.
$115,000 now.
One would think this hand is over at this point. Andy's range contains a lot of ace X, and the fact that he's betting twice has got to be fearful.
Finally made a believer, but not before. A considerable amount was cobbled off by Andy. Rhythmic shuffling of the chips there by Tan resumes.
这边啦。
11,000. Says boss, a flat from the dominating Andi with ace 10, who is in turn dominated by this ace-jack suited. For Ivey, which is content to simply flat. Pretty one in the window and that king of clubs for Phil, but nothing more than the Broadway gutty.
3 players with straight draws. Paul, the pre-flop raiser, he's going to take a stab at it. I think he'll get called in 2 spots. There's 1 call. A nice to straight draw, ace-jack. Has backdoor clubs as well, and actually the best hand.
7 of spades. Front door flush draw comes in. Nobody with a spade. 2-way straight draw now for boss.
This often just goes check through because when boss gets called in 2 spots, you can't really expect someone to fold too often, as someone could have a flush. Or like a king X with the king of spades, they wouldn't be looking to fold, so check we go. This is fun as the king of spades brings in a lot of hands, but no player actually has anything. Ace-jack high is good.
Ivey doesn't know that, of course, as boss failed to follow through on the turn after that 20K bet in position on the flop. He knows he lacks showdown.
If Paul can just throw in any amount of chips, he can win it. But it's so hard to do so. I would say it's unlikely someone's holding the ace of spades. Oh, look at Paul. This is great deduction.
90K into 100.
And for Paul to bet into 2 players looks even stronger. Paul's range is definitely not capped. What a takedown.
Third best hand. Toji.
Indeed.
投资赢不到钱啊！你们什么牌哦？又没有花，又没有 K 的，卡顺。
也有 K， 也有 A，
我有俘虏，也有花。没有花，没有 K， 不想。有什么牌？
可以数下的吧？啊？
不给。
不可以啊。
No strader allowed. Too big.
Xuan not allowed to double straddle.
Yeah.
100万一把就输完了 strader.
That was the agreement in exchange for the 4K being made mandatory.
昨天干嘛了？最后搞几把，一个16000的，一个8000的，2把就输了40万了。那个一个 raise 一个 bet 都没了很多了。
Esti. Jack 10 upstairs. Suited king and Elton leans back to the tune of 45,000. Expensive propositions for Handz to go on the duck hunt, so he'll bin them. And ST bins the Jack 10 as well.
我把皮上一扔掉。
Profitable activation for Elton. Big winner on the session.
Up about $1 million.
看来看去，乔威不在，我就可能最凶的那个。
If it weren't for the fact that he polished off more than that during day 3's action, it would be cause for celebration.
True.
Nevertheless, it's worthy. worthy around to Phil's Jack 8 suited.
Seems to be worthy enough to warrant a limp.
Handz limps the king 9. Tan says run it. Ace king 7. Ivey with the jack high flush draw. Handz with second pair.
I like that Ivey's betting this flop. He does have aces in his range to limp. Not necessarily the strongest ones, but definitely some of the weaker ones. Gets the king down. Nice take.
Ivey did well for himself, as I recall, Randy, on the other occasion in which we observed him in the game.
No, I think he ended up down, actually, if I remember correctly.
Not a lot? Or was it healthy?
A couple 100,000, I
Really?
think. I could be wrong. Chat will know.
Maybe. Remind us if you do.
No, I know what I want.
How is chat doing? They're all right? Anything insightful they're saying? Not necessarily insightful. Are they enjoying having a good time?
I mean, they're engaging one another for sure.
Cool.
A lot of conversation, much of it centering around Ivey.
I think it's just cool to watch him play some cash games. What he's, I know he's very good at tournaments too, but cash games is really what got him going. And actually, kind of, now that I think about it, really only watch him play cash games when it's a big Triton one. So good to see him at the Invitational.
Feels appropriate for Ivey to get an invite, given how far back he goes with many of our Triton regulars, who I'm sure when he first roamed up to Macau and their cash games, I'm not going to say they were starstruck, but obviously, you know, the legend of Ivey, these guys probably really appreciated an opportunity to rumble with them. And we're going to block out Ivey's cards here as he flats the Elton 12K Open. Mystery card time, brought to you by GG Poker.
And Xuan is actually going to re-raise this pocket 7 something.
Yep.
He mixes up a bit. Sometimes he flats, sometimes he squeezes, basically based on mood.
3-bet time, brought to you by Tan Xuan.
Imagine Elton Tsang is going to set mine these 2 5s. Here we
It
go.
isn't a cheap proposition to do so, given it's another 47,000 required, but Elton's chips being in the pot does make a prospective call to close the action that much more potentially profitable for Ivey.
Oh, what about all of the chips?
This is 450 plus in total. Does he have 7s beat? What do you think, chat?
This
Phil Ivey
is
doing this with?
tough to call with 2 7s.
He flatted the button against the Elton Open. Ton 3-bet, Elton flatted, and now all of a sudden,
Feels like 8s or 9s to me.
it's a big mess.
Like for Ivey to be able to back raise jam, I think he's got 5s in big trouble. Lays it down. It's actually ace-6 suited. Wow.
No.
Really? Ivey got 7s and 5s down with that.
I mean, not the biggest hands in the deck, but both hands that had him beat. And I don't think anybody in the chat thought that's where Phil Ivey was.
No. You give me like 10 guesses, I would never have guessed ace-6 suited.
I'll give you a lot more than that.
Give me 50 guesses, I still probably get
probably
it wrong.
Not. No, I think at 50 you might get there. But,
I mean, that might be all of the hands literally possible, but sure.
你跟我就小心了。
Most of the speculation centering around Group 1 stuff. Randy being slow played as a trap. Ace, king, aces, kings. Some ace, queen, some 10-10 speculations. But I definitely don't see a single entry that says ace-6 suited. Now then, ace, king for hands. On the button, reaches out and touches 10K. Jack 8-5. Nice texture for boss after defending his straddle. Gutter, club draw, faces the 10K follow through.
Definitely a candidate to put in a check raise. Leaning towards call. Turn to flush.
No waiting. And no club for hands. Does pick up the Broadway gutter. For what it's worth.
Paul contemplating lead. Perhaps he feels that his opponent would check back a lot. He does take the lead.
22,000. And without a club in hand, hands is all done.
当时怎么想的？同意了嘛？我说你当时怎么想的？当时怎么想的？那个 line 你一敲给他，他就打你的，通常你敲他就觉得你没有。啊。但是那个不同，那个。
Well, our good friends over at GG Poker offer you Triton Super High Roller Series satellites, Russian Cash Fridays, free rolls, and how about a big deposit bonus? If you're a new player, head on over and sign up today. Utilize the promo code Triton_2024. Snag yourself a $50 Global Millions ticket while you're at it. And who knows, maybe we'll see you out in these streets at some point.
不過係一個 vanilla 雪糕，一盒那個一個 scoop，唔好俾多過一球啊！
你可以唔食噶嘛，俾你2球，忍唔住啊？
忍唔住，唔好嘥啊！
Big slick sent over to Tan Xuan.
$12,000 to go. No takers. Ace-9 suited. Chattering from up front. King 10 off. Ton in there. An attempter on the button for Elizabeth. Just steps away. Was dominated. I thought for sure.
I know you're surprised because they always want to play Jack 9 and Jack 8 suited.
I'm not saying she would have 3-betted, but maybe get on in there.
I hear you.
Which is exactly what Pocket 5s has done for Phua. Andi shuts things down. 10-7 suited in there. 9-6-4 out there. Top pair for Elton, top kicker.
Good time on that Elizabeth fold would have had top pair and a worse kicker. And he's got that gut shot that might get involved based on sizing. 15K c-bet from Elton with the top pair, top kicker. And he is last act, and he's going to make the call.
Gut shot, straight draw. Now turns into a double gutter, although the front door diamonds show up.
Feels like a bet a lot of times on a turn with ace-9 just because there's a lot of cards you don't want to see on the river, and plus you can actually get called by worse, whether it be a 9 or a 6-7 type holding.
Let's play.
Ace-Jack up front for Elton.
First to go is Ivey.
Yeah, Elton in the straddle, apologies, and the baby suited ace activates.
The earlier position the raise, the more you tend to flat ace-jack rather than a 3-bet.
Wheel draw, produced by the King 4 deuce board. Elton not really in love with this texture, facing the 18K c-bet.
Still going to make the call.
Not going to improve, however. Not that he needs to, given that ace-jack is best right now.
Ivey could double barrel, but because he put in a bigger c-bet on the flop, he feels that the hands that would check call, check fold isn't a big part of Elton's range.
Note that this 3 on the river does complete the flush and does put Ivey in front at showdown with a pair of 3s, provided he's allowed to get there, which he is not. Elton bets 55,000 wisely and sheds the best hand.
Well played, Elton. Knows when to turn his hand into a bluff.
What's that? You scoop your gem on that.
不是，我昨天去教了一个，他给了3个 scoop 给我，我操，吃不了这么多嘛。
Mystery card, Chen, opening to 11K. Paul just calling ace-king suited.
We've seen a lot of slipperiness out of these ace-kings on the day. Nut flush draw and 2 overs on 7-5-4. That's what Paul's got. Don't know what Elizabeth has.
I don't know what she's got, but I'm liking the ace-king of hearts right now.
Yeah, it'd be tough to argue with that hand being valuable.
So it's checked over to Paul. I would want to see him bet. The pre-flop raiser tends to not like to see 3 number cards connected. You can really represent sets, even some pocket pairs like 8s, 9s. Obviously back up with the 2 hearts in hand.
大家都不同一个级别的，我操！
我拿到 KK 我丢掉。
要中2对，你需要中2次。
16K.
打得好，超空自如。
That which Elizabeth faces.
是关键。
Not having c-bet.
可以把1对特跑。
She's grabbing whites and blues.
and making it 60,000.
我的牌跟他们的牌都是一个基本。
Now we know that Paul is not going to fold,
头5个8%，
but
最下面
both call and re-raise options are on the table.
For me, it's really just only call.
对啊。
Elizabeth Chen, check raising flop as pre-flop raiser does scream strength. You really don't want to inflate it so much where maybe Elizabeth puts in another re-raise if you do repop it. Plus, if your opponent is check raising you as a bluff with like worse hearts, you don't want those hands to fold, because if you can find another heart, you can really build a massive pot.
What sort of hand composition opens, gets flatted, and then check raises this board texture, though? That's what's on Boss's mind.
Exactly.
然后他把筹码这样，他说我 check。你看看。
He does ultimately make the call, of course, and now a 4-liner on the turn.
In general, this card does favor Paul more. I wouldn't expect Elizabeth Chen to be check raising, say, pocket 8, 7, 8. Plus, if she did happen to have like an overpair or a set, she would absolutely hate the 4-liner. I think it's actually kind of tricky for Paul here. If he doesn't bet now, he can't really represent a good hand and maybe bluff something off that's better. But if he bets, sometimes he opens the door to get check raise off of a really good draw, and he hits top pair, top kicker, which might be good. It's unclear.
He's reaching for chips. Heels of that check back from Boss on the turn. Elizabeth now fires 55,000. How well is Ace King performing as played?
I hesitate to answer because it's very difficult to figure out. Ace King beats 2 busted hearts. Pretty much the only hand I can think of that would take this line that you beat. He's under-repped his hand. I think he's just curious.
Remarkably, I know enough Chinese to know what Santiao means, and that's trips or a set. And that's exactly what Chen produces.
Nicely played, and a nice sizing to get paid off, knowing that Boss never has a straight with that turn check.
打多一点我不气啦，然后来一个 A， 出了一个 A。哎呀，我 AK 红星啊，埋伏他们3打啦，他们聊天啦。AK 红星。
哇，哭了。
就是怪你，你说那个减肥的这个事情，我本来在 PK 有打起来，不。
哇，我4路打我赢了。4路我打。
4路你打我跟。
5路得打了嘛。你跟就是
3条了嘛。For Tan?
哎呀，我心想
12.
随便了。
站多一点。
算了。
我4路打5路得打了。
他如果后面多一点，我就 all in 了，我就输光了。他后面只有20，我实在熬不出来。cos 肯定不 cos。
你输光了。他如果30几个，他早就跑了那个牌。我感觉，我这个会跑。
是 river。
river 他打过来，我感觉你出去。
6-7 offsuit.
葫芦怎么 call 了
Does make the call.
你就他葫芦也不 call。
这葫芦也真的。你的手上全都是 K 高高的那个。
Queen, Jack, deuce, Broadway gutty, no club on board. Little does Tan know it, but he could sneeze and take this one down versus 6-7.
That bet is more than a sneeze, and it works.
Throat clearing cough.
你才不输妈的。就主要是你那个牌还能 fold 掉，你才是牛逼嘛，真的牛逼。 小牌精。
我 four 对了是牛逼，four 对了就是 four 错就傻逼了。
嗯，这个牌很难 fold。
然后下来一顿骂，你会不会打牌的？
会给他吃掉的，都
我这不停的叭打光了。
check 不 check？
妈的 check 都没有，这 check 的这北这叭。
到你，Elizabeth。
有就有了是吧？
对啊，有就有了，送给你了。
Elizabeth briefly pauses before delivering the 11,000 out there.
哇，我3打输更多呢哟。
对。
哦 ，flop 我肯定打了。
Tan.
Take raise.
Customer out of the straddle.
30
in the middle.
那 take raise 我已经
10-7 deuce. The dominated ace has outflopped.
不会这样打的。
Tan with a quick check.
所以我4都
That
不
ace
敢打。
jack does have some firepower to work with on his board texture.
4路打5路
2 overs.
还要投，起对又不能投。
Ace of diamonds. Suit blockers, which usually blocks continues, but the bottom pair is going to come along. Queen of diamonds, an excellent card for Chen to put in the multi-barrel.
Yeah, Broadway Gutty and the nut flush draw, the developments.
Plus the queen overcarding the board really puts heats on one pair holdings. Plenty of outs in case you're wrong.
就是这把是吧？怎么样有圈气的他？
因为我3币他太多了，他庄位。
Like that.
35 dimes, second barrel. Obviously, with all of that equity, she was quite comfortable. Tan far less comfortable. Bins the deuce, understandably.
Things going well for her.
一桶花了应该是吗？
方块吗？
生气了跟你。有料。
看看我的钱比较好赢。
You see 2 STs?
这牌中了也不知道怎么赢你的钱，我以后都不3比你了。
One on screen, one right there.
试试看你是不是会3比
你。11. From the ace 10, ace queen pops up right behind. For Elton.
3-bet worthy.
Unlike some of the ace kings which have been played as flats, Elton wants a table for 2. Little privacy on request.
你聊天也有投机的。我说你聊天也有投机的。
7-8 suited for Elizabeth.
Esti just stood up Elton. Didn't want to be part of that date.
丢嘛，人怎么打？那大回去嘛，你也不是那种人，你都不是那个风格。
You ever get stood up on a date, Randy?
I know you have, buddy.
I've never been stood up on a date.
Okay.
I've stood up a lot of people. No, that's not true. I've been late.
看公司
Late?
You can't be late to the first date.
不然看老板。
You know what I mean?
I mean, it just makes sense. It's disrespectful.
Right.
这么久的那把牌。
Did you? I read this thing recently about how, I don't know, you might have seen it too, where someone went on a date and then he was going to pay for dinner and then some girl ate 48 oysters and then he did not pay the date and just left her the bill.
I didn't see that, but it feels like the right play. Pocket kings. Flats. Feels like the lesser pursued play. Ivey looking to invite Tan and company into the pot or even into a 3-bet.
This, Ollie. Players should be scared of squeezing Ivey after seeing him back raise earlier.
Note that it was only a6 suited that he had on that occasion. And it is only a pair of 6s that Elton has on this one.
YouTube 还没有存到，直播。
Nice for Ivey to get checked too. As he's going to try to build this pot. 35,000, rather healthy.
我也不怎么看。
如果你每天8个小时看得下去，就
Do foresee Elton taking one off with the pair of sixes.
Gonna cost him 35,000 to do it.
I'm sure he's concerned about the price, though. Hoping to improve, hoping to dodge the diamond. 10 on the turn.
No help. To 6-4 with checks.
上头了嘛，跟你说。
发个90K，我想这个面怎么看？你靠这个司机都不可能不中这个面的。
拿了好70、80万的还上头啊。
估计没戴眼镜，还没看清楚呢吧。
Massive bet once again.
哇，那天顺给我们打跑了。
哦，对
I think
哦对啊，对啊，我还没注意到他的。
Elton looks curious.
肯定怪我。
怪我啦，我不三打。
Properly concedes.
He did not hit the flop or turn. Didn't even need to hit pre-flop. Had the goods.
我要一靠掉，靠完600，我后面还是9万。
when you win. Huh? No, on the hand when you 4-bet
一直
squeeze.
看不到3张
Did you have a
啊，
pair?
上头。
No?
你说这个牌打进去6万还是9万，发一个90K， 能不能不中了？怎么都要中了吧？最差也是 A 圈了吧
？Pocket 5.
才知道我这个傻的，上在上头。
Very well played though.
4s for Andy.
这把牌我没想过会被偷掉。
Standard open.
Very close. Maybe not you.
Threes
Anybody else?
for Tan.
Nice exchange between Elton and Phil Ivey talking about the hand where Ivey rejammed a 6 of hearts.
Yeah.
第4隻嚟咩啊？有冇打？
Yeah, there was a lot of money.
Bill, do
There's
you
a
bet?
lot of money in
You
there. The 3 bets is like 180 in the pot. So, I mean, you know.
Well, the two little pairs
I don't know.
are both looking up at 3 overcards. Both
第
of
4
them
隻有冇打？
have diamond draws,
Ah.
but Phua
你抌咗啦。
with the ace jack has the best hand. 2 checks in front of Tan.
Big boys game.
You wanna sit?
I played the small game.
I'm winning. Surprising.
So Tan Xuan has got the lowest equity, but this 30K bet is actually going to shut out the bigger diamond and will increase his equity. Of course, Paul is not looking to fold ace jack and getting a little look from Rob Young.
Yeah.
He's just spectating.
Most sweaters aren't quite as intrusive as that. Helps himself to the peak.
Oh, he lays down ace jack. Wow, that is surprising. Was that a Rob Young like, this is bad juju, I'm out?
You know what's funny? Sometimes when you know someone else is watching and knows what you have and how you're going to play this pot, you're like, well, I can't do anything that, you know,
Be behind.
might not look positive.
I'm a tight player.
Yeah.
So that was
3打你。
good for Tan Xuan. Somehow stealing that pot.
"哇，吃饱饭不行啊！他妈的没一把。
Anyone getting hooked?
We'll find out. As Elizabeth takes us up from the
加
butt.
油加油，真的，今天指望你带我赢点钱呐、跟我分个10万8。
Dust in the straddle for Andy.
让一让，让一让。
我不要他让。
买了100是吗？是不是？
啊，
100。
对，100。
那是都。
好的，赢就好了。
分个10万8万的，加油！
You think he's going to blink? Still hasn't.
No. You know Ivey doesn't blink, right?
I still don't think he's blinked.
对啊，
You concerned?
刚刚好，最容易方面我们
You don't need to be concerned about Ivey.
No.
5 deuce suited? Is this day 1 or day 2 again?
I'm more concerned with how I've undervalued this particular combo.
很方便就是这样。
I didn't know I was supposed to add it to my range.
Right.
I've learned something.
5 deuce suited. Makes it 12, and Elizabeth promptly makes it 35 with the king 10 suited.
I want to say she's going to take it down pre, but I also saw Tan Chuan 4-bet 5 deuce suited to 100K
你
before.
这只赢他就好了。
These things happen.
7 and 2.
Will they happen this time? TBD.
Took us a while to make sure we're in for another ride. Yeah. How old are you?
Kind of feel like it might because he hasn't folded yet. And it's starting to feel a little sinister.
145.
Oh, I didn't
Yep.
know. It was a 100% frequency play.
I don't know what it is about this particular hand, but it's like catnip to Tan Xuan. He just absolutely loves it.
Especially if you're all sleeping in the same room and such.
And he has slipped this king 10 suited directly into the Vitamix.
And she can't play back. Understandable. Which card is he going to show? You got to show one.
你了解我，你了解他。只要你赢钱，你不是赢我的钱，妹子。
这么深的筹码，啥牌给你跟发出来，发什么都是什么3条，打死他。
那我们装在一起去了，我喜欢装3条，你也喜欢装3条。
For someone to show a deuce after making it 145,000.
It's not even the first time.
At least the third by our count. I don't know that he showed on the other occasions, but
145.
Once a day minimum. That's for Tan Chuan.
well, it's part of a healthy diet.
I don't know if it's healthy.
He's won. Did he win all of those pots? Did he lose one of them?
I think he did lose one where he got 5-bet.
Meanwhile, Ace-Jack, far more credible kit. This time for Tan. Elizabeth flats 2 9s. And Boss has other ideas about king 9 suited, squeezing the flat by Elizabeth. Pocket 5s. Into the muck.
Well, Paul's probably thinking, look, Tan Chuan would never 4-bet twice in a row, you know?
Never say never.
Yeah, that's a bad statement. But Ace-Jack, it might give some playability, although it's a tricky hand to play against, especially against Paul, who's been playing a really solid strategy, and king 9 suited is out of line. And is he going to put it in once more? That would be bold.
Especially when he just showed a deuce after having done it.
看到你就
He's
抽
out.
不下手，真的是。
Reluctantly mucks.
你不偷我，我偷你啊！
Leaves
好，
Elizabeth
赶紧再偷你了。
to contend.
我这么辛苦啊。
Nines
Extra
is in
43K requested.
good shape against king 9
已经输
suited.
给你了，还
Paul's
说
been playing a solid strategy, and she is out of
心里已
position.
经
So
怕你不抽。
gonna take a flop here.
9-9打一把你不偷，我这么
很想
辛苦啊。
说你，很想说那个145。
我很想带回去。
Investment made. To the flop we go. And the 9 finds its way to the board. Middle pair against middle set. And the pre-flop 3-better has the action checked over.
看你9-9打一把，等一下被打
For
飞
Paul
了，不好意思。
He often should be checking this flop with this hand. You don't want to get multiple bets in. You might have the best hand, but he could definitely get in some trouble because of a 4-liner out there. The defender often stabs as a bluff on this texture, which she's actually got mid-set.
So he does check back and allow this 6 to roll off free of charge. And suddenly Elizabeth comes alive.
Do like
We
that
know
she's
why.
betting. Yeah, she doesn't have to fear the 8 because it's a squeeze pot, so Paul having an 8 is so rare. To be honest, Paul actually has to keep this honest because Elizabeth has those stabs, and King 9 is doing okay normally.
Another 130 into the middle. Jack on the river.
Jack's a bad card for Paul in case he was up against King Jack, Queen Jack, King Queen. These hands would stab after a flop check through. I do think Elizabeth should still be going for more value. The 9s is almost certainly good as played.
他打飞掉了，
这个我领先多了，他两倍啊！
打飞掉了，你看。
Concerned about being up against the straight. Elizabeth does indeed barrel once more, 155,000, and King 9 is all done.
应该去了650，哎，
股东厉害。
这个黑头买出来。
Well, Tom E. in the YouTube chat, Randy has written in to say, I think one of the commentators needs to learn to be able to translate. Sometimes they're having a right laugh and we're missing out. Now, I know that when he says commentators, he's referring to the two of us. And as I consider out of the two of us, who would seem to be the more appropriate person to learn Chinese? In fact, I think maybe, don't take this the wrong way, but when they hired you initially, Randy, there may have been some sense that came with the package, and yet, you know, they got a little bit cheated on that front because
Ollie,
you don't speak Chinese.
I'll be honest. They didn't ask me to fill in a resume, and they
No
made the
questionnaire.
assumption, and they're committed now.
Yep. You got him.
I got him. I got the good end.
Now, see, at no point did they really think I spoke Chinese. As you know, I can sing in Chinese, the product of, you know,
就是吧，我去了就没有 AK 嘛。
going to school at Cal
小
Berkeley
队
with
他也偷了
a
吧？
lot of
对啊。
different Asian ethnicities.
这个猪哦，
All right, I was fond of many of them. The old karaoke was a thing.
我
But
输了12000，
putting
就
it
没有
back on
AK 了
you,
吧？没有 AK， 没有 H 了。
Tom, I feel compelled to agree with you, and I feel compelled to perhaps suggest that Randy download Rosetta Stone or Duolingo or whatever,
Ollie.
you know, and then help us out.
My daughter is learning Chinese and going to Chinese school, and there's a bunch of 4-year-olds in that class. I think I might start showing up and staying, and I'll learn the language. In a few years, I'll be able to translate all this for you.
Okay, I don't know if I want to wait a few years.
Okay.
I'd be missing out on a lot. Second, I don't know if you should go hang out with a bunch of 4-year-olds in a school.
Fair enough.
You know, I'm not worried, but optics.
Optics, I get it. Okay.
Meanwhile,
Rosetta Stone, who goes?
Elton limps the ace-10. Handz does the same with the 4-5 suited. The solver bait, ace-5 suited, activates Tan.
He's good, yeah.
Well, don't forget, Elton limped the button. Wild go with aces stacked. The kings of Tony. Limping again, calls 34K of ace-10 in dominating position. Handz has got 5-4 diamonds. And they just have no respect for the Tan Xuan huge ISO.
1201818。你们4000人扣34000。
Well, when you show deuces after making it, a single deuce, rather, after making it 100,000 pre, all of a sudden your credibility is called into question. King 7 deuce, nobody improving, but the ace of hearts working for Elton, who's got the best hand.
Feels like Tan Xuan often puts in a C-bet on this flop. Strong kings tend to put in action pre in terms of aggression. Elton might peel one here with that ace of hearts that you mentioned. He also knows that Tan Xuan doesn't necessarily need to be holding the goods to c-bet this flop. There we go.
36 to the turn. Wheel gut shot acquired.
对10最高准每盘都要排啊。
800有牌。
Yeah, that wheel gut shot might make Xuan activate once more. If he feels that Elton is peeling a bit lighter just because he's Elton, then double barreling makes more sense. There we go. He's cutting out a huge bet.
Not for the faint of heart are the lines that Xuan takes. 105 into 170. It's one thing to try to keep Tan honest. It's another to expect to be able to do so with a single call on the flop.
This would be a sick call if Elton can find it on the turn of just ace-10 high, but he says no.
Xuan just working his way right through that one, as he has on so many occasions. Performing well on the day, $342,000 winner. Elton saying trending in the wrong direction, but still up 900,000. Elizabeth Chen went from being stuck her first buy-in, $500,000, to bouncing right back to a plus 357 at present. Remarkable yo-yo there. Handz stuck 112,000. After having joined here during this third frame.
Straddle?
No.
Pawn not here.
你先发他的，你别人打不打再说我。不是，你先放到他那里。
没有 straddle 啊，
他说了不打呀。
他不打，他打不打你先牌先放到那里，对不对
？OK，straddle 这个。他说了他不打就发他干嘛了？
刚才说了。
说了呀。
Pocket queens for ST. I don't know if you noticed, but ST's got the iPad out on the viewing stand, and he is absolutely soaking up all that he can from these streams on delay. In fact, when we thought that Ivey was just dozing off into space, I believe he had his attention caught by a hand on that screen.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to be paying attention, learning so much against the players you've been playing against all week. They might even be realizing how reckless Xuan has been in some pots. Big blind versus straddle.
Folded all the way around to Elizabeth. Politely asking to take the flop at the price of 4,000, and ST saying inflation.
Almost 400% inflation. Queen 9 going to come in.
So hanging tough is Elizabeth. Not going to be fond of this ace-10-4 texture, where ST's got himself top pair
and a winner.
Yep.
With this 15K C bet. Queen 9 out.
more of this peculiar limping that Elton has been largely responsible for, and he's done it with a variety of holdings. Pocket fives on this occasion, which activates Ivey's Queen Jack.
Could see Handz attack King Queen. Actually laying down, that was the one thing I did not expect to happen.
I think Handz is giving a lot of credit to these Elton limps. He wasn't around for kind of the onset of them, and so I don't think he has as many data points. Maybe the only thing he heard about was the Aces limp versus the Tony G Kings.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty big statement in itself. It's just surprising, that's all.
King 6 deuce. Elton with the best hand and the only flush draw.
Yeah, but that flush draw is often enough to check call, at least a flop bet.
That flop bet comes in to the tune of 20, just south of half pot. Tsang calls, and that is a problematic turn for him. Ivey does pick up the Broadway gut shot, faces a second check in front of him.
Could see Ivey double barrel here.
No, instead he's going to keep it clean with a check back, and he's going to find the nuts on the river. Granted, this is provided that nobody has diamonds. It does feel like quite a safe assumption.
Main targets are Ace and King X. 40K designed to try to get both of those types to call.
Always too rich for 5-5. Takes a little time before binning it.
Go Chen.
That he folded straight.
Folded it straight?
Go quick. Jack Queen.
Some intel being passed down from Elizabeth. Not sure what hand it was that she was talking about there.
Yeah.
Folded a straight was, I believe, the disclosure. That doesn't come to mind.
What happened? Yeah, I'm not sure which hand that is, and I have pretty good memory.
Do you, Randy?
No, because I didn't remember that hand.
In fact, you forgot that you don't have a pretty good memory.
Yeah, you know, like that movie Memento where you just can't recall anything?
You had to write it all down?
Yeah.
7-7. That's made it 10 to go. Tom with the 7-4 suited.
That's a good holding.
大家都没得牌看，我跟你说。
For ST, Ace Queen of Dimes.
I think so. Hopefully a little bit more.
Opener is Handz, playing a 387K stack.
A little bit less.
One of the shorter stacks at this featured table.
65?
ST's activation is a lot of pressure to put on the back of a couple of sevens with two players still left to act behind.
Might be a bit much to set mine with this stack size, so he's out.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Tom's not out.
7-4 of hearts. 2 sevens are gone though, so it's going to be difficult for him to flop something, but not necessarily win the pot.
Elizabeth out of the way with her Jack 10. And now Tan gets to play deep stack poker post flop in position
Should be always free.
against ST. Jack 9-4, and Tan has outflopped the ace queen, which is performing quite poorly on this texture. No diamond to be found. $72,000 is fairly healthy sizing here.
But if you got this far with 7-4 hearts and you flop a pair and backdoor hearts on a non-ace king high board, you just have to continue. Especially with the stack behind, you got decent pot odds. You actually have the best hand.
And the implied odds of a shot at that 670,000 back also on his mind.
Yeah, obviously if he hits a 7 or 4, it's very well disguised.
Well, it isn't the 7 or the 4, but it is the heart, which gives Tan a redraw. His hand is best. Little can he know it with 305 out there, and let's see how much storytelling ST will continue to do.
This is the turn card you actually don't double barrel very much because Tan Xuan's range likes the 9, whereas the pre-flop squeezer and see better doesn't tend to have that 9. This card is so favorable that you really can't bet it. Now we got to ask the question whether to kind of bet and protect our hand against 2 overs, especially because you can get counterfeited by the jack. I would say that rarely does Tan Xuan ever get check raised if he does bet here because of how advantageous that 9 is for him. So betting is reasonable. So we're going to take the free card.
And that free card brings in the clubs and puts a king out there. Opportunity is really ripe here for ST.
Yeah, he often was just looking to check give up, but the king is one of the cards where you might be able to stab because you have ace king. Probably got some king queens as well, and the fact that your opponent didn't bet the turn, you probably discount king queen a bit, so you don't have to worry about your opponent parrying it. Your opponent didn't bet the turn, you can discount some clubs that got there. I think it's reasonable to attack here. It's just playing against Tan Xuan, so you never know. Well, even if you try to rep the king, it doesn't mean that Tan Xuan doesn't try to rep bigger. So he's going to give up. I wonder if he thinks the 4s has got enough showdown value.
Well, if he doesn't, you could see him reaching for chips here and turning them into a bluff.
What? Lack of muscle mass? Really? Fuck, yeah.
Tan begrudgingly shut it down there, and you see all of a sudden, unexpectedly, he sees no pair. Turns
Okay,
over.
Andi. What is that?
Look at ST. Irritated. You see
I like.
That was almost like in combat video games. When you win the round, there's always like that little animated move that your character does, like when they make a little fist pump. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh man. Pretty funny.
MVP.
Just. Ooh. That was kind of a sexy little new setup
刚才这一手挺漂亮的
maneuver there that the dealer put on that deck. That's usually like magicians, you know, Shin Lim or whatever. You know.
It's Sfandiari.
Sfandiari can do it.
对 forward 啊 forward 对
4-7
一队去买2队
I wouldn't mind seeing him invited to one of these cash games. You know, he plays absolutely stratospheric.
4K
Off stream in private games out in Southern California.
994给1000块钱我告诉你
Maybe he would want to work his way down here.
就停了。
See how he fares against these killers.
Yeah, I don't know if he wants to be playing against a guy super deep who is anything and is always relentlessly blasting. But
well, we want him to.
We do. We want plenty of victims for Dan Xuan.
我拍他打你还更快。
你不知道我的吗？偷我的鸡。你又不是没见过。
鸡鸡。
也不是。我真在想，打我抠不抠？真在想。敲的是算的。
Queen 10-9 here. Queen eye straight for Andi. Unfortunately for him, Ivey, having defended the straddle. Not much to speak of.
He flop any better?
Yeah, King Jack.
All right.
17K C-bet. Follow up to the pre-flop raise.
Disappointing.
Not to be glossed over, by the way. This was a limp. Was it?
20K
no,
open.
It was a 20K open.
A bigger open because he was the first player out of position. Ivey called 4-3 suited for 20K. It's a little bit more sizable than normal.
Yeah, I just kind of assumed, given that we got 20K in there, that maybe it had been a 3-bet. Maybe it was the limp and Ivey takes it upstairs to a bigger number. But 20K open.
Just in general, when you're out of position, you tend to open larger. Pre-flop, that is. 11K, though, is in position as it attacks these blinds and straddles.
All of that stuff that you're referring to when you say in general, there isn't a lot of in general that goes on out here in these streets.
I have to say in general because they often do the opposite at this table, like you mentioned, unorthodox, their own style. A delight to watch.
Think about what you would expect someone to normally do with a hand in a spot, and then do something other than that. 8-9 suited. This one makes sense, a raise to 11,000. Ace-9 suited for Elton. I'm not going to say it doesn't make sense. But this, you know, we're taking the higher variance approaches. As Tsang has made it 45,000. Handz has not released Ace-10 off suit yet.
He did count down his stack just now. This would be a bold play, but correct if he can find it with Ace-10 off. He's just open rips $377,000 of Ace-10 offsuit, and he's right.
Handz has a scary ability to sniff out spots I mean, if he was a drug dog at the Bogota airport, I promise you global cocaine supply would go down to 0.
That is a really interesting way to describe this situation. I don't know if we should be using those analogies, but
after midnight.
It works. It works, my friend.
After midnight, everything changes.
It's for diamond.
I think a better way, a simpler way would have been, he just has a good live sense. For you, a live sniff.
See, the thing is, I'm not out here looking for the simple way, and I'm not alone, Randy. Maybe I've been influenced by all of the complexity of everything that we've been staring at for the better part of the last 3 days.
Xuan way of describing that situation. He rubs off on you.
I could have folded 5 deuce, but instead, 4 bets, 100K. 5-3 offsuit.
Isn't he supposed to just check this 5-3 off? Because he gets a chance to get a free flop.
You mean generally?
Generally, yes.
Yes. Normally? Yes. But in this world, in this little bubble, we go north. And we turn into a pair of 3s problematically versus Handz, who's got the whole wide world in his hand. Top pair. Nut flush draw. Checking over to Tan, who may anticipate that he's got the ace-X in his range, given the limp from Handz. Storytelling to the tune of 15,000.
Interesting turn card as Tan Xuan picks up plenty of outs with that 4.
When you get check called the 15K here, though, you do obviously begin to consider the prospects that an ace looms. Just how good an ace? Maybe that's part of the calculus with respect to whether or not Tan wants to continue to barrel.
Right, but some of those weaker aces now have a straight draw, and they're not looking to check fold.
So the check back from Tan. He does not find the deuce 7, 3, or 5 that would have made him a winner.
I could see the ace-8 hunt some value. You can represent busted spades credibly. I often would think that a better ace would bet the turn at a decent frequency. Nice size here, 30K. Might entice Tan Xuan to keep his opponent honest with his pair 3s.
What? 都不知道赢什么，妈了个巴子！那 float。 没变。
30K in one hand.
There you go.
Payday.
He saw the 8 of spades first.
Yeah.
He thought he might have won. And the ace thereafter.
The first card you liked, what I showed you.
Yeah.
You felt hope.
Having the 5 of spades wasn't great for Tan there, yeah?
Okay,
Slightly, yes, because of that. But it was just funny because he kind of got slow rolled a little bit there. Not intentionally.
No, it's just a 1-by-1 rollover.
要追输了。
对呀。
打起来，打起来！
玩起来！
旺起来，旺起来！
What's going on here?
安迪今天赢钱是不是？
The energy is just so good at this table.
100。
You know, perhaps, as Tommy pointed out earlier, Randy, if someone in the booth
could translate
spoke Chinese, we would have a better sense of what is going on out there. Now I know that you were also referring a little bit to the action, but, you know, there's a lot that everybody has hearty laughs about, and I would like to know. Maybe
So,
for Christmas.
Ollie, you know Cash Game Invitational number 2?
Yeah.
I don't think I'm going to be invited back because of you and whoever just said that in chat, because I can't translate Chinese apparently.
No, but you can learn it, Randy.
You think I can learn? You know how hard it is to learn that language?
I don't.
Jungle Man tried. Tom Dwan tried. Do you think they learned it fluent in the short amount of time they were prop betting? No, they didn't. What makes you think I can do it?
Well, I'm looking at you, Randy, and I feel like perhaps you have a genetic advantage. Maybe that's just in my head.
Fair.
10,000, says Andy. Oh, Elizabeth.
Floatsy.
Not done. Throws on the water wings and stays in the pool. The float, though, not doing much to aid her affinity.
I think she's going to lead.
Oh, yep. The 4X belongs to her.
True.
And the 7X maybe doesn't want to allow a check back. As we can see, it's none of the above, but with Jack 10 of hearts, where would Andy be able to go from here? Other than a bluff raise, which would seem ambitious, as we can see it would work.
I suppose Andy finds it suspicious that Elizabeth would all of a sudden lead on this board pairing 4. But Jack High is Jack High. Nice play, Elizabeth Chen. Playing well today.
Okay. Deal with it.
And the lamb.
Well, if you're into crypto and you're into sports betting, have we got news for you? The folks over at Tether.bet, USDT-based action, are looking to hand you a 100% welcome bonus. And we'll slap on another 10 USDT as long as you utilize the promo code Triton and are one of the first 100 people to do so as a new player. Make your way over to Tether.bet and get your crypto-based sports betting action down today.
How many drinks are on that little table on the side? All 3 being taken away. Oh! I think Paul's stepping aside here to let Ferdinand Putra sit down, Ollie Nejad.
So this is 4K. That's not mine, right?
Not yet.
Okay. So the ante is the straddle.
No.
No, you straddle 4. Your 4 is the straddle. Yeah.
Okay.
Don't fold. 4.
Welcome, Ferdinand Putra.
He made 11.
Ferdy, as we lovingly refer to him.
I like this guy.
Love this guy.
He's cool.
I miss his long hair. You remember when he had the long hair?
He did. This is the shortest I've seen his hair.
Well, I mean, there's not a whole lot left shorter than this to go.
Okay, buddy. Calm down over there.
Pocket fives. Swing and a miss for Ferdy here.
But they had to let Ferdinand Putra know what the blinds are, as it's unusual. 1K, 2K, mandatory 4.
Yeah.
Big blind ante 5.
With the ace-10 suited, the 18K follow-through is flatted by Handz, who is out-kicked. Stays that way on the turn. Pot up to 77,000.
Esti's kicker is still rather strong. Loses to ace, queen, ace, jack. That didn't 3-bet pre, which is possible. Button versus +1. Then again, he could be up against king X's and worse aces. So he does bet once more, 43K. Handz in a tricky spot now because he might want to keep his opponent honest if he's up against diamonds. Queen, jack, jack 10. He is in a bit of trouble, but he does have chop outs in case he is up against a better ace. He could find some pairs to come out.
You surprised at all by any of what we're seeing thus far? All pretty standard, right?
Relatively standard. Some players will check the ace-10 on turn, but I do like Esti's bet. Now it starts to get a little bit tricky on how to play ace-10.
Well, the biggest part of the calculus, given that we didn't face a raise on the turn, and so we assume aces up is not across the way, is how often is ace-jack, ace-queen? Maybe even a lying in wait ace-king.
I would say it's more ace-queen, ace-jack, and this is a really nice value bet that ST found. He feels that Handz would bet ace-queen, ace-jack pre-flop at a pretty good frequency. And if he can get paid off by this ace-7, this would be really nice. But ace-7 just says, nope, don't expect a triple.
$81K. The magic number. Maybe something a little bit leaner and we still get paid, although leaner than that and we start to look maybe too greedy, too milky.
Yeah, I think it's too. I think it's good, actually, his sizing. Just sometimes your opponent makes a good fold. It happens.
I know, I'm always thinking that good sizing is sizing that a losing hand calls, but can't be too results oriented.
Right, it's the whole session as a package, not just one hand.
Thank you.
Suited ace on the button.
What do you call this, a premium for Tan Xuan?
Warm up already, Ferdinand?
Too much? What? Here. Here.
Too much white hair.
Here.
Is that what he said?
He did. He said too much white hair. Ferdinand Putra. Damn.
You do like touristy stuff, or you did like partying?
A little bit of a what's that?
White here.
It's better than Santorini.
说白头发是不是？
I think so.
是这样说吗？
That for sure.
你的英文不好吗？
Santorini is just tourist stuff, no party. Right?
我是个半吊子。
Have you been there, Mykonos?
Yeah, but actually last time I went with family, I also didn't do the party stuff.
How was it? Is it better like Mykonos or
这个
Ibiza?
黑鬼。
I don't know the party scene in Mykonos. How is it? They have day clubs?
Yeah, I think
they have some nightclubs?
I think it's fun.
Yeah?
Yeah.
They're like good DJs?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think it's seasonal.
Oh, seasonal.
Tons pocket threes.
是，你要么就快点丢。你
Made it 12.
看得到我，别吓我。
30 flats. Andi closes it down from the straddle with the only ace in this three-way affair. 43K in the middle. And a couple of clubs as well. Flush draw for Ferdy. He knuckles.
Liking Putra's hand here.
Yeah. Technically, pocket threes are the best hand right now, but in terms of equity, you'd rather have Queen 9 suited. Follow through of 15,000 out of Tan. Down to heads up as the ace-4 was shed. Board pairing 8 could be caused to slow down potentially for Tan as it's checked to him.
I would expect him to rarely bet this turn. The 8 really improves that small blind check call range. King's not folding. To bet 3s here doesn't really accomplish anything. Check we go.
Board pairing deuce.
Board being played by Putra. 3s are good. He's gonna try to rep that king.
As played though, 45,000.
Travel Perdiso.
Oh, he's gonna lay down the best hand. Putra.
Getting credit there. Not for the faint of heart. Trying to bluff your way through Tan. He likes to sleep well.
Yeah, Tan, Xuan, and Ferdinand Putra actually have a lot of cash game history at the Triton streets. If you look at the archives on the Triton channel, you'll definitely see they've
How long were you in Ibiza?
played a lot of huge pots.
Where do you stay?
Just rented a villa.
Many people? Big group?
Yeah, we had like okay group, yeah. Just like some of my
Same lineup from the Tomorrowland?
Yeah, mostly, yeah. We like after Tomorrowland, we're like we don't know where to go to kill 1 week. We didn't plan, so we decided on Ibiza, like on Monday. How much?
So Handz just smooth
I knew you were
calling.
going to make an
2 jacks against Ivey's open.
Yeah.
Actually, you went after also. You went after Tomorrowland, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Under-repped and sitting on top set now, unfortunately, for Handz. Nobody has anything else to take pride in.
This is
2
one of those
checks in front of him.
spots where maybe I actually check it back. The pre-flop raiser didn't see bet. He's got so much hand. Of course, we don't blame him for betting, but like you said, they've got nothing.
Where are you flying next?
Quietly.
I don't know. Are you still gonna go
Taking it down.
visit Buddy together? What do you wanna do?
I think...
He said we can go play, find him, go play some poker.
Not poker. Maybe next trip?
Huh?
When is Monaco, yeah? When's Monaco?
November.
We can go for a chill. Just no poker. Just go and chill.
No, that's why I asked. I was like, I told him you want to go see, and then he's like, what's the point? Just come have dinner, come play poker.
I mean, I don't mind. Of course.
Yeah.
Where is he in?
I don't know. Maybe like Spain or Italy somewhere. France.
You may have heard.
I guess it doesn't matter. Just fly wherever.
Ferdy and Elton
Yeah.
talking about when's the next one. And sure enough, in November in Monte Carlo.
The yacht is amazing, eh?
Triton Super High Roller Series will be paying.
How many feet again? How many,
Another
how many
visit?
meters? Or how many feet again?
110 meters.
Meanwhile,
100 and...
King 8 not looking to pay a visit to the flop, conceding to Elizabeth's 3-bet.
Yeah, I should definitely.
果然看心情。
Pretty sick. Yeah. It's like, I mean, if you rent one of those, maybe like 2.5, 3 million a week. So. Nice experience.
You heard Elton talking about him and his crew went out to Tomorrowland. I believe that happens in Belgium. Big EDM music festival.
After I try, it's really good. I think I might go with my
And then, as though they hadn't gotten their fix, they decided to go spend a week in Ibiza.
Yeah, they didn't have a
After that.
plan, so they're like, yeah, let's just go there. Okay.
Must be nice.
Must be nice.
Oh shit. I mean, if it's just family, when you got those like 150 feet, it's okay already. 45 or 200 feet.
King 10 suited
Yeah,
from
200 feet,
Andi.
yeah. No?
Getting played back at by the King 7 suited of
I mean, it's
Handz,
okay.
which is
It's
dominated.
Two different things.
Let's see
very
what kind of
different.
appetite Ni will have.
Yeah, like if you go up on a 60 meter, you would think it's actually pretty big.
Yeah.
Normally. Yeah. Until. So you're gonna
Andi
do it? Go a couple days?
pays the price of admission, and it comes ace
Oh.
10-3. Second pair, nut kicker. No heart out there.
Last treatment.
And his hand's going to get after it, or is he going to wave the white flag? There's your answer.
I
As he
think
knuckles.
it's a hand where he might put in a delay c-bet if he gets the opportunity to do so, just to attack some pocket pairs at 10, though. That's a good one for Andi Ni.
Yeah, after the check back, he makes trips.
At this point, the way Handz is playing right now, it would seem like Andi is up against a pocket pair he might be able to get value out of, but obviously King 7 is not going to be able to call. I like the small bet that he goes for, though, just so that jacks, queens, nines, they try to hang around.
Next year you go again tomorrow?
If I can get the mention, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Only if you can get. Oh,
If not, I wouldn't go.
why?
I just hate it, like walking 1 hour out.
In and out?
Yeah, then take a car.
It's actually not that bad.
It's very tiring.
No, it's not that bad. Like, just give me some time to sit and rest and talk. It's really not that bad.
35K, not sure
And you get
what's
to
on
see,
Handz' mind.
You know, the city outside and see some different stuff. Look at it a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not so sure either. He could be thinking of check raising, could he?
Even go,
Check
probably not,
calling
right?
to keep Broadway's
Yeah, you know,
honest.
some waffles. But I heard the food's okay inside.
Queen of
They
Hearts
have a lot of food.
on the river.
In the mansion side, right?
Yeah, I think it's pretty amazing. I mean, like, my friend kind of like order something from outside.
Well, it's just
you know,
time to go for some more value for Andi. At this point, you need to just attack an ace-x.
I saw like they have this side where all the people tent as well, like called Greenhill.
Yeah.
Greenhill, like they have a lot of food available, like nice food,
Yeah.
healthy stuff.
How strong of an ace he could be up against is a little bit unclear, because oftentimes if Handz did have ace king, ace queen, they would see bet the flop.
Not for long. It's in a bit, yeah.
So often is like an ace 5 or lower type holding, and
I'm like, that's it, no after party.
and he feels that 95,000 is the price that that
You must stay there.
ace
You
might
go
pay.
out, like, in the noon, you come back, you go out again, you come back, and you go again. Then you go, you're still fresh, you know.
Well, if Handz is a non-believer, it's a price that King High might pay.
Oh my god.
To pick off busted diamonds lower than 10. It's ambitious to call this $95,000.
Handz chewed on it for some time, but ultimately settles on the correct decision.
I mean, I checked and you didn't notice, so I owe you one, I think. After that, I used one. I'm not sure about that.
誒，整個按摩嚟，整個好手感啲。
按摩。massage。
Action on Ferdy. Bows out. Suited one gapper takes us to 11,000 for Esti. We'll play mystery card with Elton's holding the flat call. Hands with ace jack. That doesn't look like 11.
No, it doesn't, and he just 3-bet that king 7 of hearts and lost little chips in that hand.
60.
60s to play. 10's going to be out.
Yeah, as we know, 5 deuce is the one that he'll 4-bet with.
Yeah, 5 deuce. King jack shouldn't be looking to play. Esti's out.
I don't know why, but whenever an original raiser folds and then I'm left to give the action, it always bothers me. I'm like, really, guy? You leave me out here on my own?
It doesn't bother Elton. He's like, well, thanks for juicing up the pot a little bit for me. I've got better odds. 8-6-3. Not the board Handz was looking for, but he might still fire a continuation bet here.
这个分情况，就是说，你觉得他每一排的时候，你任意一排都可以4B的呀，对不对嘛？你看情况的嘛。这个牌是很垃圾的牌。那你刚刚是觉得他没牌吗？4清了吧？没有啊。
40.
40, the announcement. Elton doesn't look done with it.
His type of board.
Comes along. Oh, and top pair, top kicker. The product of this jack of clubs turn.
I'm jumping for joy if I'm Handz. Disguise turned. Top pair. Not much connectivity. This is the spot where you just go for more value and jam a lot of rivers. He's playing a 274k stack. He actually checks. I'm very surprised because I feel like Elton has a lot of hands that will check back the turn.
师傅给徒弟打掉，等一下掉这么多。
And I don't think his intention is to play this as a check raise. Elton does check back. Pot stays steady at 222.
I would think you would want to bet ace jack now after seeing the turn check through. So often Elton has a single pair that isn't really looking to bet, call it off on the river.
Elton was a flat caller pre-flop of the open. The only player to then call the 3-bet from Handz. Pre-flop. As we hear
snapped off.
Handz
Wow.
say all in, and he gets snapped by the second nuts. Nicely done by Elton, who flopped the open ender, gets there on the river. Just recapping it, it was the 40k bet and call on the flop. Rather check call if we're taking it from Elton's perspective. Oh no, bet call.
Bet call in position. Turn went check through, and then the river jam and call by the second nuts very quickly. And Handz is just kind of staring in space for a second, realizing, did I do something wrong? Even if you bet the turn though, you still would have got stacked because Elton wasn't looking to fold his open in a straight draw.
I'm not ready to tell Handz that he did something wrong.
10个完全没关系。
But it sure doesn't feel like he did anything right to him right now as he looks down with no chips. His full stack being passed over to
不停
Elton.
的买牌的那种，不停的买，从没开牌开始就买，不停的买，
买梦想，精彩买梦想。
你看我用很不中的用了多少钱去买啊这些牌，对不对？不停的买嘛，卡身也买，后门花也买，啥都买。
So Handz is back in there. Ace King, fresh 500K stack in for a cool million.
拿不出来
Start this frame of play.
到最后余额不中没办法了嘛，对不对？他不一定有牌。
Signing off on the refill.
厉害。中了100，赢了100就厉害了。
这盘至少输个30。
I've always wondered, you know how like the credit card receipt, you gotta sign it. What if you just sign it dusty? You know, like anything but your own actual signature. And then later you're like, I don't know who that is. That's not me. I didn't sign that.
Why did you think of this all of a sudden?
Just, you know, I guess because I'm a bad person.
I mean, I've been signing it kind of dusty. I just put a straight line.
Do you really? Sounds secure.
So please don't find out which room
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
in and start signing off on every meal here in Montenegro. I'd be worried if I'm around you.
Oh, you stuck me with the shumai on the last bill at lunch.
I did?
Randy, it wasn't your fault. The waitress put it on there. And normally I wouldn't say anything, but since we're on the topic, shumai on you tomorrow. Top pair gutter here.
How long do you
as we focus back in?
I'm going to sleep in tonight. Yeah. I'm going to skip lunch with you.
Nice. I know you're going to order room service.
Top pair. Making the call.
Yeah. Sitting very pretty here from the straddle spot. Played as a defense of the Elton open to 12. And of course, happy to check call.
Elton's feeling it. Using those Handz chips as he double barrels just 7 high.
Yep.
With this texture.
The follow-up to the 11K position bet. On the flop. Now 50,000. Virtually full pot on the turn.
Esti's going nowhere with this hand.
154 in the middle. Trip kings, and now the proposition gets really difficult. Will Elton be able to surrender?
I feel like he should, just because when he fires in full pot, the hands he's trying to fold out on the turn often are gone like a 10-9x. So he's really looking at a king X or some kind of ace-high flush draw that missed. And I feel like there's way more combos that's going to be calling.
Good shutdown.
交到成功.
Sometimes we got to know when to hit the brakes. Start feeling ourselves a little bit too much when we're on the upswing.
交不过你.
搞不过就投降.
对，搞不过就投降. 不好偷那个牌。
那怎么偷得了？那怎么偷得了？他有高也有顺子的那个 broker， 也有 broker 的那个 flash， 还带 K， 还那个怎么偷？那个你打过敲过去，你有补录送给你。
你 river 直接 all in 我大概不要了。
送给你了啊，送给你。
没了。
ST 交流成功了，
交流成功了。交流成功。
这一看是合
King
牌悄
Jack
悄
for ST.
交流成功，你也听到了。
Did well with his last Broadway King. Looking to do some of the same here. Granted, blind versus straddle. Andi taking him with the Queen 7. Which turns into second pair. More than we can say for the Broadway Gutty. And no pair for ST. Doesn't stop him. Following through for 16 into 42.
Flop
，Flop 他还打啦，人家后面
他敲，他敲嘛。
我不知道你管他，他说他打好不打好也好，有什么区别呢？
除非他打你就没了。
Made the call.
他打
3 clubs.
那我怎么跑？
Doesn't rate to be of concern.
Could see ST coming in with a double barrel with King Jack gut shot. Really try to lean on the Queen X's.
他打，
他崩，你就跑了。我 flop 他不会打，
他不会打了，像这样，
This is where it gets very difficult for Andi. It's not unreasonable for ST to be betting an ace.
他打他跟可能我先 all 了。
Nice though that the Queen 7 doesn't block diamonds or straight draws that might be multi-barreling. So it's a decent hand to call one more bet with, but it's understandable that he's laying it down because it's one of the weaker hands he could have in that spot.
So a nice second barrel found by ST, and the yield is solid. So gets the best hand into the muck from Andi.
Guys, we're gonna do redraw in 10 minutes. Will be the last one.
Last redraw of the night, 10 minutes from now. And that'll be the fourth and final frame, which is generally speaking when the fireworks happen.
Do I come in on a straddle?
I mean, there was a lot of fireworks already today, Ali. But there's always the grand finale, you know? Where everything just blows up.
I mean, if the pattern of the fourth and final frame
Enter on a straddle or do I enter on a
being the most exciting one is to continue, then
I left on a straddle. I straddled and I left.
it may just be ordnance that we detonate in this fourth frame as opposed to pyrotechnics.
Okay.
Like what happened? Like you straddled and then you left? Is that what you're saying?
Ferdy. Button raise.
How much?
Picks up Elton. Non-premium kit in both camps. Advantage Tsang on the 5-4 deuce board. Checks his top pair.
Ferdinand does have kind of a suit blockers, which blocks some continues, but obviously 7-5 is going to go nowhere.
Another 18 into the middle. Turn doesn't help Ferdy.
This is a high frequency check of King 8. Unless you really are trying to target an ace-X that's naked.
It just seems like no matter what you have there, the vast majority of it is, you know, all right with checking.
This 13K bet is designed to get a high card to call. Pays it off.
Wow.
Good sizing, Elton Tsang.
You know, the fact that the board texture didn't change upon the pairing of the deuce on the river, I think had a little something to do with this, and the hearts were busted, although Ferdy blocked. Straight draws busted, and he doesn't think that the ace high is going to be behaving that way. Maybe you kind of get it, keeping an eye on 6-7, 6-8, 7-8.
I kind of get it. I think the price was nice, and that's why Elton sized it that way, to kind of get those ace and king highs. Curiosity. Cost a bit of money that time.
This could be costly.
Tan Xuan allowed to get aces?
For those who seek to tussle with Tan here. Pocket ones. 8-9 suited of hands, made it 10 to go. And we're going to play for more, says Tan. 38,000 in particular.
Nines for Elizabeth Chen is a great holding. She might come in here. It is +1 versus +2. Just lays it down. Nice timing by her. The 2 nines are out.
When you consider some of the holdings that Elizabeth has demonstrated an appetite to take a flop with, in even 3-bet spots, laying down the nines there is even more impressive, given that it's correct. And note that a 9 was busy.
She would have got in trouble on that flop.
And yeah, overpair to the 6-high rainbow texture, which is just cooked by Tan. Hands has checked it over to Tan. In a neighborly c-bet. No further combat.
Looks like we're swapping a seat. Tony G coming in.
Well, hello.
He's back. He's down 1.4 million today.
Well, the way you say that makes it sound like it was case money, Randy.
No, I didn't mean it that way. I
was.
just thought, like, maybe you call it a night, come back tomorrow. He couldn't wait.
Looks like maybe he took a shower.
I'll be back in tennis.
Had a change of clothes. Hearing whispers of tennis.
Okay. Who's calmed down?
Well, I don't know. On the tennis court, I've seen some epic blow-ups over the years. One can really do some damage on a tennis racket.
Well, welcome back, Tony G, in for $500,000.
Lays down his first hand. Elizabeth, the party started with the Jack-10 off.
Tony G did step in for Esti. He's going to take a break for the day.
What happened? Yeah, nothing. Just no. There's 10 minutes left in the until the redraw. Yeah, yeah. And he just stood up to go to the washroom. On his grotto.
Digs in and turns into top pair on this rainbow connected texture. Tan checking it over.
But he's getting a redraw.
Elizabeth's
so
hand
I put him on.
adrift.
Yeah, I was called a lot of times.
Yeah, I mean, probably not. I don't know.
She checks back, and now it's trips for Tan on the turn.
I just do the translation. I mean, no. I mean, yeah. You know.
He's getting trappy.
But if you think about it, it's also, you know.
She doesn't fall for it.
He goes to washroom and then.
4-liner on board now.
Nobody posts it. Yeah.
I think Tan Xuan's got to go for value now. If someone checks back this flop and turn, they're not really looking to put in a delayed bet at this point, given that they don't have many 7Xs in first position. So full pot comes in for Tan Xuan, and Jack High is Jack High.
Not doing that, you know, because you would wait your big blind. No.
I think 2 more hands you away or something.
Yeah, like he gets. Yeah.
抓你了。
一个 A high。
Not quite.
No, not quite. K high? No.
是不是 A high？
Xuan high? No.
A high 的不是。
Jack high.
That's right.
Into the muck.
A high 还是够抓你了。
And a handful of chips into Tan's coffers. Nearly 3/4 of the way through this day 4 cash game invitational.
Ace-3 suited for Andy. Elton flatting Jack 10. Elizabeth, King 8 of hearts in the straddle. Nice hand to close it out.
Three amigos to the King Queen 4 board. Top eye for Elizabeth. Checking over to the party starter. Andy has 1 diamond to speak of out there. And apparently that is enough
This
for his
open-ended
purposes.
straight draw is looking not too shabby for Elton.
Pairs for 16. Now for Elizabeth. How do we seek to approach?
With a bet and call in front of you, it's just check call. Hope it kind of checks down, but never really looking to fold. At least not at this point. Turn is really nice for Elizabeth.
Yeah, she adds the hard draw.
Andy turns a pair. Gives him a few outs. Although when you get called in 2 spots, oftentimes you are up against a king. At least in one place. He is going to try to rep a big hand, though. It doesn't look weak.
You're right. But of course, Elizabeth has too much hand to go away. Wonder whether or not Elton will continue to stay invested with the open-ender.
He might, because he's got some pretty clean outs. He's got position, and he's Elton Tsang. I mean, we're going to have 70K, 3 players apiece on a turn here. That's quite rare.
Can Elizabeth ever leverage the flat by Elton to make this?
And it was like your best friend Elton.
Weakish king
somebody else, you know?
second nut hard draw look a lot stronger.
I don't
By check
wow,
raising.
she
Wow.
actually lays it down. That's very surprising. She didn't think the king was ever good.
Oh my gosh, she made the nuts on the end.
And he would have made the straight. And he would have made 2 pair.
This
hurts.
is the one card that creates more action than all others in the deck. Ace is up. checking over. Now we know Elton is going to make some noise with 229 in the middle, and he earned this spot courtesy of having called the turn, which was meaty.
When Elton sees such a big bet on the turn, he just needs to go for big value against 2-pair plus.
Kind of leave our opponent playing the guessing game as to whether or not we backdoored the hearts or something like this. Almost full pot, 200 into 229.
I think with this near pot size bet, Andy can actually discount a worse 2-pair value betting like King Queen, because King Queen would be unable to get a worse hand to call for that price. It is difficult to find bluffs that Elton could have in this spot with this board run out. It's a lot of like King X and Queen X of hearts that do get there that would flat pre-flop too. Jack 10, obviously.
See Andy trying to reconstruct here. As strong as aces up is in general, this does feel like a fairly tough one to call down with.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. If you can't find that many folds. Seen Andy make big calls and big folds.
By the way, only Elizabeth knows that neither of these guys have the nuts. Granted, we can deduce that based on Andy tanking, but nevertheless.
I think he's out. Well done.
Very much so.
没有牌的不别去了吧。
这是啥？你10勾你都不一定赢他。
Okay. 3 or 2?
啊？不是10勾。
Well, how about that? As a late boost to Elton Tsang stack, which is creeping back up toward the high water market established in frame number 1, as we will redraw for seats and then punch a ticket to frame number 4, which is the real ghost pepper of the evening. You don't want to miss it. Stay close. More action in about 15.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Montenegro. On the shores of the Adriatic, Ali Nejad and Randy Liu presiding over a dizzying amount of nosebleed poker getting played out there. If you're enjoying it as much as we are, all we ask is that you click like, follow, or subscribe, be it on Twitch or YouTube. Help us to continue to deliver you the finest in streaming poker entertainment free of charge. As the charges here is 11,000. Price set by Esti's King 4 suited. Tan flatted, and now Elizabeth. Could this be an opportunity for the two queens?
Ladies for the lady.
Esti out of the way. Tan checking on stack depth.
Whatever stack depth it is, he's going to give action. So very nice situation for Elizabeth. Quite the favorite with 135,000 in the middle.
And this is a good board for her to continue to make money.
Agreed.
From these two nines.
Like to see a C-bet in this spot. Size down is fine. Try to get Tan Xuan to call off these pairs and float her a bit.
看着看着怎么来两个问？
就是那个 Mr. 开的嘛，就给别人开的嘛 Mr。
哦，那什么时候可以知道？
没有看到的，
永远不知道。
永远不，除非就是开牌的时候才知道，就是打到最后第5张才那个才知道。
为什么会有 Mr. 开？
就是老板搞起来。
Tan Xuan's got nowhere to go but call, especially with position.
50,000 ahead to the turn, which is dry. It's a really nice setup for Elizabeth. She does need to be worried given it is Tan and he's willing to play 3-bet pots with all sorts of kit about some frequency with which 7x lurks. Considering that, do we ever decide to play this as a check decide on this street?
No, look, if Tan's got the 7, take my chips. Let's keep building that pot. Let's get Tan Xuan to put in more chips with the other ends of that range. I like betting again. It's clean.
I'm going to say this. Tan's observed enough of Elizabeth's navigations to know that she's got a little bit of that Tan Xuan spirit in her herself, meaning nines don't have to be no good here.
No, definitely these nines need to call this turn at a very high frequency, especially with the arrival of the 2 of spades. Backdoor spades with multi-barrel. Ace-5 and Ace-4 are popular candidates to 3-bet pre, and they often will bet this turn too. To fold here would be quite the read. I think it's very hard to do so, although it would be correct in this spot. He is going to make that call.
All of a sudden, the pot grows to 455,000. 10 on the end. Even though it's an overcard to the nines, it's really of no concern to Tan as played.
Yeah, very little. Sure, it's possible Chen hit the 10 with 2 spades. But for her, there's really only one move, and that's that. All in, $274,000. 10 in a tough spot.
By the way, it's not absurdly sized in relation to the pot, and credit Elizabeth with the proper sizing progression that leaves Tan looking up at a price that these two nines might want to pay.
The hands that Chen is representing is an overpair, Jacks plus.
Every now and again, this is just an ace-king that's blasting off. Andy, that much we know.
Of course, ace-king could definitely be blasting off. It could even be just a king-queen of spades, something that just says, look, I don't think you've got it. Xuan isn't holding a spade, which could be problematic for him because he wants to pick those hands off.
How many? How many? Two. Only two.
Time bank check. As he's going to chew on this one. And for Elizabeth, under normal circumstances, you know, I think she's 100% confident that her queens are good.
She knows the queens are good. Come on.
You know what I love about the fact that she's all in, though? She doesn't have to suffer what Elton went through with the 2 jacks, where all of a sudden we just think there's no world in which the action comes in the way it does, and she's put to a decision. No more decisions left for her.
Yeah,
the only decision is on that man's shoulders.
She's played this hand perfectly. Now the question is Xuan going to make this river call?
Tan's got some real speech play.
Yes, he does.
Live read factor is very real with him.
Yeah, but she's not giving anything away.
No, not indulging in the chatter.
She's just praying for the call. He's grabbing calling chips, throws them in, and Elizabeth Chen, the ladies, work out.
Nice hand.
Go
Can we get a thank you so much? Everyone's celebrating the demise of Tan there.
Go.
小鹿乱撞。
对了，
麻烦了。
那么铁头，然后
啊，你看这一盘把它好到了，这是这把。
Rhythmic shuffling of the chips there by Tan. Resumes. $11,000. Says boss, a flat from the dominating Andi with ace 10, who is in turn dominated by this ace jack suited. For Ivey, which is content to simply flat. Pretty one in the window, and that king of clubs for Phil, but nothing more than the Broadway gutty.
3 players with straight draws. Paul, the pre-flop raiser, he's going to take a stab at it. I think he will get called in 2 spots. There's one call. A nice to straight draw, ace jack. Has backdoor clubs as well, and actually the best hand.
7 of spades. Front door flush draw comes in. Nobody with a spade. 2-way straight draw now for boss.
This often just goes check through because when boss gets called in 2 spots, you can't really expect someone to fold too often, as someone could have a flush. Or like a king X with the king of spades, they wouldn't be looking to fold, so check we go. This is fun as the king of spades brings in a lot of hands, but no player actually has anything. Ace jack high is good.
Ivey doesn't know that, of course, as boss failed to follow through on the turn after that 20K bet in position on the flop. He knows he lacks showdown.
If Paul can just throw in any amount of chips, he can win it. But it's so hard to do so. I would say it's unlikely someone's holding the ace of spades. Oh, look at Paul. This is great deduction.
90K into 100.
And for Paul to bet into 2 players looks even stronger. Paul's range is definitely not capped. What a takedown.
Third best hand. Toji.
Indeed. Really only watch him play cash games when it's a big Triton one, so good to see him at the Invitational.
Feels appropriate for Ivey to get an invite, given how far back he goes with many of our Triton regulars, who I'm sure when he first roamed up to Macau and their cash games, I'm not going to say they were starstruck, but obviously, you know, the legend of Ivey, these guys probably really appreciated an opportunity to rumble with them. And we're going to block out Ivey's cards here as he flats the Elton 12K Open. Mystery card time, brought to you by GG Poker.
And Xuan is actually going to re-raise this pocket 7 something.
Yep.
He mixes up a bit. Sometimes he flats, sometimes he squeezes, basically based on mood.
3-bet time, brought to you by Tan Xuan.
Imagine Elton Tsang is going to set mine these 2 5s. Here we
It
go.
isn't a cheap proposition to do so, given it's another 47,000 required, but Elton's chips being in the pot does make a prospective call to close the action that much more potentially profitable for Ivey.
Oh, what about all of the chips?
This is 450 plus in total. Does he have 7s beat? What do you think, chat?
This
Phil Ivey
is
doing this with?
tough to call with 2 7s.
He flatted the button against the Elton Open. Ton 3-bet, Elton flatted, and now all of a sudden,
Feels like 8s or 9s to me.
it's a big mess.
Like for Ivey to be able to back raise jam, I think he's got 5s in big trouble.
5 seconds.
Lays it down. It's actually ace-6 suited.
Center flop?
Wow.
No.
Really? Ivey got 7s and 5s down with that.
I mean, not the biggest hands in the deck, but both hands that had him beat. And I don't think anybody in the chat thought that's where Phil Ivey was.
No. Could you give me like 10 guesses, I would never have guessed ace-6 suited.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
There are jalapenos, there are serranos, There are Fresno chilies. There are even ghost peppers. But if history is any indication, prepare for the Carolina Reaper. The spiciest of all frames has been the fourth and final one, that which is upon us here on day 4 of this Cash Game Invitational, a week-long extravaganza. And just look at how deep everyone is sitting in this 1K, 2K, 4K with a $5,000 big blind ante. No limit hold'em game. Ali Nejad alongside Randy Liu. And note, Tony G is back in the building. Polished off 1.4 million in very short order in frame number 1. And he's back with a vengeance, perhaps.
Yes, he is.
As we saw, Elizabeth Chen was stuck 500,000, quickly bounced back to be up considerable amounts. So it's not impossible.
Definitely not impossible, and his nemesis is right to his left, who took that 1.4 million from him in 2 pots.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that he's going to be thrilled to have to sit to Elton's right, but sitting to his left didn't do much for him in frame number 1, as we have redrawn 4 seats, only 2 of which understandably are involved in this particular pot. And for Andi Ni, the problems are self-evident. Elton slow playing the jacks. 2 overcards to both pocket pairs. Action freezing board texture,
which is good for Elton.
2 snap checks.
Wouldn't want to see bets, and 2 tens is also looking to show it down.
You want the chips?
You want my chips?
No.
Is that what you said?
He said he wants.
松一点怎么说？
You want my chips?
啊？松一点怎么说？
松一点啊。
对呀。
哦 He wants you to lose. Oh no.
No.
松一点怎么讲
What?
He wants you to not so tight. You want so.
Not to play so tight.
That's a considerably different translation, by the way, than he wants you to lose. Diamonds arrive.
Race.
I did.
We can do double straddle, triple straddle.
All in.
10.
10哇
9.
哇，你看那个牌，我操，真的是。
来了。
啊。
Where's the rest of that
谁
pot?
打你啊，兄弟？
Might be the
是最小
thought.
的你。
Elton did manage to squeak 25K in on the turn.
你这个钱一次不过去了。
When you get called there, though, you don't anticipate that you're going to be good at showdown.
Exactly.
差不多了。
你要给我掏走啊！你那个敲过去，我
That was pretty funny though that Elizabeth Chen was mistranslating for a second to Xuan, saying that Ivey was too tight. But to be fair, Ivey, yeah, he did jam in 500K or so with ace-6 suited.
That's true.
They just didn't know because the cards weren't shown. So they assumed it was a big hand.
That's also true.
对不对？
不想搞你呀！刚才打你20万，我跟你说，帮你回忆一下。
对啊，不想打
我。不想。
A little funny that maybe that translation has caused Elizabeth Chen to open 6-4 offsuit on the button. And also that conversation might get Dan trying to grab white chips.
Offsuit one gapper getting punished here.
She got baited.
By the suited one gapper.
You guys going to the KTV?
我不接受。
It's open, maybe we can go in.
Still there?
Elizabeth steps away.
I don't know what.
You ever been playing a live cash game, Randy, and then at some point during that game you look down at a hand without realizing who's in the blinds and you think you're going to open. Then you glance up and you see the likes of Tang Xuan in the
Same
big.
game, no double straddle.
And you look back at your hand and you just muck it.
Yeah, you know that feeling where maybe I shouldn't have opened and I just wasted a few blinds. And a few blinds in this game, it's costly.
Got extra patch?
New patch, smaller one. Lisa, bring a patch for Elton. Patch, coin poker. New pro.
It is too late, but
never too late.
I don't know if fucking ruins my, like I said, whatever.
You said it, I mean.
Doesn't want to put a patch on his Dior shirt.
I don't blame him.
Thank you. I know you play on the side.
I just don't like to play online.
No, you don't have to.
It's like really, you know. I like the interaction, people.
Yeah.
You know, like on the iPad or something.
Where's 220?
10-8 suited.
You've been playing a lot online.
This time for Andy.
The thing is, honestly, I don't even remember if I still have like, I probably still have money on it.
Wow, wow.
20K in ticket.
I haven't even touched it. And like, I just like forget these things, you know.
I know.
I'm sure the site has.
You're living in your own site's doing good.
Yeah. And I'm sure it's got like its own records and everything.
Yeah,
Forever.
of course.
You know, so.
It's on the blockchain. It's safe.
Elizabeth raises it up.
Ace-10 off. Ivey's got ace-6 of clubs. This is his magic hand.
Last time he also flatted. It got re-raised behind him, which could potentially happen here from Tan Xuan's button. And then he came in blasting for a full nearly 500,000.
It's crossing Tan Xuan's mind, isn't it? Like, should I squeeze, which is more his default in this spot? Yeah, it doesn't slow him down. Show me twice and maybe I will, but let's go.
Not from concentrate. This is a very fresh squeeze on the button. Elizabeth concedes despite having the best of the ace-X's.
Yeah, but ace-10 off is hard to play.
Ace-6 suited. Deemed easier to play, and now 7-7-6 on the board. Backdoor clubs and the fortuitous side card connection for Ivey in 117K exchange. Checking over to Tan, no spade on board, just the 8 dangler working.
这打得好了哈。
这个想给你20万就要吃过去了嘛。
对，这是红头的好一点。
因为红头我就找不到那个牌赢你的牌了。
折了很多了嘛。
50K C bet.
啊，他钱赚少了，本来他
And you want action from Ivey, he gives it to you and he outflops you with this pair of 6s and 7s on board. Check call made. Oh, but the 8. That's nasty.
Innocent looking card. Little does Ivey know that it's a very impactful one. So after the check call of 50,000 delivered another 100K into the middle, Ivey checks once more. And let's see if Tan wants to play pot control.
I could see it either way. Yeah, he is going to play the pot control. The king is a interesting card, as it's the card that's supposed to favor the 3-better. And also, it's a card if Tan Xuan didn't have the king, he would try and represent. And that might get Ivey potentially pay off to a river bet if it does come in.
Tony G
Happy.
getting his
Happy winner.
inner Gen Z on as he takes
There you go.
a selfie with the man that holds most of his chips. And Tan shuts down. Ivey uncertain about the ace-6.
这个是不行的。
Wow.
Tan Xuan thought he might have been up against jacks or so, and it's also ace-6. It's like, huh, you are here to play.
张搞一个 A， 第5张搞一个 A，
第5张。哎，我就不出牌了。
就全在多赚。
第5张再来个 A 的。那我打他太抠了。
10.
Ace King.
Huh?
For
Where
Handz.
was the button in? Okay, but we played a few hands, right?
Yeah. We did.
那不行了，下把不发了。
啊？
给忙的时候不给。
He has not been.
都玩免费的，我操。
But who was the button at the beginning of the session? Huh?
I came after the weekend.
Oh, okay. So, OK， 没问题了。啊？我不知道他打了几多把了，我们已经。
他是第1把。
The action.
Ace 9-3.
No big deal.
Handz. Top pair. King Jack of diamonds with some backdoor aspirations. Check calls the 10K C bet. Hopes dashed by the 5 of clubs.
哇，这么多孩子。
So would never expect Handz to not follow through for turn bet. Full pot.
18岁了。占个小便宜。
然后现在是什么意思呢？
啊？
然后现在是什么意思呢？
现在是什么意思？
因为已经有行动了嘛，行动这个就不可以。
对，已经有行动了嘛。但是如果你刚刚提的时候还没行动的话，我不知道怎么样了。
What should I do, Elton?
Huh?
How much do I post?
Post the straddle and the diamond.
You can wait a hand.
Okay. I wait.
Wait. 让你免费打了一会儿。荷官工作不长心。
There's the double straddle.
I'll do that.
Yeah. It's good. Double straddle is fine.
They said we were not allowed to do double.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
Let's not stress.
Double straddle effort thwarted.
Yeah, it seems like maybe Handz stepped away for a second, so he owes some kind of straddle. What they're trying to figure out.
His 50K turn bet got it done.
还紧一点。
Last pot. Onwards to a Xuan open with
咖啡厅在那里呢，
7
在
of
对面
hearts.
那里，在酒吧你看那里酒
Set
吧。
mining effort for Tony.
他昨天的坑都没拔回来。昨天的坑没
Chen
爬回来。
and Ferdinand in the mix as well. Heart interference for Ferdy.
Tony, bottom set.
And there is some stuff on the stovetop in terms of Chen with the open-ender. Ferdy with second pair, top pair for Tan. And he will follow through. 35K. Things boding well for Tony G, but this is texture in a multi-way spot where I think bottom set isn't looking to flat. And sure enough, we shoot it up to 100.
This has got to be a bit painful for Elizabeth to flop an open into straight draw and to see 100K cold in front of you. See bet and raise. Some of her outs aren't clean and you're not closing action, so it's seems like the right fold. 10 folds.
Yep.
Shows a 7.
I think it's in part because if Tony is willing to flat that one pre and then raise us with 2 players behind him on that board, the Queen 7 just doesn't perform all that well.
Of course, yeah. And he probably thinks that Tony doesn't raise all of his draws, so makes it a little bit stronger.
Yep.
I will want to point out that Tony's actually reloaded another million on top of the 500, so he's in for 1 point. He's got 1.5 in front of him right now. He's looking to make back all of his losses in one hand rather than multiple.
The flip side of that is he could double his losses in one hand.
感觉不好意思了，对吧？
Yeah, I don't want to think about that.
Neither does he.
换两张垃圾牌给我。
It's whatever.
Eh? What happened?
Whatever.
Well, over 6,000 of you are joining us right now on the Triton Poker YouTube channel. Love to see it. All time zones represented, I would imagine. Insomniacs. People maybe dividing their attention at work. Some with a cup of coffee, starting their day. Wherever you're at, welcome.
他那个再给你吃过去，你把那个全都贴起来。
Twitch.
把这里贴一
Good to
张。
have you aboard as well. Triton Poker Plus app for some folks.
Yeah,
Maybe the
that's
push
right.
notifications. Got them watching on that platform. Wherever you're at, though, all we ask is that if you like what you see, show us the love by clicking that like button, clicking subscribe, clicking follow. I know we harp on it. Not too often, hopefully. Just about once a frame. But cannot overstate how helpful it is in terms of the algos and helping to build our community and build our audience. And for that matter, build up some profits, I'm guessing. I don't really know what the, what the revenue model is, but hey, we don't charge you anything. Whereas Handz, with 5-6 suited, is charging 65,000.
Do you think he's making it 65,000 because he's got the 6-5? Do you see it?
Randy?
Yes?
While I appreciate you pointing out that particular correlation, my answer is no, I don't. I do think, though, that he would prefer to play heads up than three ways, which he's able to accomplish. What he's not able to accomplish, though, is any improvement upon his hand on this spade-free 10-9-3 board. Same story for Tan, by the way.
This is a tough one to see bet on with 6-5 with spades. And the reason I say that is because a lot of hands that call to 3-bet really interact with 10-9. They often have a gut shot or some pairs. Nice one, Xuan.
刚才听懂了，你刚才搞他，他说现在要搞你，他说。
可是我不是搞不搞谁，公平一点嘛，对不对？
Deciding that Handz' unwillingness to follow through on that flop meant the door was open for Ace-Queen to perk up and take it down. 50K gets it done.
但是就这么巧了，啊，可能不是故意的，但是不能这么巧。
Elton finds a queen on the board. Jack and an ace of diamonds in there as well. Neither player with a flush draw. Don checking over.
Just king high. Contemplating. Puts out 30,000 near pot.
Can I get water?
Elton middle pair, no diamond in hand, but does have gut shot. He's not phased.
To the river we go, and the 10 of diamonds gives Tan Broadway, while it gives Elton queens and 10s.
That was a hard find to hit that river card.
And note that even though Tan has finally improved to something worthwhile, the arrival of the 4th diamond has him gun shy. Elton with showdown value, queens and 10s. Is looking over at that hand and thinking, what just happened?
Yeah, no diamond. You sure? Pot size on the turn.
打我带你啊，好。
哎，哪里打错了？
You're gonna rumble in these streets. You're gonna need some high SPF, some sunscreen. Otherwise, you're gonna get tanned, which is what happened in that pot.
That was good. I'll give you that one.
Looks like Handz is getting some hands on him. By the way, all reports from those who have bothered to book massages and tableside work said the ladies work in the Del Anima Spa here. Solid.
Yeah.
That update didn't really grab you, did it, Randy?
No, no. No.
Hey, say it suited raisin.
I didn't know you needed me to respond to every one of your unnecessary lines.
Not everyone.
Yeah, that one didn't need it.
But
you hit up the spa at all this week?
I did, but I didn't have time to book a massage, so I just went down and did the steam sauna. And, what do you call it?
You got some steam to blow off?
If you're along the markets over the last week, you definitely got some steam to blow off, Randy. I can tell you that.
Couple threes for Elton.
很有潜力。
Elton flats the threes. Handz with the suited. One gapper on the button does the same. Tan.
It's something. It's at least
So look at
2K
this.
more.
He
what is? No,
doesn't
wait.
ever want to be
But what
a
is
flat
this?
caller. It's a click, is what it is.
It's like
it's a nuisance race. It's a mischief maker.
What does it accomplish?
It gets under people's skin. Is that not an adequate accomplishment?
Like Elton's gonna come in. It's just one of those, let's just play for more because a limp pot is not enough. What is this? Handz. Over limp 70,000?
What did I say when we came back from commercial at the top of the show?
Said the last frame of play is the spiciest.
The Carolina Reaper, man. This isn't a bell pepper.
Running game?
Yeah.
Look at Tan.
How much are you playing total?
No way, Elton. You gonna rip it back in?
Don't say no way. Never say no way.
Thank you.
Elton's thinking, this is unbelievable that he over-limped to make it 70,000. But what happens if he's up against a bigger pair slightly? He folds.
Handz gets away with it.
应该大了的。 没牌。
It really felt so improbable that it was a big hand as played, didn't it?
It did. It really did. I kind of wish he showed that one. Just for a little advertising. I think that would have been pretty good.
Yeah, the only problem, though, is once you do show that one,
you can never get away with it
you're
again.
probably not going to be able to pull that off for the rest of not just this session, but any others.
对6应该大了啊。
Ace 10 suited now for Handz.
A part of me thinks that Xuan actually enjoyed losing 8,000 there just to see that play happen.
You know, it's so strange that you say that because he seems to be so delighted by people playing that style of poker that whether or not he's caught in the crossfire and torched off 8K across the table, you know, he's... I told you, if this was a Batman movie, Tan is the Joker. Everybody can weigh in on the chat as to who plays all the other roles. Top pair against middle pair. Tan in front of Handz, who does not see bet.
Tricky check back from Xuan. Gut shot acquired by Elton. Over to Xuan once again. I could see him go for value against Handz. Ooh, we'll definitely have to pay off at least one straight.
24,000.
Oh, all of a sudden, Elton wakes up with a check raise.
Just given the fact that Tan didn't position bet on the flop and this card is as dry as it is, I think Elton thinks that a good bit of the time Tan doesn't really have much here. And he's not so worried about the pre-flop raiser, given the lack of follow-through on flop and then on turn as well. So all of that coming together, in addition to, of course, an out in the form of the 8. Xuan makes the call and makes trips.
Excellent river card for him. Because he could have been up against like a 10-7. They got counterfeited. Elton, gonna try to wrap it, get snapped so fast.
我他妈真的笑喷出来，第一次笑喷出来。不好意思啊。
I can't remember the last time
就是现在你可以
a man fired 125,000
现在他打不过了。
as a bluff on the river. And then was beaten into the pot and mocked.
我都不知道你打了多少钱，我。
Thoroughly.
打了多少钱？我1秒钟扣了。
Tan is mocking Elton there. What an infectious laugh. Even Elton had to laugh.
乱搞，他个手机投不到。
这张牌，掉8给你了，掉什么都不可能丢给你的。
Handz now aces. By the way, it is so refreshing to see people having a blast at the poker table. And even when losing a massive pot, you know?
It's just unheard of, right? Usually when you beat someone like that, you just keep it quiet. But no, this is a different game. It's fun, exciting, it's the highest stakes possible.
他荷包打了20？
没有。15,500才15,500，不是打了20给你了吗
？15,500，我不知道你荷包打多少，我不知道结果。
送给你的。
我搞不清楚。
乱搞，真的是乱搞，完全是乱搞。
Ferdy. He's 10.
How much?
10.
Limited involvement from him since his arrival here.
Yeah, just feeling out the table. Actually haven't been dealt the cards either. Ace 10, though, is the cards.
Stronger.
Top 2 against bottom pair.
You know what?
Hey, did you hear that? He asked the masseuse for stronger. That's you.
That
One's
is
elbow
me.
deep.
No pain, no gain.
There you go.
All right. Had to go. Scapula. Rhomboids. Trapezius.
Right?
Break it all up. Ferdy's 10K flop bet, followed up by the 35 on the turn, and the 9's no longer with an appetite. Let it go.
Back to even.
And back to another opportunity for us to remind you that our partners over at GG Poker preside over the world's biggest online poker room. Award-winning software, and you can get your fix. So many different things on offer. Triton Super High Roller Series satellites, Rush and Cash, a full deposit bonus, along with a Global Millions ticket. It could all be yours to indulge in. Simply use the sign-up code Triton_2024. Get involved at GG Poker today. Queen 7 suited. Takes it up. Pocket 8s for Tony. Played as a flat. 10-7. Andy with a piece, but he's pipped by the 8s. 34 in the middle, heads up. Lack of position, but holding the betting lead. Andy does barrel through.
Yeah, this board texture is going to cost him quite a bit, and it's actually going to go quick raise from Tony G in position, and I don't really see how Queen 7 can lay down.
So far, it can't.
That turn card is going to slow things down as Tony quickly checks it back, and the Queen is going to give Andy the lead. The Tony G run bet continues.
So he made it an extra 25 on the flop. Once he got called, though, that board texture on the turn left him a little sheepish. And, of course, so did this river. Andy takes it. Queen suited for Andy. Widely adopted 11K sizing pre.
You know that hand not too long ago that Tam threw in the chips against Elton and called, and he was cracking up? I got word that he was laughing because he didn't even know how much Elton bet. He just threw in the chips. And then when he saw that, he just started to crack up. So he just blindly threw in 5 red chips. Didn't even know how much he was calling when it was Elton's 125K bet.
Well, was 125 more than he was going to be willing to call?
Don't think it mattered.
Exactly. But imagine if all of a sudden he realized he just called $1 million or something on the end. Meanwhile, ace king suited for Tony, which is getting pushed back on by king deuce suited, performing oh so poorly as Elton in this spot.
$1.5 million deep. Snap call from Tony.
82 in there so far, and for Elton's sake, he does not want to make top pair.
What about bottom pair?
This isn't exactly what he had in mind either, I would assume, although 10 high rainbow texture, and we could try to snack on things like the big ace.
This 35K bet should get called by Tony G. Four on the turn, giving Tony G a wheel draw. Five.
Pairs the board.
I think
it's not going to be enough.
Tony G is going to be sick when he sees how bad he runs.
Yeah, you win. Okay, you win.
Shows a deuce first.
No matter what order it's shown in, it's deflating. Oh, I think our girl's getting in there a little bit. Hurt so good there. Elton wincing.
Well, he asked for it.
Yeah, he did. You got to be careful. You don't want to hit the spinal column directly. Like, you know, elbow on bone, that's no good. I've punted on a lot of massages over the course of my life. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, you got data points to
I
know.
just reminded myself to tighten up a hand ago. I was like, tighten up. Play tight. I couldn't help myself.
I don't think it's any consolation to Tony, by the way.
Yeah, Tony really likes to hear that, Elton.
Yeah. Tony should be like, I'll remind you.
King deuce
Every
is a
time
fine
I
hand.
open, I'll look at you and be like,
King
hey,
deuce
buddy,
is a
play
fine
good.
hand.
Oh,
What time are you playing?
good read.
110.
It's a decent hand, yeah. Covers the high and the low part, right?
已经打上火了。那个我左边的。
My son still thinks he can make it straight from the top cards to the low cards as well.
Oh.
So maybe
Like
it's also
ace, deuce, 3, king, queen?
yeah,
Like that?
so it's a connector also in some games.
That would kind of be nice, actually. It would be more fun that way. Poker, you know?
Could be interesting.
Uh-huh.
Could be we might be on something.
No, it's true. You get like, you know, king, queen, ace, deuce, 3, you know?
You could never see it coming.
Straight flush.
9-6 suited for Chen.
If
Except
there's
Freddie for the
anything you
right.
can change about poker, maybe this rule you can actually implement. Huh?
Extra 7 out of the straddle for
Maybe
Andy.
when people are tired of squid, that can be the next big thing.
Yeah.
Jack 5 deuce monotone texture. Ferdinand outkicked and his spades are covered. A bad spot for him. 2 checks in front.
Yeah, as bad as it gets, you don't think to be covered both ways.
$20,000. Called by Andy, down to heads up. Dry looking turn.
Could easily see another barrel come in from Ferdinand. Oftentimes he does have the best hand, and he might want to protect against that wheel draw. He is drawing so slim. Needs a queen. Nowhere to go but call for Andi, one would think. Ouch.
He agrees. And the spade is a problem for Ferdy.
Yeah, because I believe if it was a blank, the queen jack wouldn't be enough of a kicker to value bet in itself. But now that queen of spades has got some potential. There is some fear of the king and ace of spades. Given that Andy's in the straddle, it's not unreasonable for him to be holding like a jack 10 with 10 of spades that might pay off to a river bet. But good check there from Ferdinand. Didn't
Really
lose
good
more.
check. Recognizing that if he has the jack, that maybe this two-street check call from Andi was in pursuit of the spade. As we can see, it was a little of both.
Yeah, fair enough. That makes sense. You're blocking the top pairs. That means you're more likely to be up against like an ace-x of spades.
So 65K in total post-flop. Shaved off a Ferdy stack. But not a barrel on the river.
So Tan's going to limp the small blind. Tony G on the straddle. Jack 8 suited is going to say more. Tan looking to do some damage against Tony.
Calls. Six-five tray, open ender and backdoor diamonds, checks over to 2 overs and a flush draw.
A very fair fight between two very different kind of draws. Full pot.
So the limp and call of 20K more pre-flop, and now a check and face 50.
Extremely deep, 1.4 million effective. Tan's trying to break down what does this full pot size bet mean. It was raised pre, so the little stuff, not really expected to be in Tony G's range, yet he's still betting big. We know check raise is something he's always thinking about. And he is still going to check raise despite full pot.
This is gangster. Note that King High is actually the best hand right now. Basically a flip with 2 to come. Advantage Tony ever so slightly, though that is no longer the case once the 10 of hearts reveals itself. And by the way, Tony calling that big check raise certainly sets off alarm bells for Tan, given that he limped and faced the 20K raise pre and couldn't shed this holding on this very dry flop in terms of Tony's holdings.
I think that Tan Xuan is going to put Tony G maybe on a spade draw, possibly on an overpair to the 6. I really don't think he puts him on this bottom end type stuff that hits, especially when he's holding a 4 in hand that blocks some of those cards. I kind of feel like Tan Xuan is going to barrel once more large, and if he's up against an overpair, he might think those hands will just lay it down. Maybe 250 or so? Oh, that's full pot, isn't it?
Big boy poker in progress right now. And all of a sudden, Tony G being asked to pay a very hefty price with what at the end of the day amounts to nothing more than jack high right now. And every now and again is a hand that when the spade does roll off is still
oh my God,
all over the top
in.
and takes it down.
You got to show this, Tony. You have to. Show the jack of spades.
Wow. What can I do?
Oh my God.
Who won? I won. Come. I have the heart and commitment to the game.
I knew it. Honestly, I knew it, Tony. I really just knew it. Really.
You knew I wouldn't give up, right?
No, I didn't know it. No, I didn't. I don't know you have, but like I knew, like when I saw my hand, I knew like you were gonna play a big pot with him this hand.
I mean, Jax, what can I do? Just hold it, like just give up.
Hi, Jax. That's a good one to say.
Probably has 7s. 7s, 4s.
I like it. I really like it. That's play of the day, Tony.
Bunny, but dangerous.
Oh my God, very dangerous.
Definitely a
Bunny,
candidate.
but big hat.
But I think, you call, he bluff you.
Yeah, if I call, I can't like just call now again, right? It would be very super bunny. I'm not super bunny, just
Like
pure
he
bunny.
could also
purebred
get there.
bunny, like.
He could also get there though, so I guess.
Of course, because I have the block of one flash block.
Well played. 干老板，我送给你，你要送给人，掏个小鸡。
这家伙上头了嘛？这个牌他妈的一个勾
Play good too.
搞的嘛，
Slowly take everything.
没有什么东西可以
500
欧赢的嘛？他勾什么东西欧
I
赢？
take all.
不相信你吗？
嗯，
就是不相信，他也打得好
I
啊，
need
就那个
more.
牌怎么能 all 了，对吗？
对呀
打得好啊。
I love to play.
他跟球什么牌都不可能，他不相信就可以抠嘛，对不
Heads
对？
up, you win everything.
他说
It'll be bad ending. Usually they end badly with me.
我不欺负你。
Heads up.
Cleared everybody's sinuses with that move there. A big dollop of wasabi.
Like
500K.
you won
Some
500K.
of that jam.
Single raise pot.
I don't even know what happened in that pot right now. I'm still so.
My jaw is dropped. I'm trying to get it back up.
最好就正手牌了，他知道我上下他是死。
Yes, I mean bad luck, right? Maybe no jacks.
他没有牌，
Maybe jack 7.
除非顶
买花嘛，你强的买花嘛。
What can I do? Sick. That's a sick play. That's big play.
That's play of the day, man. That's the play
Someone
of
has
the
to
day.
show me they have heart like me.
Yeah, that was the play of the day, Tony, for sure.
There's some bad plays, but there's some good plays.
The hand of the day.
End of the day,
Hand of the day.
I'm not easy to play with when I have a big stack.
No.
You need to have balls, big balls. Big ones. Big Viking balls. That's not easy.
Yeah.
有点疼，有一点那个。
Facts.
Yeah, Tan thought you were a rabbit. You're a bunny. Tan thought you were a bunny. Tan thought you were a bunny.
But I like
Handz started this party, and just look at this flop for him. Pair and the nut flush
But
draw.
he didn't know you're the leader of the bunnies.
Unfortunately for Elton, he's got inferior hearts. Chen
20.
with a
Can you
taste
get
as
me?
well.
Don't worry.
You see them both checking and facing a
If we
20K
check
barrel.
all, you can play with me.
还有130万呢。后来你那个牌就是靠在哪里去都不知道，除非你3条。嗯，除非你3条。 对啊，你没有3条，你那个牌你不打到飞到哪里去都不知道。
Elizabeth ducks out of the way. Handz picks up a wheel
又
draw.
是赢30了，他妈的，好不容易搞了90。
Let's see Handz check or bet this one actually.
He did not lead of the bunnies.
他妈的犯了德州的大忌，偷一个上头的人机。
Oh man.
Turn goes check, check. So improbably, I thought that
Nice
Handz
TV hand, don't worry.
would be happy to slide some more into this pot. And yet,
Lucky you don't knock
not
off.
having done so,
Elton checks.
he is under-repped, and you're right. Tsang thinks he's trapping, and yet it's his foot in the snare.
Yeah, and I believe he's checking to check raise. Obviously, it depends on the size that Handz goes for.
Couple million.
Woo.
Enjoy.
And I feel like the longer he takes, the more
75.
Elton kind of wants to check raise him.
75K barrel. This is the third nuts right now. Ace, king, and jack high flushes beat us.
But you did kind of point out that some of these flush draws, something like this, might just bet the turn, so it's pretty tempting to check raise here in Elton's shoes. Especially it feels like Handz woke up with a queen all of a sudden, looking to bet call it off.
Time banks are going to get used.
So it's near pot size. I suppose Elton needs to ask
Always
the
bigger
question,
balls around the
what
corner.
worse hands will bet call? And he is cutting out check raising chips, $175,000. We know that Handz eventually will be re-raising once more. And what is Elton going to do when it gets back to him?
Yeah. Always someone wins more than you.
Well, these soldiers
Fish is good. Correct.
aren't coming back to camp. And that's a big chunk of the platoon that we're saying bye to. Handz doing everything that he can to sell the idea that there is some sort of decision-making associated with his response to this. And yet, as we know, he's got the nuts and
He's
nothing to worry about.
trying to make it seem like he's holding the naked ace of hearts and he's going for the nut flusher rebluff. Which, if you were to make that play, you would need some time, and there's the jam, and how does Elton respond now?
I knew it. I fucking knew it. Always greedy.
Value.
I knew it. This call is better. That's me, really.
Good lay down.
Yep.
Knew what to do once he made that raise.
He didn't chew on it long.
We should do a flip, 1 million flip. The TV. You do it. My game, we do 1 million flip. Just to make sure we're still alive.
Did I hear that right? If we're to believe Tony G says in his regular game,
Give my money away.
they do $1 million flips.
I'm trying.
That is what he's saying.
Trying a little too hard.
I mean, I believe it. The guy just put in 1.5 million in
Really sick.
with Jack High in a single raise pot, by the way. That's insane.
Do you know how infrequently Tom's turn bet, given how big it was,
You know?
would just muck to a jam?
Yeah, he could have been just drawing to some spade. Town could have had a set, you know. It was a crazy play, but he had a great read that Tan was just looking to push him around.
Good luck.
And it was a full pot turn bet, $382,000, and he still jammed. That was.
Can you imagine having to just snap fold after firing that much?
Why am I such a fish?
That was definitely the craziest play I've seen this week.
All week, yeah. Glad that you specified.
Wow.
Sixes and king jack intertwined here. Ferdy, second pair effective on the queen high board, still in the lead.
本来就是他给他觉得没砍，他打怎么跟我其实可以跟就好了。我小花，对吗？你小花
10K
你这个，没什么用，大他，给个机会给他偷我。
他买多少他？他买多少？买了300。
不知道。
后面买了150，
应该不会超我了。
买了300。还输100。
第一次买多少？
先买140嘛。
那差不多。
300。输100，不能让他爬回去，不然白送。
Top spirits don't appear all that dampened by the altercation with Tony.
Ever not laughing? Win or lose? Like, he's loving the action.
Sure is.
Jakarta?
贪心啊，太贪心了。
I mean, Bali's better.
Yeah, I guess.
打得不好。
Andy's 11K with the 210s flatted by Ivey. Fortunately for him, he didn't look to pick a fight as he is dominated. Looking up at 3 overcards on the King 9-8 board. Freddie was along for the ride from the straddle.
Tens are best.
有咩嘢飲啊？去整啲甜嘢，有咩甜嘢飲啊？
17K and take it.
果汁好啊，有咩果汁？西柚汁好，新鮮嘅好。Why am I?
What happened?
No, I just did something really stupid.
Check raise?
Yeah.
Asia.
Seven high hearts make it 11,000 to go, and Handz rates to be a participant with queen high hearts. Hang on, no, Elton, black sevens. He's in the mix. The old suited jack on the button, no less. Elizabeth along.
She's in.
Ivey up. Freddie with a suited ace.
Look, he's looking at all those chips in there like, can I squeeze this one? Because it's definitely a candidate, and he's grabbing the white chips. Let's drop it in. 60,000.
What do you think, Handz makes it 160 here or something?
I mean, he's actually tanking, but he hasn't played with Ferdinand Putra, right? Ferdinand just came in this frame.
Lays it down, in fact. With some enthusiasm, mind you.
I know. Does mean a little something something. Is everyone getting a massage now?
We're not.
True.
你们都是怎样教给我的？每一次都是。
还有一个小徒弟帮你。
我把装位让给他。
Elton left to do battle alone.
事情交给我。
Ferdy does successfully
你
thin
今
the
天运
field.
气很好，多搞搞。
好。
Oh my, what a flop for Ferdinand Putra, especially against the 2-7s, which is an overpair.
Trip fours, so well disguised. But the more heat that he puts on, the more it may just look like an overpair to these sevens.
But he's going to get at least one bet.
Yeah. First street of value. It's 50K.
而且你领先都有可能。
啊？
你领先都有可能。
我不觉得我领先。
他领先。
10 on the turn doesn't rate to be of any concern to Elton as played.
他是领先。
But a meaty bet into this now $250,000 pot. That may be of some concern.
Yeah, it might be, but definitely I agree with you that the 10 is not too dangerous.
你看，不是，他一开始说他3条，后来说他2对。
没有，我等于这个2条。
A lot of Elton's range
道理是一样的嘛。
consists of these kind of pocket pairs. Ferdinand getting trappy with the 4. I do kind of like it because, like you mentioned, if he was to fire once more on this turn card, it does look like an overpair. So it checks through, and the 10, that's kind of a disastrous river card for Elton, right? Because he might think that Ferdinand has like an ace high that he can get some chips in against.
再跳过去 ，Elton 还要打这个牌。
I do think if Ferdinand checks, he actually would probably invite a bet from Elton with 2 7s. Betting, of course, is just fine, which is what he's going to do, 100K.
那他估计就是20万，你扣看嘛。那吃不下来，如果再打，我说他如果打个2对
，100K。
没有2对，他就给我打废掉了。K8很好。
On a friend.
It's 100 into 252. It's pretty small, and Elton might possibly read it as an ace high kind of block bet. I don't know if that's really a thing, but it might be. And if that's the case, then 2 7s wouldn't want to fold. He's throwing in time banks.
很多。
很多啊。
Better to spend the time banks than the chips.
哎，白送了，真的操你妈的！
So Elton's wondering, okay, how often is this a bigger pair? And how often will they check the turn?
Big fish, I can't fold. Where's the fold button? Can you bring me out the fold button? Ah, Ferdinand!
Can't
Why you do this to me?
All you gotta do is lay it down, and you saved yourself 100K. But instead, Ferdy value bets the 4s full.
God. Okay, that's not so bad then. Nice. Huh? Yeah. Cannot find the fold button. Still a little more.
Pocket 5.
Huh?
Close to pocket 5s, pocket 7s to be exact.
Whatever it was, it doesn't beat 4s full of 10s. Says Ferdy. Scratching, kicking, clawing to a $250,000 win on the session ahead of Elizabeth Chen. Tan Xuan, roughly 300 in the black. Andi Ni 460, and Elton is now 600K plus off of his high water mark. You remember he was up 1.3, 1.4-ish even.
Correct.
Maybe even a 700K.
No, 6.5.
Never find me the fold
Tony
button.
G's cut down his losses. Down to about 850,000. He actually won about 575K in profit with that Jack 8 spades shove.
When you had Queen Jack. No, prefer you raise. I fall.
Definitely the craziest frame so far. Here we go. Queen 6 of hearts, 11K. Tony G calling Jack 9 suited.
I know you're not surprised by that phenomenon.
No,
why?
You were right.
And water.
Hand's gonna throw in the extra chips of Queen Deuce off.
It's high.
So, multi-way affair. King 6-4, 2 diamonds, Jack high flush draw for Tony. Pair of sixes for both Andi and Ivey. Advantage knee with the queen kicker. And he's going to bet it like he knows it's good, even though we have seen some deference post-flop when things are very multi-way.
Tony G has just got a new strat today because he's raising Jack 9 of diamonds here on a semi-bluff.
$18 becomes $55.
Andi, a non-believer, he makes the call here.
And the 3 of clubs shouldn't change his feelings about his hand.
Nope. Nice thing about calling a Queen 6-2 is he blocks some of the value, basically pocket sixes and like a King 6 that would raise the flop. Tony thinking about repping, will not.
Thinks better of it and gets there on the end. $162 in the middle.
Well, the busted diamonds was what Andi was trying to pick off, so I don't really think he's going to be looking to check call here.
$125,000. It does feel like a bet that's either trying to cloak itself into seeming like it does not want to show down, or is the real deal. And as we can see, the genuine article does eventually get Andi's sixes into the muck properly, and Tony G is very much trending in the right direction.
Welcome to the game.
Drink cappuccino in the night. How can you sleep?
Huh? Going today?
Sleep.
I won't.
You won't. You won't sleep.
Elizabeth,
Can I
apparently
No,
concerned
I
with
came
Ivey's
from Mykonos.
circadian rhythms there. No, just pointing out that the late
Not
night
that
espresso, maybe not the best way to get down when it's bedtime.
But I like his response. I won't. I just won't sleep. But nice concern there, Elizabeth.
Some animals are nocturnal.
Is it not very strong?
Very strong.
No.
Some animals play a limp strategy, and that animal on the day has been Elton Tsang.
And some
oftentimes,
animals raise with the 6-4 suited to $27,000. Usually there's only one of those type of animals, and that's Tan Xuan.
yeah, the honey badger. Pretty one for Andi, by the way, here. Performing very well against Tan specifically. Plunks in the extra 23. Elton says okay.
You know you're not getting much respect when you get called in multiple spots. After there's a limp, and you make it 27. Is Handz gonna do one of those re-raise plays all of a sudden? That would be fun. That would be quite crazy too.
Delusions of grandeur, perhaps, Randy, but Handz, one never knows.
He does announce call eventually, so 4 players to the flop. Plenty of interference. Monotone 854 board. Handz has the jack of diamonds, but as you can see, Elton has the 10 high flush with a straight flush redraw just in case.
Also last to act as he gets to decide what price to make it against 3 opponents. Very coordinated texture. You want to charge the bigger diamonds. Sets.
$25K. Once the action is checked all the way around to Elton. That's what Handz gets to chew on. 2 players left to act behind him.
He's not drawing to a strong flush with this jack of diamonds. It's quite scary to peel one off.
$125.
But he makes it 125,000. Elton's small bet on the flop. It's baited Handz. Because I feel like if Elton bet bigger, Handz wouldn't be making this move. And we've seen from time to time in the past that Handz likes to pounce on smaller bets.
He's got an interesting table image because on a few occasions, especially if players have bothered to go back and soak up the stream, he has definitely activated in a sort of unsuspecting manner. Always has the affect of a guy that's taking the game super serious, and not to suggest that just because all of a sudden we get frisky, we're not serious, but he isn't simply nut peddling is the point that I'm seeking to make. So Elton doesn't need to be fearful that he's up against the bigger diamonds. Interestingly enough, Handz pairs the king on the turn, and I wonder if that isn't enough to embolden him to continue storytelling.
Well, when you turn a top pair like this, you actually have decent showdown value now. I wouldn't say it's a lot, but you start to play passively and just kind of decide, am I up against a monster? Or maybe I can get the showdown as cheaply as possible, even though there's 363,000 in the middle. But he's actually betting 150.
It's business time, and the jack of diamonds is drawing live, by the way, in the event that Elton were to cautiously approach this as a call. 520 effective from this point forward.
Normally, the best play here is to call.
How much you have behind?
Because we don't expect with 370 behind, if we were to jam here, that
you leave your opponent's bluffs in there, but he's asking how much is behind because if Handz is making this play with, say, a flop straight or a set, especially a set, he doesn't mind charging those hands. And if Handz doesn't have that much behind, maybe he can just put them in.
Like 350?
Also, ace of diamonds is the heavy candidate in terms of check raising the flop as a bluff and barreling the turn. And he also has to ask the question, does Handz follow through with a triple if he just calls here?
No.
If he doesn't follow through that much, then I kind of want to charge a bit. So a lot of questions to be asked for Elton.
On.
Yeah, thank you. What do you do?
How does that feel if your hands?
feels like shit, Randy. That's what it feels like.
Well said. Well said.
Elton piling it in on us.
This can't ever be a call, I would think.
One baby on.
It would have to be Elton making the most heroic ace of diamonds bluff.
That's not a baby
That's just really, I think the pivotal aspect of this one is going to be how often he thinks that jack of diamonds would be good if it comes in. Or for that matter, how often just the king is a winner. You know, neither feel altogether that probable as played.
Agreed. It's very weak of a draw. Very weak of a top pair. Trying to calculate if he's got the odds. He could be just drawing dead. It's possible.
Cool.
Wow. Handz just made the call with King Jack.
And you can see Elton not altogether convinced that that 10 high flush is good. Now he can breathe easy. But hang on. 3 times being proposed.
3 times? 1 time. Well, I do 1 time.
How many times? Okay. 3 times is fine.
I do 10 times.
Handz wants a 3. Elton obliges.
I gambled for. I don't
So it won't be a
understand. What are
chop.
you gambling for?
Someone's going to win some money.
You're looking for bunnies like me only? I do 1.
All hands can already be quite pleased that they're running it more than once, as he would have been scooped. Running it twice would have yielded the same result. So,
do more.
The lone individual ever asking to run it 3 times now gives himself a free roll at a rebate, and there it is.
You can't do 3 times. Sell insurance.
You never 3 times.
What? Finally it works, right? I always got fucked with it. This time I managed to save some.
So he got some of it back.
How's that fun for the home viewer? Aren't you meant to be entertaining people?
I mean, respectfully, as much as we do advocate for entertainment,
I'm running it 1 time.
This is real money getting played
Triple
for right
excitement
now,
for the
and
viewer,
we're
Tony.
simply spectators.
Triple.
I like to do it 1 time. It's more luck. I'm lucky.
I respect these guys doing what they feel like they need to do.
Sure.
Without taking those interests into consideration before their own economic ones.
He wanted to do it 3 times. You know, Elton did not need to agree, but he felt like, you know what? It's a big pot. Go ahead. I'll let you have it. But WG's like really advocating for the 1 time.
Yeah. He wants it to be
Just
blood.
like flip it and run it 5 times. 8 times. 8 times.
Tony, should listen to you.
人一次没怎么输钱，人一次只输10几万。
一次才10几万的嘛。
对，但是后面还有40多嘛。
现在还有40、50哦。我操。
That one was 27,000
Tony, how many times do you
ahead.
run it?
1
4
time.
ways
Oh,
pre.
just once?
Always.
Okay.
Elton.
Always. Everyone can tell you.
It wasn't clear.
25
1
hands,
time.
125.
还45。
Good run.
还45。
Elton
我
call.
后面打了50，中间打了12万5，这等于多少？
我一次赢很多回来。
我为什么赢这么
Turn,
少呢？
150k bet,
12万
then the
5，
jam, then
15
the
万加
call.
50万，应该是
Now we rumble on.
15万加50万，应该65万嘛。啊，对他赢才20多万而已。啊？是不是这样算了？
Give me chips, please.
他总共有多少？
啊？
总共有多少？他
65嘛，应该是。
要出
1 million.
Limp call from Elton against
65我就
Elizabeth Chen.
才赢个20多，对啊。哇，赢2次才赢这么少的吗？
对啊。
Set of
因为一
sevens
次
for
赢太多
Elton.
了。
也不划算的，对不对？
He's heating up.
分2次是最好的。
Decent board to see that
2
from
次这不
Elizabeth
是
Chen
分
too.
钱还是什么？
公平的嘛，这公平是公平的。
要公平应该赌小一点嘛。
8,000.
我2次是可以的。
8,000.
这太小了吧？
Look at that slow
我
play
没
from
想到。
Elton. That's restraint.
Board texture is quite dry.
一期他其实没多少欧哈。
A very wet 10 of hearts in terms of Elizabeth's actual holding. She picks up king high flush draw. Yet again, Elton checks.
我手上还有2个
Let's
方
see if
面，
she
方
wants to
面
check
2、方
back
面
and
3。
realize equity.
I would like her to turn barrel this though, because when she
这
bets
摆
so
的大，
small
我
on the
要是干
flop,
嘛？
She gets so many weak hands that have to just check fold, especially when the 10 overcards is 7-5. Obviously, it's not going to work. I really do like this turn barrel, and Elton continuing to slow play his set of 7s. 6 comes in.
Not posting.
Can't. 憋住。
Safe river for the set, which is looking to induce once more. King high does not rate to be good at showdown.
Looks like she's actually going to triple barrel this. 150K and
这么重啊
that's gonna get snapped off.
然后他妈，我也怕你的，不打你的。哎呀，算了，本来应该今天要打你的，还打得这么重。
Elton calls.
裂开。
怎么来的？
花啊，花了。
我说，3条都不打你，你看我对你多好，我1分钱不打你。
你还不如打我一下。
我1分钱没打过你，中了个3条。
So we introduce new chips to the table. The black chips are 100.
Thank you.
我教你不要打我了嘛，我说我不打你了嘛，你原来都不听我的，我还以为我们是一对。
Feels like Elton is admonishing Elizabeth a little bit there. Did I miss the 40K turn bet? I admit I was in the chat streets and I suggested that you check back and tried to realize.
Don't worry, I covered you.
对呀，没有我没有算到。 对啊，算的太少了嘛，对吗？因为120万的锅，他妈的才赢了个20万，那搞来搞去搞个屁啊！
你应该赢43万。
如果我输钱，我肯定跟他跑1次啊。其实赢钱应该跑1次，真的是还要追数嘛。
Jack 10 suited under the gun for Ivey.
把我们股东打昏掉。
Made a big mistake.
上头。厉害。
You made money.
Big mistake.
你干脆直接 all in 掉，看他扣不扣得动。
Open-ended for Ivey. Gut shot for Handz.
River.
And if Handz finds that gut shot, he'll be
打
in
得
very
很
bad
重
shape.
啊！
才多少啊？才10几万，我怎么赢？
他打了15万，大哥。
all 掉。
28K.
发一张勾你就顺着了。
对啊，我有1张。
Handz, did you have it, the hand?
I haven't had it once today, but which hand are you talking about?
The flush hand, the heart, river, heart.
Let's keep going.
I check raise you.
Said he hasn't had it once.
The cutter.
Check raise you and then you rejam.
I had an interesting holding.
Ace queen, ace of heart.
Do you have a set?
I have a flush.
Flush.
Oh.
Nice fold.
Huh?
Nice fold.
Nice fold?
You found the fold button.
This time I did, yeah.
Blindfolded.
Huh? Found the fold button, yeah. Should have found the fold button against Ferdinand. How much?
King 5 off for Tan Xuan. As if Chen's got goods to 3-bet Tan.
I should probably just called. I don't know. Nice hand, nice play, whatever.
3-bet to 60.
Almost got it.
这亏大了，他把他的钱送给别人，再来赢我的钱。
应该再跟一个让他掏最好。
这样算是对的。
Lets it
亏大了，
go.
亏大了，你分给股东了，这个。
Falls it in. Good chunk of her profits on the day lost to Elton. That set a 7 spot with the King 8.
Yeah, that one hurt.
Wang 起来，玩起来。
Queen 8 of hearts. Makes it 11,000 to go. Queen Jack for Elizabeth. She'll be the lone patron. 10-7-3.
Check.
Disconnected from the texture. Both holdings.
What do you have to do? Like triple straddle now.
Huh? Triple straddle? Yeah, no straddle allowed tonight, apparently. I think it's good though. I mean, it's
fine.
Yeah. Big enough now, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, no double straddles, but the single straddle on is full time. Queen Jack making the call here.
Check.
Picks up a gut shot.
Yeah, a little peel. Ambitious.
Ambitious is something Elizabeth Chen knows.
Yep.
As does Tan Xuan. Double barrel. Nice one from Andi Ni. Recognizing the ace is more so in his range and can really pressure the middle stuff. Even these floats.
Elton, who would you say is the most famous player in Asia?
For what? Poker? Wow. In Asia? I don't know.
You're up there, aren't you?
Huh?
You're up there.
In Asia?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably. Probably like Tan and Aaron have a big China population. Yeah.
I think we have top 4 continents on the table tonight.
Top 4 continents? Asia,
Chen, let's go.
Europe, US, North America. What else?
Sonny has both Europe and Australia, I would guess.
Oh, okay. I see.
Multitasking. The only purebred bunny as well. I don't know what I'm doing, but it works. You know? I'm not thinking too much. It works.
It works. Yeah, you influence me. Sometimes I play like you. Sometimes I think of you and I'll be like, let's play a hand like Tony G. What would Tony G do?
Not recommended.
No, it's good. I love it. No.
Baby suited connector for
It's
Andy.
nice when you.
I like the way that Tony
you know?
G3 bet there. He grabbed the calling chips, and all of a sudden the other hand grabbed some more blues and dropped them in.
Diamond coverage for him.
Sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes.
Random faults, random
sometimes you're bunny. Sometimes.
36
I can't help myself. Sometimes I just do stupid things.
Andy, gonna slip another quarter in the machine. Extended play to the 7-6 deuce board, open ender, and not much cooking for Tony.
There's a lot of play with this 5-4 diamonds on this flop. I really feel like you could check call or check raise this one. He will be going for the check call. Tony G's been in betting mode, not on this turn card. If Andy can just throw in some chips, he can steal this one. He doesn't necessarily need to represent just a 7. He could have like a pocket pair. I call it the 3-bet that would go for value after the turn check through. I guess the question for him is, does he want to represent those kind of pocket pairs, or does he want to go represent the 7? And the way he's betting, it's a bit of both. I like this. Widen the value bet range, perceived at least. He gets more folds from high card ace.
What are those black chips? 100K?
Want some?
Huh?
King high.
Oh, so you have like
Concedes.
1.34 million now?
As 5 high was never going to have any showdown value. Nicely executed there
Tonight is
by
the night.
Andy.
Tonight's the night?
Got 3-bet.
Oh.
Tonight is the night to use some black chips.
Either make it or go down in flames.
Check called flop. And then
Fine,
go
there's still a
down after
couple
the
more
check
days
back from
left.
Tony.
黑的是
Not if I go down in flames.
黑的筹码是到一个。
10万 You down today? You're not down much, right?
You won $1 million pot from me a couple hours ago. What's going on?
Huh? You are destroyed at 4,000. And you're the
Do you see those black chips near Handz' stack?
I do indeed.
Each one is 100K. That's a new chip denomination. And he's bought in for at least $1 million. Insane.
哎呀，没必要，就跟一个就算了。
Guns blazing.
看你自己人。
Normally, to compress that much of something into that little real estate
你要不要散码？拿点散码给你嘞。
hundreds of thousands of years.
可以啊。
And we call them diamonds.
10万给你看看。
But here,
要不要多一点？
可以啊。
just a little clay token.
别搞就搞得这么大。
Just a handful.
All that's required to compress $100,000 into a tiny little wagering disc.
More than one.
25K ahead to the Queen 9-6 board.
直接问他肯定扣不到，直接问包赢。
Pre-flop razor. Terrible board, but I suppose there are no good boards for 5-4 off, so you might as well follow through with a C-bet. 1/3 we go.
If you don't think that there's any good boards for 5-4 offsuit, I feel like I understand why maybe you don't play that hand, but this certainly is not one of them. You see Elton.
I suppose you know what I meant, though.
Yeah.
Check through. Queen 10. Double paired board. Good hunt value, though. Not going to try.
Yeah, I think he's going to induce. Elizabeth knows that she has no showdown value, but she's not far removed from another heads-up altercation with Elton, where he admonished her pretty thoroughly with the set of sevens.
She's fallen for debate. That's going to get snapped off. Muck.
You see, like a disappointed father, he looks over to his left.
别打我吧。
我要报仇。
Why are you always trying
怪
to
不得你要他上来，我操！什么意思？什么意思啊
What's your problem? What's the problem?
Well, if watching all of this gamble has got your appetite and thirst for a little action of your own primed, head over to tether.bet, where they're welcoming you with a 100% sportsbook bonus. Crypto-based action. Sign up using code Triton for 10 extra USDT. It's a complimentary wager. First 100 will get that bonus. Make your way to tether.bet today.
Ollie, what if Elizabeth Chen hasn't forgot about day one when Elton was bullying her? She's just still trying to play him. But he seems to be over it, but she's just like, it's in the back of her mind. Hence, she keeps trying to bluff
Wait, what
him.
happened on day one?
When she kept
He was going after her over and over and over again successfully and bluffing her off of hands?
Yeah.
You think she's trying to repay the favor?
It's not working.
No, you're right, it isn't. Ace-2 suited. As Chen is...
Wait, this is supposed to just take it down pre. We have 10-4 offsuit. What's going on?
I think her table image is damaged right now, and maybe there's a sense that there's a little bit of blood in the air. Maybe they think she's steamy, trying to force the issue. As we can see, there's some reasonable holdings that have been a part of what has transpired out here.
She's going to come in. This is also uncharacteristic of Andi Ni to take these types to go to 3-bet.
You're right about that.
I see a 4.
King and a 7 behind it.
The 4 is best. Texture also in favor of Andi. Likely to come up with C-bet and win this pot.
Yeah, no club on board, no real hope. And you can see Elizabeth reeling a little bit. Remember, she lost her first bullet promptly, was stuck $500,000, managed to bounce back, get the $500,000 back, and then be in the black about 300,000, I think, at the onset of the frame. Here she is now stuck over 100.
Yeah, just like that. Lots do add up.
I don't know. Do you? Yeah. What happened?
No, you left there, so why would you have to post?
Huh?
Before I left.
You don't have to post. Just play, let's play, let's play.
I don't know. What happened? I don't know.
No, because I left in the cutoff sig.
So Putra is back. And Elton sings Limp is back. What else is back? The mystery cards?
That they are, and they've been applied to Ivey. So we'll black out whatever is responsible for this raise to 20,000.
Oh, 8-8 suited downed.
Yeah, I was just thinking how promptly that hit the mug. A little bit peculiar. Elton hangs in there with the king-queen, flops an open-ender on the Jack-10-4 board. Checking over with the flow of play.
Round of checks is going to give Elton Tsang the straight.
Nuts.
And he's going for the check. Trying to get Ivey to bet. There we go. Do we check raise now or continue to slow play? There's a lot of reason to check raise the turn just because your opponent could have a decent piece that can pay off. To check back this flop and then get check raised, it's quite scary because of the straight nature of the board. He is still going to make the call, so maybe Ivey's got like a 2-pair, set of 9s. With the queen. Not what Elton wants to see.
4-liner on board. Any queen X shares the king high straight with Elton.
There probably is a little bit of ace queen in Phil Ivey's range. Check back flop, bet call turn. Definitely reasonable. It is very difficult for Elton to get called by worse as played right now.
Remember, it was, as you mentioned, Randy, check, check, flop, check, raise, turn. Ivey hung in there, and he was the pre-flop raiser in the face of the Elton limp. And now Elton checking over. And obviously this could potentially induce Ivey to bet, unable to beat the king high straight. But it also protects Elton from being blown off of it if he were to try to value bet. And now just look at how meaty this sizing is from Phil. Begins to feel as though at best we're chopping.
You are a lucky man, Phil Ivey.
Oh, and the ace queen is there.
Elton knew it.
Wow.
When he said, "You're a lucky man."
Wow.
Yikes.
钢铁要圈有什么办法？操你！哇！发个 K 给他，操你妈！
That river bet was max value from Ivey. Really just got the most.
Nice hand, Phil Ivey.
I mean, there was 220 something in there, which means if we think bottom of range is the shared queen that's
Maybe I
trying
should
to get us
hold
off
it.
of a chop, then we're calling 225 to win 110. Not great odds.
It's not, and I suppose it depends on how often you think Ivey will try to move you off of a chop. Because when Elton plays his hand that way, he also rarely ever has ace queen. You know, so do you really want to give someone 110K? I don't know. It's hard to say. It's
against Linus.
It's a
Against-
tough spot.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
He had King 6, King 9. I don't know, but
It felt like, considering the magnitude of the bet, maybe Elton would have been better served just to give himself a little bit more time before making that call. I'm not sure that he would have come to any sort of different conclusion. It was a pretty nasty spot to be put in.
Yeah. I do like that he checked, though, rather than bet
Yes,
on the river.
100%. Queen 5 deuce, top pair, top kicker, as Ivey begins to sizzle. Does not fire.
That's player dependent because he's up against Tan Xuan on the button. He knows his player loves to bet when check two, and he's firing out 33,000.
Remember, Ivey played this one as a limp and simply called Tan's raise. Pre-flop.
Can't fold.
Tan
Can't fold.
barrels 33, gets called down to heads up, and a card that maybe Tan is going to end up trying to rep, which of course, as we know, has smacked Ivey for top 2. Again, he checks. Slipping rope. And if you think that this was a limp with something like Queen 10, Queen Jack, not one of the more premium Queen X's, then all of a sudden you could understand Tan's decision to reach for chips here and target that sort of holding as he bets 62K with 9 high.
Ivey's main game plan here should be to just check call. He knows that Tan Xuan likes to fire. Raising doesn't really do anything but blows out bluffs like this that are drawing dead, and he has no flush draws to be worried about. 9 on the river. It's not really showdown value just because Ivey is never check calling the turn with worse than a 9.
Yeah, there's no flush draw out there. Size-wise, we can really get rid of the Broadway gutters. Both courtesy of the flop, check call, and then, of course, the one on the turn. So recognizing that maybe the gig is up. Tan. Check folds.
A great run of cards lately for Ivey. He's up about $436,000 now.
All right, so the advisory has come down that this is going to be last couple of orbits of this 4th and final frame of this 4th of 7 days of cash game action from the Maestral Resort and Casino. Of course, players are allowed to carry on if they'd like, but they'll be doing so off stream. Haven't taken a moment to mention the fact that there are other cash games that do get played as the stream's happening. Generally speaking, it's been a $500, $1,000 blind game. Mystery card time as we slap the blinders on Tan Xuan's holding. He has taken us to 12,000, and he plays it as a flat.
The one player that's very hard to predict what he's holding. A true mystery. Not even Sherlock Holmes could figure it out.
Was Sherlock Holmes that good of a detective? I guess he was, right? Pair of 5s for Andi. Who would be Sherlock out of the two of us? Am I Watson? Watson was the like smart one. Sherlock got everybody in trouble, right?
Yeah,
You're Watson.
you're Sherlock
Yeah.
for sure.
You just saw the movie, didn't you? Yes, I knew it. I don't know why I knew that, but I knew that. Tan, 19,000. Don't know what he has. does Andi Ni.
Yeah, but Andy's got the queen 5, and it's pretty good. Call in position, react accordingly. Often best hand. Especially in that turn card.
Yep, queen's up.
And the queen is not really meant to hit Andy too much, unless it's 2 diamonds. So he can really go meaty here if he wants. It would look a bit bluffy.
Whiskey night?
Third one. That's 46,000.
$46,000. The number drawn up as the board texture goes two-tone. Plenty of draws available.
True. Not impossible for that to be in either player's holdings. Of course, Andy's got 2 pair. If Tan was holding like a pair of 9s, he wouldn't be folding right now.
He's given this a good long think here. Multiple time banks already owed. And he's going upstairs to 175,000. Don't always make the assumption that just because Tan is in the tank, that the call or the fold are the only options.
So he c-bet the flop, checked the turn, and opted to check raise. Note the stacks behind as well. This could get very big. And Andy, his turn bet is close to around 60% pot, so it's not as big, and maybe that induced Tan Xuan to go for a big check raise.
$130,000 more. If you want to call, and there's still one to come.
Yeah, I think it's crossing his mind if he's just supposed to call here or re-raise. He is going to make the call here, and it's 424,000 in the middle. A multitude of straight draws and flush draws exist.
Given how deep these guys are, is there not an opportunity for queens and fives to deny equity to some of the draws, which, as we can see, if they are hearts or 10-jack, have hit?
I'll tell you this. If I'm Andi Ni, I hate that river card.
I do too.
It's hard to really pinpoint Tan Xuan whether he was on like a set or a big draw, whether it be a diamonds or hearts. But when he got bet called on the turn, he might be thinking that Andy could also be on those hearts. It could be those diamonds. They're both got potentially wide ranges, but what we do know is that Tan Xuan is grabbing a stack of white chips.
35.
350.
Oh boy. All of a sudden, deep levels of discomfort have been placed upon the shoulders of queens up, which, as you mentioned, hates to see this.
It doesn't feel like Tan Xuan's got like a 2-pair holding at this point. So for me, it screams like hearts Maybe a Jack 10. Maybe a set. In
Are there
terms of
bluffs?
value. Yes,
Busted
of course.
diamonds?
Of course, there's bluffs.
You want a meal today?
Busted diamonds is the main bluff.
No, I was up 1.5.
What happened?
When you left. Then I went back down.
We've seen Andi in these tough spots so many times. And he's made some good folds. He's going to make the call, and wow. 10, Xuan, ace 3 offsuit. Look at that call.
Just the naked ace of hearts is what he was putting to work after the busted wheel draw failed to come in.
买号不是到了吗？
还差一张。
See the wipe of the sweat from the brow of Andi Ni.
我拎係 call。
哇！
Bet 不會
都打得好。
Respect deserved there with that
看到
call.
嘛，你跟我一模一样，我这不听讲啊！我一看到你就想偷你，妈的，你一看到他你就想偷他。
刚刚是不是小了应该大忙啊？我要补。
Those are the sorts of altercations which
刚上厕所去了。
啊，你刚刚
crazy
有100没去是吗？
对。
然后你放个5000，然后再放个4000。
late night fourth frame action.
对。
Because I missed the bit. The straddle. Right.
方块开出来
I missed the straddle.
No. So you two G now.
Diamond, I fall. No, diamond.
Full collision.
Do we deserve this much action? Like, this is so good.
It'd be tough to write insurance policies on these players if they were cars because they get in a lot of wrecks.
Yeah, they do. 8's in. Queens for Elton Tsang.
Some of them fender benders, Randy. Other times we're looking at a total loss.
Yeah.
55,000 says Elton. Note that the Queen 9 for Handz is the party starter, and yet he's up against Queens and against 9s.
Cold call from Elizabeth Chen with pocket 9s, which is going to bring in Tony G. 1 queen and 1 9 gone.
都是偷得好了，那个牌，那个牌红豆给你买出来，方块如果开方块，我真的会把它 fold。
3 nickels on the flop, 3 pocket pairs, find that flop, and let's see whether or not the inferior ones can find the fold as Elton's Queens first to act here.
It's actually fortunate for Tony G to be last to act here because Elton c-bets, Elizabeth Chen probably is going to call, and he might be able to get away from the 2-8s right on the flop.
Bet and call of 55,000 in front of him.
Looks like he is still going to make the call.
I agree with you, though. It did feel like
幫加茶
could possibly release.
This turn card, it looks like a blank, and it is, but it's very interesting now because Elton has bet into 2 opponents, got called in 2 spots, and he's likely going to bet again. And how is Elizabeth and Tony G going to respond to it?
That's the key. As the pre-flop raiser continues to tell a story.
Look at that sizing.
Yeah, in spite of the fact that he was called in 2 spots. This is what causes some alarm.
100K into 345. That looks milky. I feel like if you call this bet, you need to expect one more is coming, whether it be value or a bluff. And Chen is going to make the call. I would expect Tony G to get away now at this point. He could be drawing to just 2 outs. Tony G has to remember Elizabeth Chen cold called a 3-bet and called the flop in the turn. That often is a pair better than 8s. Actually, it always is.
Every now and again, you wonder whether or not there isn't quad 5s lurking about.
Sure, of course. Very possible.
Specifically that ace-5 combo. I mean, I just don't see the world in which these two 8s can call here. It just, as an overcall in particular, second straight street that the pre-flop 3-better is barreling, and barreling meaty.
This could never be a call with the action pre and flop.
These snowmen are melting.
They've already melted. They just need to throw the carrot away and the sticks as well.
Yeah, there's a scarf on the ground, a couple of lumps of coal.
It's summer.
And a puddle. Down it goes. Heads up now, and Elizabeth needs a 9. Instead, it comes a 7, another undercard.
Elton's aware of Elizabeth's range. Cold call 3-bet, call flop, call turn. Definitely a pair under the queens. He's grabbed milking chips, 200,000 into 545. He's putting Elizabeth on exactly 9, 10s, and jacks. I'm trying to get those hands to call, just praying.
Well, the real prayers would belong to Elizabeth if she were to click call. Because it would really be simply praying that somehow Elton doesn't have a beat. And he has had her number on the night. Even extending back to her prior session.
Right.
She's already called off 3 streets if you include pre-flop, a fairly big sizing.
Does lay it down.
Finally made a believer. And there's a free peek.
给你带嘛。
带一点点。
嗯。
带一点点。
Well, the most violent swings of the pendulum in terms of stacks,
很小很小的。
yet again being
打得
delivered
这么
to
小，你
us.
都能否？
Here in the 4th and final frame, and specifically in the last couple of rounds of action.
So nice.
Huh? Not the best hand?
Yeah. Pocket 8s. So I'm
Nice
third
ball.
place.
Nice
Yeah,
ball.
third place.
Need to hit the 8 to win a big.
Bigger than you.
Yeah, I'm sure. 9s, 10s.
Yeah.
Sure.
Good fold.
Just going for the 8.
Pocket kings here for Tan. Pocket jacks for Andy. He flats.
Straight with an 8.
Good timing
Brace
to flat.
yourself. Tony accepts the invite.
Oh.
Elton will sit this one out.
By the way, 10
我的吗？
reloaded.
不是我的，应该是你的。我
About 500,000 or so.
我没有喝过。哎呀，喷到你20都不喷不到。15来不
Three
来？
players take the ace-6 tray board. Neither
我们
Xuan
已经
nor
60万了，
Ni
我已经
like
打得
the
很
side of the
轻很
ace.
轻的了。
Tony, however, doesn't mind it considering he's got the queen-high diamond draw.
Yeah, and it's actually fortunate the ace is there because maybe
打得很
there
轻
won't
了，
be
呆
multiple
着。
bets and he can realize more equity.
可以
There
了，
will
可
be
以
a
了，
flop
可以了
bet of 20,000. And a flop call from Andy and a swift other call from Tony G. Jack on the turn gives the set to Andi Ni.
Binky. 3 hooks. And perhaps an opportunity to capture some value out of, most specifically, the queen high flush draw.
Yeah, if Andi had not turned that jack, Tony G often gets a chance to see a free river or bet himself, but obviously with this turn jack, Andy's going to bet 65,000.
Do we need to consider, if we're Tony, who does lay down the flush draw, whether or not when we call and we do hit the diamond, we're ever going to get those implied odds? Like if the hand is just a little bit too face up against something like an ace to get paid off, then we're truly not getting the immediate price nor the justification in terms of a payoff on the river that would maybe bring us to the right price.
That's a very good point, Ollie, and I think that's something some players, when they're first starting, overlook, is that you see implied odds, but it's so obvious that you made your hand that you can't really show up with bluffs.
So like I have like just a normal pass.
You don't really have good odds to call anymore.
But I don't have dimension pass.
So what you want to think about is how does the board
like even
look
if you bring me like or
when you kind of chase draws.
Not they have to only so many bracelets.
Yeah.
How many bracelets they give you?
I don't know. It's enough, I think. But
okay. Yeah, that's the thing. It's hard to bring other. It's annoying.
Ace-5 suited. Ivey limps it. Ace-5 off. Ferdy shoots it. Back over to Phil. Added cost of admission. Weathered. 49 dimes in the middle. And an ace as well. Exact same hand with no prospects of either player making a clean winner, given the lack of a spade on board.
This one's going to be carved up as a chop by the river. They're probably going to go for check on the turn, I imagine, if Ferdinand bets the flop. It's just one of those hands when you're playing this kicker where you're just checking down a lot just because you can easily be up against a better kicker. Never 3 streets. Rarely 2. Like if there was a second street coming in, it probably would be Ferdinand trying to charge a 7x. But this is pretty standard. Oh, 2 pair.
Kind of an interesting card insofar as it fills in some straights. I'm not sure as played the assignment of 3-4 in particular would get made. Ivey does reach out and fire 100,000 though. Ferdy's never folding.
He's never folding, but you don't love it whenever someone puts an overbet out there. But there is a chance that Phil Ivey has got like a worse 2 pair. We can't fold this. So let's chop it up.
Oh.
What?
Thank you.
How much more carnage can we possibly pack into what few hands we have left? I'm afraid to ask.
Don't tell me this is going to end. It always gets so good this last frame. Remember how you suggested, is there a way we can just do the last frame and go on from there?
That's right.
Like, what if we start shooting later and we shoot from this frame first and then the next 3?
I'm barely able to stay awake for these 4 a.m. finishes. King 5 deuce. Big blind versus straddle. Little sprinkle and take for top.
每天都是一个节奏。
什么节奏？
赢个7、80，倒输个几十，然后又打回来。妈的，
等一下有抓鸡的，等一下有。
现在啥情况？买多少
输40了。
40啊？哎，好不容易，我要是坐过山车一样，现在。
这半天你不跟我玩，
嗯？
这半天你不跟我玩，我都输给别人。
全都是我送给你的，我不跟你玩。我没有我送给你，你输更多。我告诉你。
我说你这会儿不跟我玩嘛？啊？你不跟我玩就输给别人了吗？对啊，
我这不跟你玩就可以了嘛。
你多跟我玩一下。
嗯，这逼你了，不送给你了，妈的送了人300万给你。
Deuces, making some noise. One duck into the bin.
输给别人了。
Ace queen suited awaits.
你要送给别人。
Nice hand, a 3-bet with.
乱搞
啊！
乱搞啊！
He agrees. Let's see whether or not Chen has an
我就看你
appetite.
乱搞，我才跟你
Pluck
乱
another
搞。
38 in
人
there.
家都
She
不
is
乱
really
搞，
in
你还跟人家
free
乱
fall.
搞，自己搞自己呢你啊！
She definitely could, given
我对你
how
多好
deep they are.
就看你乱搞，陪你乱搞。
But looks like she will be laying this one down.
很累啊！还有几多分钟？缺德一个圈。
Once again, Andi Ni had himself a nice little session.
Okay. One round. Last round.
Double straddle, yeah.
Yeah, last round.
Last round, okay.
Okay.
I don't know. Everybody
Okay,
agree?
everybody agree. Okay.
Very good.
Go,
没
go,
人
go.
反对，快点，没人反对了。
Yeah, everybody agree.
I guess if you don't reject, you agree. Because the double straddle mandatory is on for this round.
Starts next hand?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I start anyway. And then, yeah,
whatever.
Already action.
抓紧了，现在都少输一半了。
下一把才是。
So the double straddle apparently has been negotiated for the final orbit. Brace yourselves. This 20K from Handz. With the suited one gapper, his appetite for a big pot on display.
Isn't this game already big enough?
You would think. Ace Queen 7. Set mining effort fails for Tony, who checks it over to Elton, top pair. He checks as well.
太贪心了。那几十白吧。
Handz with a little cheeky C bet. Does have backdoor prospects. And there is a backdoor heart draw. Acquired by Handz.
I feel like that backdoor heart draw is going to make him double barrel.
Yeah.
He knows Elton calls loosely. Elton has queen or 7x. Compared to a lot of heat. And he probably goes quite large if he does bet this one.
75.
75,000.
$75K. That's what Elton's facing. He's hanging in. Another 150 in there and a third ace for him on this river. An interesting card insofar as Handz may be operating under the assumption that he can target a queen as played, given that he is the pre-flop raiser.
I think this is a mandatory give up for Handz oftentimes. If he thinks the queen and 7x will fold to his big turn bet, then what are you left with? Kind of like an ace or queen 7x of hearts, but you're holding 2 hearts in your hand, so you block some of those holdings. So that just means you're up against the ace oh so much. Unless you think you can get an ace to fold if you really blast it.
So you're saying, not unlike a U.S. election, this one's got a poor candidate?
Yeah.
375.
Oh.
And
Did he say 375?
in spite of that, look at this.
He
And he
folds.
gets through Elton, made a believer by that third barrel.
Oh, man. That sizing was the one you needed to do to get the ace to fold.
Well, that was
Not at all.
a hands-on approach to get Elton to be hands-off
What'd you have?
and give it up.
And an interesting holding.
Huh?
An interesting holding.
Another interesting holding.
Dang.
He didn't play, yeah.
That was the
Everyone.
word. He never gives up the intel.
Everyone is making some sick moves at this table.
I'm telling you. Chen, Queen Jack suited in the double straddle. Elton Ace-6 suited in the single straddle. And Ferdy's taken us to 20 with King Jack. Handz is already flatted on the duck hunt. Tan wants to play a big one on the button. 8s for Andi Ni in the small blind. What is going on?
Are we going 6 ways?
No. Tony G.
Well, it's still 6 people. Forgot about Tony for a second. Ivey's out, but there's not enough space for graphics at the moment. And is Elizabeth Chen just going to say, you know what, I don't want to play 6 ways. Why don't we just take it down now and grab a handful of whites?
How the heck did you know this?
I don't know. I'm just in touch with these players.
The Cosmos?
You know?
This could get through, by the way. 120 total. The trouble is, we all know that with some frequency, this is just somebody who smells dead money and is getting after
How
it.
much are you playing, Liz? How much are you playing?
Oh, here.
500 behind, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah.
His hands thinking about making a move with the ducks after that sick play he just
Randy,
made.
You're gonna close the show all by yourself.
No, he's not.
I'm telling you, I would have jumped right into the Adriatic.
What about Andi Ni? 2 8s. He's quickly out.
And that is a really nifty pickup out of Elizabeth. Quite fortunate to have found the activation.
She won $107,000 in that pot.
Huh?
Well deserved.
对啊，不想亲你啊，我还在那边还打。啊？
在算账嘛，你抢了10万，他输了2万，赚回1万，只输1万而已嘛。
大老板是会算账的。
这个牌你如果有100万，我就那个了。
啊？
啊？他这个牌有100万，我就给你了。
So 20K is the new standard open.
Well, that's courtesy of the 8K double straddle, which is on for this final round of play.
Suited 7 in there again for Tan. 1 pip down.
都不是说电视结束就爬坑。
Tony's itching to play.
你什么情况？
Deuce suited.
Deuce spades.
Like the stakes
Wants
have gone
to
up,
gamble.
but everyone's playing looser.
It is an awkward phenomenon. And look, Ivey.
Gosh, a 91.
Queen 3 suited.
All right, 91,000 in the middle, single raise pot.
Hearts the only suit not represented as a combo, and of course, that's what shows up. King 4 tray, top pair for Tony G. He's in the lead.
He's way out in front.
Both he and Ivey, who has bottom pair, check it over to Ferdy. Pre-flop raiser with second pair effective. See if he tries to gather intel with a c-bet here to potentially thin the herd and find out where King X lies. 25K he decides. Ought to get that done.
Quarter quickly thrown in by Tony G.
Yep. Extended play. 10 on the turn. Ferdy unblocks hearts. Large bulk of what he's hoping he's going to be up against.
It's got a sliver showdown value against like an ace 4, ace 3.
钱不多，你们是10万，他拿什么东西搞你？ 他没有个 APAK 的。
等一下，钱要投资不合算，分给股东了，他等一下。
你看他哪个实时搞不搞你？说你的哈跟你说。
不能相信男人。
Check, check. Ferdy with the full shutdown.
He's got problems.
你在 Elton 手上的女生数都数不清。
那史正，你的手上有多少？
我对女人没兴趣。
Tony with 100K in profit.
难道你对男人有兴趣吗？
In that pot, unclear on the night where he stands. He just buried 1.4 when he took a break.
What's that? No, I'm bad. Yeah, losing 700 or something.
You're losing 700?
Yeah.
Today?
Some days are like that.
I'm sorry. We can play PLO later, you get it more.
开始输60万。现在赢，你怎么样？ And play heads up, maybe I get it back.
赢50啊！
厉害。That's a tantalizing
22?
prospect. I don't know whether or not Tony G wants some of Handz heads up.
哎，没有完了你们。
I'm here for it.
Have a little go at each other.
Yeah, sure. Six is popping up once again, this time for Tan, who's gone north of 20 to 22. Doesn't change anything in terms of Tony's feelings about King Queen.
You pull some sick bluffs today?
Dominated.
Every day.
Defending with the King 9.
Every day.
Ace 4 3.
What about you?
Huh?
What about you?
No, all my bluffs didn't work.
Still the best hand.
They're all shitty bluffs.
See, that should win this pot.
It's only nice when it works, you know?
Yeah.
It's not nice when it doesn't work.
See bet and take it.
You feel on top of the world when it does, though.
I tried. I tried, definitely tried.
Right.
Ace Jack suited in the double straddle. Ready to take on something like this. 20 from Tony's Queen 10. Markedly less involvement on this occasion from the field.
125.
And Handz pushing back to 125. And by the way, in context, remember they were jawing at each other a little bit.
Yeah, I think
before this one.
That's what's crossing Handz' mind a little bit. It's a very big 3-bet, 20 to 125, 6x. I suppose it's adjustment to 1.5 million effective stack sizes. Is Tony G on a hunch?
Well, there's more than one way that hunch can play out.
Wow, he's
flat is one of them.
I think Tony wants to beat Handz in a pot.
Well, he's gonna have a tough time doing it here. Top pair, nut flush draw versus second pair and a gutter.
What a flop for Handz.
262 in the middle already.
75.
Gonna start building a pot. Tony G with a hand that can easily call in position. 412,000 in the middle. 1.3 back. And the jack on the turn. It's amazing for Handz as that reduces Tony G's outs.
100
to a 9. That's not a heart.
500?
Yep.
Trip jacks. As things just get better and better for Handz.
$150.
And on the heels of the 75K on the flop, he fires 150 on the turn. Did Tony practically beat him in there?
He beat him into the pot.
Now a four-liner on the river.
That's a bad river card for Handz.
You know, yeah, I agree with you. And in my experience, and I know this is just an oversimplification, but when you get beaten into the pot like that, in a spot such as that, it does feel like a hand, like a 10-9, something that's just like, I got the draw and a piece. I don't need to overthink it.
I hear you.
Although, wouldn't it be a little bit ambitious to imagine that 10-9 would come along pre-flop?
I mean, Queen 10 offsuit's in there, so.
It's fair.
We're not.
I kind of like checking here.
Pay attention to everything.
Not only to pot control, but to induce bluffs from King Queen, Ace Queen.
Yeah, the old check decide.
Yeah. And then occasionally Tony G actually bets a jack himself, and you don't miss value against that. I don't think a 10 was looking to call 3 barrels,
400.
but he is going to still bet. $400 into $712,000. I just don't think Tony is ever ahead here, as played.
Tend to agree with you, but he's feeling as though perhaps Handz is going hard at him here, trying to get a bluff through. If Handz somehow had a straight himself, would he be slowing down or betting less? Or is this commensurate with that sort of holding?
No, I think if he had a straight, he's more likely to bet, just because Jack X would cry and call, but they might cry and check back.
And would he bet this size, 400?
Seems reasonable, right? 400 to 712, north of half.
Sorry?
Only one tie bank remaining, advises the dealer. So crunch time here for Tony to make a very pivotal decision.
You know, last time.
这么大底子惹争议，麻烦了。
And properly finds the fold. That one felt personal.
It did. That pre-flop action
If he uses
was
that one, he still gets like another
uncharacteristic
minute,
of
right?
Tony G.
Okay.
还有额外30秒。
对，英文好像。
哎，我的 button。
Amazing pot for Handz. He's been very wild during this double shuttle
大
orbit.
庆。
沙包说不能睡觉的。
有意思啊。
他老板真的挺幽默的。
对。你去个洗手间也可以。
Raise call. A lot of pocket pairs out there.
Hi.
Nothing too big. 20 ahead. Andi Ni, the party starter. So 3 set minors and a 10-8 suited. Walk into a pot.
10-8 suited has the most equity 4 ways.
And perhaps this is why. Queen 9-8 pair and an inside straight draw, but no flush draw. Elton and Andi both have very small hearts. Nothing to take pride in.
They have big hearts, but small
Yeah.
hearts on the board. I see you though. Elton correctly finding a bet here with 10-8 suited, and it's going to be able to just probably take this one down and deny those hearts. Oh, never mind. Xuan actually chasing with that deuce of hearts.
Drawing live, mind you. Ace on the turn. Not really a welcome sight. And I'm not referring simply to the ace if we're Elton, but also to just the call.
Yeah, this is very tough to bet again, even though it would work.
Check back. Board pairing 9 on the river.
There is a sliver of showdown value against like a king jack, king 10,
Every
single
day
heart.
around this hour, it's cold.
There is merit to trying to represent that 9, which would call that flop.
Every day.
Like gonna try and check it.
Yeah, could have tried to represent the flop flush as well, potentially.
I think.
Not sure how credible he would have been.
I don't think Elton thinks the 8 is good, but it is what it is, and let's check it.
两对大不大？
对7啊。
对啊，对不大。哎。
So I feel like I want to implement that in my game in Showdown. The bet and the call happens, and then you yell at each other a little bit, aggressively soliciting a showdown.
划算呢。
那划算啊！
You try that next time.
看节目都脏，对你很好啦。
That goes.
他妈的去买个2花，操！
买了大了。
啊，买的大了，什么都大了嘛。
对啊。
Elton with that limpy business. Ivey wagging the finger with the ace-jack suited. A meaty 52,000 and a meaty ace-king for who else but Handz.
Yeah, he's
in
really
the big blind.
Made it quite large, 52K. Handz. Seen him 3-bet with less. Of course he's going to 3-bet. Just 115, which is an interesting sizing to choose because it's practically 2x. slight north.
Yeah. Those ducks are roasted.
Santana.
Against this price, the ace jack of clubs often comes in.
什么意思？还结束的吗？我也不知道。
Hand's doing a great job of keeping in a holding that is in trouble on his feet, surveying exactly how much they're playing for. Jack 8-6, top pair, top kicker. Careful what you wish for as you play a $250,000 pot up against Phil Ivey, who's got you in bad shape now. The inverse of the setup pre-flop.
Yeah, that's one of the cons of making it small pre, is you let ace jack come along. No spade in hand for Handz, but he's still gonna fire a continuation bet quarter pot, or maybe closer to 20%.
Ivey, content to flat himself. Another 110 into the middle. Pot grows to 366, but the ace-king does not grow to anything greater, as it's still just not no pair.
This is a hand you tend to knuckle over. A lot of calls on a flop. They might turn something worthy of another call, so makes sense that Handz is giving up. There is a question for Ivey whether to bet or not. He's going to check.
So a four-liner on the river.
It's unlikely Handz ever has a 10 here, especially with the 3-bet sizing he went for pre. You just got to wave the white flag.
It's king.
Content to shut it down, and quite aware that the ace-king was performing poorly is Handz, just based on the way in which he furnished it on the end. And a very
Save me money, thank you.
Fortuitous pickup there for Phil Ivey.
Ivey just grinding. Doing great this session.
He's kept his, you know, his hands clean, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it. There's been a lot of muddy water out there, people sloshing around, getting dirty, stains being worn on the stacks. But not Phil,
No,
for the most part.
He goes in to that murky waters, you know. He has a life jacket with him, right? He feels he's got a flashlight if it's dark.
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing, and you don't need to be fancy to make money, because he is up $600,000 right now. Elizabeth Chen, 4-3 suited into hijack. Getting resistance from Tan Xuan. Wait, she's going to get even more from Andi Ni, who's got suited. Big slick.
So with a raise to 20 from the little baby suited connector and a flat from Tan Xuan's ace-10 in front of him, Andi takes us up to 90,000. Note spade coverage as well if Elizabeth were to get frisky. Yeah. Reluctant but appropriate laydown. And you see Tan rolling his eyes as well, going, come on, man. Let us see a flop.
And Tan Xuan's been dying to play a pot ever since he bluffed off with ace-3 off.
Last hand, right? Two more. Two more hands?
Nice try, though.
Huh?
Nice try.
No, but I started.
Oh, you started.
那是提前抓的，
啊，
是吧？
要提前赚的事情。 对。Go。
King Jack.
Nice.
Right behind Elton limp as the double straddle is off. His ace-8 suited is durable to this 15K.
One more chance to take some Elton revenge.
Yeah, these guys have played so many pots versus one another. Elton has taken down the lion's share of them, and he rates to do the same here on the ace-king-queen board. Top pair versus second pair. He is out of position and without the betting lead. Checks with 42 in the middle.
Clear range advantage on this board texture. If that's the case, you need to kind of just keep firing, at least for the flop.
不是说让他吗？算了嘛。让不了。
站住，这次站住，站住一点，给股东也分一点。对。
Elton 那种话，这里
Third diamond
我才七个。
on the turn.
OK， 七公对啊。
And now a third ace for Elton.
This could be a problematic river card. Elton seeks the right size, can get paid off by this king.
Check called 11. Things check through on the turn, and now here he is firing 50. Boy, it's a little bit tricky for Elizabeth, isn't it? Because the line that we've taken does invite this bet. What are the bluffs?
There's not that many, but a Jack X is possible. Looks like she was
不要call 了，还 call 干嘛啦？
Elton really is just getting the best of Elizabeth Chen all this week.
Just repeatedly chiseling chips out of that quarry.
call 完我再说的啊。call 完我再说的啊。我心里一直在想，不要 call， 不要 call， 不要 call。哎呀，真的是。
Maybe it's a misread on my part, Randy. Given that I know Elton's pretty equal opportunity about things, and if you're going to pony up and play the game, then you're going to go through the swings like the rest of us. But I almost feel like there's a reluctance with which he is now beating Elizabeth in pots. I think he realizes that he's actually gone well past the number of SDs away from the norm in terms of his performance and his EV against her specifically. And
Yeah.
it's like, okay,
I hear
maybe
you.
enough is enough, but you know.
The cards play themselves sometimes,
Yeah,
right?
Sure. Oftentimes referred to as us just being passengers. Meanwhile, Handz was in the driver's seat until Tan decided to take it up to 35,000 on the button. Andy with ace-6 offsuit. And this is the very last hand of the night.
最后一把了，最后一把。哦，对，是这 last hand。
will
这是电视的最后一把。
Step aside.
等一下还有啊。哦哦。
Well, in this
Okay.
last hand,
三张。
I'm expecting to see a flop here as Tens obviously is going to go nowhere against
你不打了吗？
one of the craziest players ever.
你也没牌子嘛？你也摔摔。
Is he thinking about 4-bet possibly? You rarely see it this deep, but if there's someone to do it against, it's Tan. There's the call.
Quarter flick. 82. Heads up to the Queen 8 deuce board. 1 overcard to our 10s. 10 of clubs working. Complete air for Tan. Not that that's ever stopped him.
60.5，现在等于输39万5就到40了。
40K question.
40个
Half pot realm.
40都是我们每人给
Nowhere to go but check call.
每人给他
Two
4万块对
tens.
吗？那我从账里面扣给他了。你输了吧？39万。
Handz makes the call. Two-tone texture on the turn, courtesy of the board pairing 8. I don't think he expects Tan to have an 8 all that often, but as you and I have observed on multiple occasions, Tan's 3-bets are attached to all manner of range.
Yeah, I was going to mention that the 8 is a good card for Handz in general, and leading kind of freezes it up, denies equity from some overcards, and you rarely ever get raised on the turn.
I could see it, man. I really could.
I said rarely. I didn't say never.
Rarely against someone who's taken a normal line. Against you. I thought he was doing it, man. I really did. I thought
You're
some
sicko,
savagery was coming our way.
It's over?
Well, no, we still got 3 more days of this cash game as we give you a glimpse at the profit-loss tallies. Elton trends in the right direction. $1.25 million pickup and eradicates the losses from last night. Andi Ni, also a 7-figure winner. Ivey quietly cobbles together $600K. Ferdy, a modest 48.5 winner, and you see the damages. The bulk of them coming to Tony G, Tan Xuan, and Elizabeth Chen. Handz ends up a couple of $100,000 in the red, and that is going to do it for us. If you haven't already, mash that like, subscribe, and follow button. Do us a favor and hit it one last time as yours truly, Ali Nejad and Randy Liu here in the booth on behalf of our entire crew. Say goodnight, but set your clocks. 6 p.m. tomorrow, back here at Maestral for day 5. Until then, see ya.